the children climbing the long flight of stairs leading to the rooms of the duplex. They strode down the hallway. Pajo randomly chose one of the guest rooms. He opened the door, but was startled on sighting bloodstains on the cream rug. His stray eyes fell on the quilt bedspread. The white cloth had bloodstains all over it. He jerked at the door in shock, barging his way through the hallway. He pushed the frail-looking boys down in the process. The frightened twins, sensing danger, took off behind him. Pajo was racing down the staircase when he bumped against his boss. Noble Alaji kept his ear to the ground in Apata local government house. He felt insecure, seeing his workers terminate their discussions when they saw him approach. It was not that they just took to this, but he had started taking notice. This made him nervous. He decided to query Nenna, a close friend of his secretary. It was in the early hours of the day. He felt satisfied that she didn't have an idea of her whereabouts. That means no one had a hint about her coming to his place, he thought. She informed him that her immediate family were leaving no stone unturned in their search for her. Rejoice happens to be the only daughter of an evangelist residing in Oriapata. Noble Alaji didn't know this and was surprised when he was informed. They had never gotten to know much about each other. Nenna came in to offer him a cup of coffee. She dropped the tray gently on the table. Noble Alaji caught a glimpse of the ring she wore on the mid-finger of her right hand. Miss Nenna, or is it Mrs.? No, sir. I am already engaged. Is that so? Anyway, thanks. And, sir, I will be getting married soon, Nenna said softly. So you have decided not to invite me. When did we become enemies? Of course not, sir. The entire staff know about this already. I would have informed you since, but for the invitation cards that were printed late. And you, are you sure? Of course, sir. Abike is aware too. Who is that? Noble Alaji snorted. I mean Rejoice, sir. Her native name is Abike. Even she is my chief bridesmaid. All right, he muttered. Don't worry, sir. I'm sure she is fine. She will soon return, Nenna said, chuckling. But was his niggling worry written on his face? He felt disturbed by this. There could be a possibility of that, he thought. And, sir, congratulations on your children's return. The entire staff are happy. What do you mean? Did I tell you my children were missing? Did I tell you that I have found them? Who told you to come and congratulate me? But, sir, it's true. One of us said he saw them on his way coming to work just now. He said they sat on the floor in front of the gate of your house. He didn't know how they got there, but he took them in. You mean my children? I mean my twins are at home right now? Chairman, I can show you the man. Noble Alaji rose to his feet, picked his car key, and brisked out of the office. There were shadows that he hadn't attended to, but he wanted to set his eyes on his sons first. He drove himself home. He was shocked to find the living room empty. His children were nowhere to be found. He considered returning to ask his gatekeeper. He had rushed into the house and had not even heard his greeting. He tried to remember the expression on the young man's face, but he could not. He regrets not confirming the information from the horse's mouth back in the office. But Nenna could not have been playing pranks with him. That would mean playing with her job. That would mean playing with fire. He ran up the staircase wearily. He remained in a status position when he caught sight of the man racing towards him. Pajo, who could not slow down, collided with him halfway down the stairs. Noble Alhaji rolled down the stairs before he could grab the handrails tight. Noble Alhaji groaned, clutching his groin. "Sorry, please, Alhaji, sorry." Noble Alhaji snapped. He drew back in horror, not wanting to be assisted by Pajo. He tried pulling up his white agbada in vain. Tai and Koyin, he exclaimed. The children squatted down beside him on the marble stairs. He struggled to get up to his feet, holding onto the rails, but fell back. "Ah, my leg, oh." "Sorry, Alhaji. Stand up, Alhaji," Kehinde said with a soft voice. Noble Alhaji tried once more, but fell back again. "My legs won't." "Pajo, hospital, hospital," he bawled out. Chapter 18. Livingstone Hospital prides itself as one of the best private hospitals in the state. It serves visitors both far and near. The creme de la creme in the society frequented the place. It is one of the establishments that earned Ori Apata Kingdom respect. Its white 3-story building was a lovely sight to behold. This was where Noble Alhaji was brought. He had started recuperating. He objected to being placed on admission, but the doctors insisted that he needs to take some rest. He laid a complaint about his regular dizziness. The illness was diagnosed as fever. His right leg was also bandaged. He sat up on his hospital bed. He tore the white envelope in his hands. This was the envelope his chauffeur had handed over to him, coming from those who freed his sons. He read it aloud. "Dear Chairman, we greet you in the name of your God, Ogun. We believe you must be rejoicing over the release of your children right now. This is just the tip of the iceberg. You have not seen anything just yet. You can be sure of the fact that we are much closer to you than you think. We shall see who will save you. When you sleep, trouble is lurking in the dark. In your office, we are there too. Who will have the last laugh? Only time will tell. You ripped our hands off the communal dish. Our joy is that we have been paid to fight back. We shall diligently do that, the same way you dealt with us mercilessly. We have struck just once. Keep counting. We definitely can do better than that, and we will. Yours in crime, Trouble. He fixed his gaze on the A4 paper. His heartbeat quickened. He was lost in thought. He wondered who this Trouble could be. He stared up at the ceiling fan, whose blade sped in an anti-clockwise direction above him. Bala was definitely out of the scene. He couldn't be sure about this, could he? He just might be the brain behind this. Maybe this is the forceful evolution they are plotting. But must everyone dislike Noble Alhaji? Why the misconception about leaders generally? Nobody trusts anyone these days. The poor man never wishes the rich man well. He complains about his driving recklessly. Deep in his heart, he would have loved to be in his shoes. They had forgotten that he was once a commoner too. Now they have refused to give him breathing space. They want to deny him his hard-earned happiness. He shook his head dejectedly. This trouble will not allow me have peace. What have I done to them to deserve this? Even my vice too, he lamented. He tried drawing up a list of his adversaries in his mind. This was to determine their culpability for the threat. Top on the list should be the revolutionary spearhead of ARP in Apata, in the person of Bala. Honorable Alebiosu would follow. Mrs. Amanda Smart, his sister, the vice chairman of Apata local government area, can't be left out. Karo will join the list due to the recent outburst. His aggrieved wives will follow suit. The chiefs of Ori Apata kingdom will definitely feature. The Baales of the kingdoms making up Apata, whom he had failed to visit since his victory of the polls, might be begrudging him. And unseen forces might be occupying the last position. Maybe they should have taken the first position in the first place. As this comprised many others whose names did not feature in the list. Both the physical ones and the spiritual ones, definitely, he concluded. But how will he apportion the blame between them? The top spot was being occupied by people who know him, but whom he knew not. Terrific, horrific, he thought. Simply a weird world. He turned his gaze to stare at Pajo, who had just walked in. How is body, Alhaji? Well done, Alhaji. Hope you are feeling better. Noble Alhaji wore an indifferent look. Staring at him brought back the memory of the day he had the accident. Pajo, yes, Alhaji. Pajo, yes, Chairman. Pajo, hope all is well, Chairman. Maybe and maybe not. Noble Alhaji replied coldly. Pajo was looking confused. Now, will you tell me what was pursuing you or what you were pursuing? Sir, should I speak broken English? Sorry, Alhaji. My mind was somewhere else. I'm asking you about what happened some days back. Please, don't tell me you were running after ants and cockroaches. Who was pursuing you? Don't tell me it was a snake, since I didn't see any. Who were you pursuing? Answer me. Pajo bowed his head meditatively. The truth is bitter, he thought. He didn't want to annoy his boss the more. He raised his head, putting on a broad smile. You frightened me, Chairman, he said in a relaxed tone. I did not know that you have not forgiven me. I didn't say so. Go ahead and answer my question, Noble Alhaji retorted. At least I have to know. You didn't break your leg. You made me break mine. I'm sorry, Alhaji. Don't be annoyed. I was only doing some exercise with Tai and Kohin. You know they are used to me already. We were only playing. I wanted to find out if they are still strong. Even when you told me they returned home hungry, didn't I see them dressed in rags? You know how children are. They are very playful. Noble Alhaji nodded as though in comprehension. Meanwhile, he was contemplating on sacking him. But, Alhaji, why not do something about your beards? Pajo advised. Noble Alhaji waved him to leave, and he gladly brisked out. He didn't convince his boss with the manner he ingeniously brought up the issue of his beard. Noble Alhaji harbored the fear that he must have been to the guest room. He had failed to clean up the place after he transferred the corpse of Rejoice from there to the mortuary secretly. He regretted not locking the door on that fateful day. Karo must definitely not know about this, he thought. He just had to leave as soon as possible to clean up the place, he concluded. He was yet to employ cleaners and cook. At the moment, he felt pleased he hadn't. Karo had insisted he must employ only male workers, and she brought some persons she claimed were qualified. Her hubby was displeased, Seeing that they were young men, he had to send them away, afraid that Karo might invite them to his bedroom whenever he was away. But how can he trust his talkative Chafu? His eyes hardened. Then he scrunched the paper and envelope in his hand into a ball. Pajo, Pajo, he called out. Bala had also brought his father to Livingstone Hospital. His health condition worsened during the course of the night. He scared life out of Bala with his sickly looks. There were no better hospitals he could have taken him to. He didn't want to take any chances. He knows his father deserves the very best, only that he lacked the wherewithal. Dada was placed on admission. Bala wondered if there was need for this. His father had brightened up immediately he saw a medical doctor. Little did he know that it was because of his love for the profession. Bala returned from the doctor's office looking dejected. He was about entering his father's ward when he felt a hand grip his wrist. He was startled and turned only to see the man he had just walked past in the hallway. The gray hair forming the afro haircut of the man proclaimed that he was not so young. Bala took a solemn bow like a monk. He didn't utter a word, but stared at the man blankly. You mean you don't know me? Sorry, I can't remember. You don't know me? You should. No, I don't. All right, I am Mr. Joe. What of your father, Dada? He is fine, sir. Ah, Dada, my friend. What are you doing here? He is a bit ill. I brought him down here for treatment. I see. Since he is in the hospital with me, it will really be bad if I don't go in to greet him. But, sir, can I go in? Pajo interrupted. Sir, actually, sir, Bala gulped. He was not sure if his father was strong enough to entertain a visitor. He knows seeing an old friend might strengthen him. He stared at Pajo's face, but he could not recollect knowing him. Sir, I'm so sorry. Maybe some other time. He is not strong yet. Okay then. I'm still. Pajo paused abruptly. He heard his boss call his name. Thank you. Just tell him about me. Mr. Joe is my name. I am with someone in the next ward, he said, turning to leave. Pajo easily recognized the voice of his boss. The reason was because he calls him with a harsh command tone. He dislikes this. He had been strolling on the corridor all the while. He anticipated that his boss might be needing his help to get some things. He brisked in to meet him. I thought you were sleeping, Bami, Bala said as he shut the door behind him. Not really. I still feel pains all over my body. Sorry, Bami, but I'm feeling better than before. At least I can talk without my mouth shaking, Dada said in a low tone. That's good. Now I remember. Do you have any of your old friends go by the name Mr. Joe? Mr. Joe? Yes. How does he look? Short. Oh my God. Oh, Joe. Dada stressed the last word, making it sound like a long keynote of do on the piano. Don't you know him? The man I used to give part of my land to some years back to farm. Bala shook his head. After the flood, Bala shook his head once more. He could hardly recollect the experience. But the old residents of Apata could not forget the incident in a hurry. Its consequences was great. Ori Apata was buffeted by a terrible downpour. TV stations came from the city and other states to cover the disaster. Meteorologists were interviewed on television. They advised the people to stay calm. They had predicted that it would only rain for 5 days. Then they said 7. Later, After a final analysis, they said 7. But it rained non-stop. They became too ashamed to make further predictions. It rained for 15 whole days. Some local farmers could not stand the loss. There was an outbreak of famine, as many farmlands were lost to erosion. Except for few lucky ones, like Dada having minimal loss. The absence of drainage channels on the streets of Uri Apata compounded their woes. Those in the religious circles said it was one of the signs of the end time. They advised residents to turn to God in prayer. Lives and properties were not spared. When the rains stopped, many changed their occupation. And as the condition of the roads did not improve over the years, they had every cause to fear. Farmers became fishermen. They started off with the little ponds that had formed naturally on their farmlands. Surrounding rivers had overflown their banks, leaving them with surplus of fishes. This made some fishermen abandon their occupation. Some turned traders overnight. The late Abakin played a major role in resettling families displaced by the flood. He assisted many in securing loans from microfinance institutions. Pajo sought assistance from Dada, who allowed him to make use of his farm to continue farming. The fear of a reoccurrence made him abandon the occupation. I remember Joe. You were a child when he was with me. He is a driver now. Even, I heard he is presently working. Dada paused. I heard that he worked for that man who calls himself Noble Alaji. Well, did you see him with that man? Dada interrupted. I don't understand. I mean their chairman. Well, I didn't. He didn't come with him. He said he came with a friend who is in the next ward. He promised that he would come back to check on you. Let's leave that, Bami. I must go now. Do you want to leave me here? No, I will be back. No, I don't want you to go anywhere. Sit beside me and watch me while I sleep. But why? Because I'm afraid. You said Joe is asking after me. He used to be a very good friend of mine, but he might have changed. He now works with a big man. Alaji might have changed him. Dada looked up to see the expression written on his son's face. Since you said he is coming back to Bami, the doctor said you need some rest. Please, let's forget about that man. You worry too much. I will tell the doctor not to allow anyone gain access to this place in my absence. Is that okay? This is the safest hospital around. Let your mind be at rest. But I don't want you to leave. No, Dada said in a final tone Bala was familiar with. Okay, I will tell you what the doctor said. He complained that we should have brought you earlier. He was not happy that you went ahead having self-medication after you got injured at the farm. But I didn't know it would be like this. He said you have lost so much blood already. Bala said, staring at Dada's knee that had just been dressed. Please, Bami, when you get yourself injured at all, tell me immediately. I know I should have told you. I didn't know it would be this serious. I thought it was something I can handle myself, Dada said with a gravely voice. It's okay, Bami. I don't like the way you are forcing yourself to talk. Let me go so you can rest. Why? The doctor said there has to be a blood transfusion. He said the blood test confirmed that your blood group is O. This means that you are a universal donor. I volunteered myself, but when they did the test, they said mine is A. This means that you can't have some of my blood. Why? You want me to believe that my son can't give me some blood? Dada asked. Bala sighed. He knew he was running out of time and patience too. It is true. The test shows that I am that I'm a universal recipient. Things would have been much easier if it were the other way around. I have to rush to get some money. They said they won't start treatment if I don't. I might be lucky to get a donor. Believe me, why would I choose to abandon you? Dada nodded. Bala held his hand in simple empathy. I will soon be back. Bala was hoping that he would not see his father's friend again, but he did. The man sat on the floor along the passage. He was weeping copiously like someone bereaved. Bala considered walking past, feigning ignorance. He had a rethink. Bala squatted beside him. What happened to your friend? God forbid. That man can never be my friend. That man with no sense of gratitude, he has fired me. After everything I did for him, Noble Alaji, this is not good. It is not good. This is bad. My children, my wives. It is not the end of the world, sir. Get up, sir. Get up from where? Sir, people should not see you crying like this. I'm sleeping here. Oh. No, sir. Get up. You are a man, remember. Does he know? My family. It's okay, sir. Bala assisted him. Bala assisted him to get to his feet, and they walked off. Bala concealed his anger on realizing that this man was an ally of Noble Alaji. He didn't know how else to console him. He felt he had every reason to weep. There was hardly any job he could lay hands on. Even some of his friends who are agile could not get any. Pa Joe continued his lamentations. He wondered why his boss referred to him as another friendly enemy. He accepted the fact that his boss cannot trust him anymore, this being because of his knowledge of his boss's secret. They could easily have brokered a deal. Even he could have gone as far as taking an oath, though that goes contrary to his Christian faith. Bala nodded comprehensively as Pajo kept ranting on in sheer frustration. He related the entire account of his sack to Bala. Later, the young man lost interest, but simply gave him a sympathetic listening ear. He continued checking at his wristwatch. He knew his father would be interested in the account, but he could not discuss it with him just yet. He would disclose this to him when he is back on his feet, and by a quirk of fate, he had come to realize that their arch-enemy was in his sickbed in Livingstone. It was only a wall separating the two men. His consolation was that the men were ignorant of this, and the person who could have concealed this strange scenario was the one who spilled the beans. Bala smirked, relieved that Pajo was no longer in the service of Noble Alaji. At least his father was safe, he thought. Pajo spoke in a low tone as they walked out of the reception. I am now ready to join force with the youth of Apata. Now I have seen the light. We can no longer run away from the truth. Together we will fight this man. I am sure that man is a bastard. It is just that his mother is late and may not be able to confirm this. He even vowed to deny me the salary for this month. Today is 20-something, you know. Is that good? Is that not wickedness? They walked shoulder to shoulder out of the compound of Livingstone Hospital. Their individual thoughts were far apart. Bala's mind wanders off. He silently prayed to get a blood donor. He could not afford the option of the blood bank. Some of his friends can do this in exchange for money, but convincing them to do this for free was a different ball game entirely. Pajo kept on nagging. He was more particular about the feeding of his family. He might just return to farming, he painfully declared. Chapter 19. At the palace of the Baale of Ori Akpata, Some chiefs went round inspecting the ongoing rehabilitation works. Brightly colored petals of bright Barbados beautified the fence of the compound. The radiant flowers had survived the invasion. Some plastering works were done. Also, burnt roofing sheets were replaced. Overlapping roof asbestos took their place. The drain pipes had been replaced and new security lights fixed. Chief Jokodola paid close attention to the sliding window. He nodded in contentment. The tinted window panes met his specifications. This made the building wear a modern look. He thought it was definitely what he wanted for an abode. Even when other chiefs went to their seats under a fruit tree, he continued his examination. He called one of the workers. "Please, my son, tell engineer to hasten the works here. Tell him not to worry about his balance. The traders and farmers have started paying their levies. Tell him to go ahead with the painting and the inner works." "No problem, Chief. I will tell him. But you can still wait a little so that you can see him yourself. We are not leaving yet. I hope he didn't go far." "No, Chief." "Okay. Let me join the others. I pray he comes soon." "Yes, Chief." A middle-aged man having on a gray face cap replied. Chief Jokodola got a white plastic chair. "Hope no problem?" Chief Araba asked him. "No, I am just trying to make sure everything is okay. You know how these workers are. They need someone to continue to give them a gentle push. The major works are internal." "Haven't they cleared up the room?" Chief Araba asked. "They have." "Then leave them to take their time. This is not something they can rush and do. This place does not belong to one person. It is the property of the entire people of Uriapata," Chief Araba added. "I am happy you said that. It is even good that we decided to do this ourselves instead of waiting for Alhaji. No single gain have we gotten from him so far." Chief Jokodola said. "You are very right. We can't continue to wait for him. We have to start deliberating on who becomes our Baale. Haba, we should not wait for things to turn upside down before we begin to think." Chief Rufus added. The other 5 chiefs nodded. "We can meet the priests at once and tell them that we have reached conclusion. I know our people won't object to it." "You are right, Chief Jokodola. This place is almost ready to welcome a new Baale. We must act fast. We can't go on like this any longer," Chief Daramola declared. Chief Jokodola cleared his throat. He had paid close attention to all of them. He was confident he had won them over. He could now express his innermost desire. "I think I will personally meet with the priests to discuss this with them. I will try my best to convince them. I will tell them about the urgency of the matter at hand. It's time we begin to address someone among us as Baale. At least we have been patient for so long. I am sure the Baales of the other kingdoms would be surprised that we have delayed so much." "Oh, yes, we have," Chief Badebo snapped. "That man thinks we can't do anything without him." Chief Jokodola continued talking. He made a virulent attack on the personality of the chairperson of Apata local government area. He stopped at intervals to allow others contribute. He did this knowing that the men with him were highly volatile. They could swallow each word they uttered when confronted with Noble Alhaji's brown envelope. Money can also earn him their unflinching loyalty. He knew for sure his could not match that of the chairman, but he could count on the chairman's shortcomings to win their support. He had made some money from the deal that saw Noble Alhaji's twins kidnapped. That was a strategy he adopted to fulfill his hidden agenda. He felt this would distract the chairman and at the same time earn him some money. And he had gotten the money he would be spending to secure the royal throne. The men were still discussing when a Toyota Hiace van drove into the compound. It has a Pata local government area printed on it. This made the men startled, rising to their feet. 4 men walked up to them. 2 had on the all-black police uniform. Others were on mufti. "Good morning, sirs," one of the men in muftis greeted. It was reported that the renovation works going on in this place have not been approved by the local government council. We have been ordered to put a stop to the ongoing works. So please allow us to do our job. The man turned to face his cohort. "Go in, officers. Drive them all out." "What sort of thing is this?" Chief Badebo questioned. "We shall keep an eye on this place daily, sir. I will advise you not to do anything behind us." "What is he saying?" Chief Jokodola asked, facing his colleagues. "What are you saying?" Chief Alaba retorted. See, he said, pointing at the men on uniform some distance away. The men were trying to lock the entrance door of the royal house. They had dispersed the workers. "Come over, officers," the tall man who led the group called out. "So, chiefs, we must lead you out now with due respect. Sirs, please follow me. Follow me immediately," he ordered. The chiefs were looking frightened and didn't want to be humiliated like the workers. They hurried behind him to depart, but Chief Jokodola would not budge. He stood still as though roots had suddenly grown from the sealed note of a branch of the tree, whose branches were not so low in the first place. He felt highly disappointed in his cohort. He stared at the police officers disdainfully. The officers who had locked up the royal house walked up to him. "Sir, move now. Come and carry me, as if I am standing on your mother's grave. You won't leave, Abi? Wait, let me tell my boss." One of the officers ran off to meet the tall man on mufti, who was standing beside the white van. The chiefs were with him. The officer in uniform whispered into his ears, "Is that Joko? Something Joko? Jokodola, Haba, you must pronounce the name of a chief with respect. Are you not one of us?" Chief Alaba retorted. "Please, chiefs, you can leave now. I am working based on the order I was given. I didn't mean to disrespect anybody. I'm only doing my job. But consider using common sense while at work." Chief Alaba added. "Leave," he snapped. The chiefs looked at each other's face, then walked off. "Bring him," he ordered, facing the officer on uniform. The man sped off immediately. He whispered into the ear of his colleague standing with Chief Jokodola. Before other chiefs could inquire what the problem was, they bundled Chief Jokodola into their van. Then the van zoomed off. The puzzled old chiefs ran after the van helplessly. Noble Alhaji pretended not to have noticed Honorable Alebiosu walk into his office. He could have barred him from gaining access to him, but he felt he had to act shrewdly. He decided to finesse the visit. He feigned to be discussing over the phone. He avoided staring at his visitor. It dawned on Honorable Alebiosu that he was now an emeritus honorable. He pondered on what he could have done to deserve being treated with disdain. He tapped his right leg on the floor impatiently. Also, he gently tapped the desk with his right hand. Still, Noble Alhaji didn't look in his direction. His mind drifted to the past. Then Noble Alhaji would visit him in this place. standing like he did, and wait to be told to take his seat. He recollected how Noble Alhaji would sit up with both hands on the desk to address him. His vexation was heightened as Noble Alhaji continued conversing loudly. Thought of leaving at once to forestall further embarrassment, but on hearing him mention DPO, he changed his mind. Unknown to him that Noble Alhaji had terminated the call as he turned the doorknob. It was security issues that Noble Alhaji feigned to be discussing about. Honorable Alebiosu took his seat. He shuddered with the thought that Noble Alhaji was sitting where he used to. Sorry for that, my able predecessor. He rose to his feet, extending his hand to Honorable Alebiosu. A man should not joke with his work, you know. Sorry for the delay. Honorable Alebiosu reluctantly shook hands with him. Hope you are not angered in any way. Honorable Alebiosu looked away. His stray eyes fell on the portrait on the wall. It was on this same spot his portrait had occupied for years, and he never for once thought that it would be removed without his permission. Okay, I'm really sorry. Are you accepting my apology, ex-chairman? So, I have now become someone you will welcome coldly. I have even become ex-chairman. You said, I have been standing since and you couldn't even tell me to sit. Is the person you are discussing with on the phone more important than I am? Please come again. Maybe you need a paramedic to check your ear. I can be of help, you know. Abba, why now? Noble Alhaji said in benign amusement. You know you are my good friend. I said I am sorry. I'm truly sorry. All right. Please don't be annoyed, ex-chairman. So I have become someone you will be making jest of in this office. After I broke all existing protocols and rules, all because of you. Is this how you will repay me for the kindness? Or do you think you are here by your making? If you gave a hen egg to eat, will it reject simply because she laid it in the first place? Of course not. Fried or boiled, it will eat it. My people helped me to get to where I am today. Don't think you single-handedly did it. I will advise you not to allow the noise of your cat to disturb the house owner. What will you do when the house owner turns his back on you? Or when seeing you make his mouth water? The rats you see today, you may see no more. What if it is a wild cat, Alebiosu? Very good. We are making progress. Good. We are making real progress. So I have become Alebiosu. That is simply honorable. No Mr. No chairman. Simply Alebiosu. Now I understand. But listen, you may be wondering why this month's allocation is not forthcoming. Don't even think of it. Forget about it, I tell you. I will show you how powerful I am in this state. It is what I say that the governor will do. I won't have the money, but you won't have it too. Honorable Alebiosu snarled. I thought as much. Eniyan to MB Nidi Oroni Orofi Nke. I know. So you are the one who turned the peaceful masquerade to a rascal. Noble Alhaji said hoarsely. But will you also block my internally generated revenue? Will you stop me from taking rates or rents? I won't feel it, but your people will, and I will tell them to direct their daily courses and Holy Ghost fire prayers at your doorstep. You have a great problem. In fact, I doubt if you can ever get over it after all the promise you made. Stop! I said stop! Noble Alhaji snapped, slamming his two palms on his desk. Is your sister not part of the promise? Haven't I fulfilled my pledge? I'm worse for it. Now I am sailing in a ship with someone. I never, in fact, if it weren't for you, she would have been forgotten in this local government house. I know the right steps to take and the right people to meet, but you don't see anything good in my efforts. Are you talking about your vice whom you hardly see face to face? Well, let's just say that I'm only following what the Bible said. You know, by not allowing my left hand know what my right hand is doing. And when did you repent? Mind you, I am not asking when you became a Christian convert. Honorable Alebiosu said scornfully. Maybe both of us have to answer the question. Noble Alaji replied candidly. He felt this man was lacking in moral sense and his condemning him was unjustifiable. Chairman, 1 promise out of 5. What should the mark be? What should the remark be other than fail? But I'm not yet settled down fully. Very good excuse, though a silly one. If you are not counting the days you have spent in office, many people out there are doing the counting. I am too. Do you think there is anything like life chairman in local government administration? I should be asking you, Noble Alaji retorted. That is the problem I have with you and your sister. I once thought you people wished me well. I felt I could trust you. Now I know better. Don't blame the horse for being wicked. Blame man. But why are you so full of yourself? Were you not the one that chose to make a fool of yourself? Noble Alaji banged his fist on the desk, flying into one of his furies. How is that, if I may ask? Am I the one begging for contract? Am I the one seeking refund of the money spent for my sister's campaigns? Or am I the one who wished my friends were dead? Why not let me die before you bury me? Go ahead, Chairman, Oga Pata Pata, continue shouting at me. No problem. I have become your bum boy. If only I had not stood up for you to sit. I am the one to blame. I allowed you, my loyal royal dog, to feed from my special plate. You are right, Honorable Alebiosu. I was a loyal royal dog, but not without a reason. I felt I had a loving master. I didn't know my master is an hypocrite. Just because I didn't respond to the messages you sent, you came after my children. You began witch hunting your friend. Now, deny you don't know anything about the letter I got from Trouble. Deny it. What sort of rubbish are you telling me? Because your sister can no longer act as chairman while I'm alive, you want to frustrate me. But I have a message for you. A reminder, Honorable Alebiosu, you have failed. Yes, you have failed. Your sister has also failed. So you think you have made it to heaven. You want to begin to misbehave? Noble Alaji shrugged. Honorable Alebiosu pointed at his face with an outstretched hand. Noble Alaji dodged his hand. He thought it was a blow coming from the heavily built man who seemed like a bull in front of him. See, coward, I will supervise your crash landing from heaven to hell if you don't take time. You will fall just the way Lucifer, your father, did. Lucifer, our father, you mean? Noble Alaji smirked. I have said it before, but let me repeat myself. You have failed. Tell your friends. It's important they know. You want me dead, but I have resurrected. I pity you. Your continuous stubbornness will only force you to eat your favorite food in a dirty dish. Be informed. Honorable Alebiosu rose, storming out of the office. Noble Alhaji picked a file from the office desk. He flipped through its contents. When he could not concentrate, he flung it away. Another bad day, he thought. He wondered why people did not care to study him properly before jumping to conclusions. They simply don't understand the way it feels. He knows his people have high expectations. He didn't want to start thinking about that all over again. He picked his car key and rose to leave. He felt a deep pain grip his right thigh as he did. He had defied the doctor's warning to stay away from work for some days. This would mean losing it all. He knows he is yet to fully take charge of affairs in Apata local government area. If only he could still have his 3 years tenure intact. He shrugged off the thought. At least he can still stand to be re-elected, he concluded. He felt his thigh with both hands. He winced as he walked out of his office with a slight limp. Chapter 20. Pajo sat with his chin in his hands. He had just noticed that the center table in Noble Alaji's sitting room was missing. But what could have necessitated its transfer? At least, he had entered with Caro, who had just returned from her trip. He shrugged off the thought. The young gatekeeper had denied him entry, and it took Caro's intervention before he could be allowed in. He didn't bear any grudge against the gatekeeper. The young man was like a son. The young man was like a son to him. He knew he was acting on his boss's instructions. He felt timid when his eyes and those of Caro met. She sat with her legs stretched out on the settee as she applied nail polish on her fingernails. He had come to seek for forgiveness from Noble Alhaji. He knew he didn't stand a chance, but decided to give it a try. He wanted to be told categorically the reason for his sack. He was afraid that the visit might not yield any positive result. He glanced up only to see Caro admiring her long nails. He thought of informing her about his sack, but he didn't know how to present it. An opportunity came when Caro nonchalantly asked him what the problem was. Have you not been paid or what? Even, won't you go and bring him home? Or is it because he is owing you? No, my daughter. It is more serious than that. He has fired me. My children will starve. My wife too. Please, my daughter, help me beg him. I don't know what I did wrong. I didn't offend him. Beg him to have pity on me. Caro howled with laughter. Pajo's mouth was ajar in astonishment. It is pity. You are looking for Miss Pity. Did you have pity on me when you were taking him from one concubine's house to another? Now you are talking about pity. As if I care. You have been picking ladies for him behind me. Are you not his love letter boy? When the going was good, jolly and merry, did you think about me? Caro sat behind, up to do her pedicure. It is even good that he sacked you. It is those bitches I will go after now. That Alaji, very good. You came at the right time. Noble Alaji limped into the sitting room. He sank down into the couch closest to the door in exhaustion. When did you return? He asked, turning to Caro. She had risen to her feet and went to stand in his front. I demand to know what happened the last time. Oh God, what is it this time, Caro? I only told my secretary to bring food for me, that's all. And you fled up as if, I don't believe you. I can never. Hope you have not wasted your money on taking her to the hospital for treatment. I'm still on the lookout for her. And for you, I would deal with you ruthlessly. All I need to find out is where you took her. Whether it is in Apata or elsewhere, I will find out. Noble Alaji jumped to his feet with a jerk. He had just noticed that Pajo was right there with them. He had noticed the way he paid close attention to their discussions. He saw Pajo's eyes stare at him accusingly. It was difficult to gainsay that he didn't comprehend it all. Pajo rose to his feet. Good afternoon, Chairman. What are you doing here? Can I help you? Please now, Chairman, please. I beg you. Have pity on me before I close my eyes and open it. I'm warning you. I said before I close. You heard him, didn't you? What are you waiting for? Caro added. Pajo, looking apologetic, strode towards the door. Please shut the door properly behind you, Caro bellowed. This infuriated the old man, who left the door half closed. Noble Alhaji flung himself back into his seat. Caro hissed, glaring at Noble Alhaji. The wine lipstick she had on made her mouth appear like a flat onion bulb as she did. Noble Alhaji's head was bowed and his eyelids shut. And why did you sack him? She questioned, but got no response. She hissed one more, this time louder. Noble Alhaji was perspiring, notwithstanding the cool breeze coming from the air conditioners. He rose to his feet. Caro was still standing in front of him. She has changed a lot, he thought. You don't understand, he said in a low voice. He said in a low voice tirade as he walked out. Noble Alhaji left the police station, returning to his car. He had just met with Chief Jokodola. He tried convincing him in vain that there was no need having a new baale. He even promised to compensate him if the royal throne could be left vacant. But Chief Jokodola stubbornly objected. This forced Noble Alhaji to meet with the DPO. Just continue to keep him as an hostage. I know with time he will come back to his senses, he instructed. He turned on the car's ignition, but was indecisive where to head to. It was dark already. He drove out, seeing a man holding his son's hand tight as they crossed in front of his car, made him remember his own children. He thought about his wives. He had been sending money to them regularly. Maybe it was time he checked on them, he thought. He turned into a street and sped off. The apartment Pajo had assisted in securing for his family was a stone throw away. The rightful owner of the house had refused to sell it at first. He complained that the amount he was offered was too small. This was when Pajo came in, and he successfully convinced his boss to increase the amount he was offering. Fear gripped Noble Alhaji as he drove through the dark, silent streets. He dislikes driving at night. He had not made arrangements to get a replacement for Pajo yet. The last time he used this route was before his election as chairman. On entering Galloway Street, he slowed down. All the houses on the street had tall gates, and the electric bulbs from these houses brightened the street. He parked in front of a gate. He could hardly see the outline of the gate through the mist. He made the house the odd one out of those on the street. He sounded the horn of his car, hoping that someone would come to open the gate. When he got tired of doing this, he locked his car and went in. He slipped through the unlocked gate and got totally soaked in darkness. He turned on the torch of his phone as he strode down to the bungalow. He was about knocking on the door when the squawking sound of a bird made him jerk. The light from his torch roamed in the dark before it rested on a parrot inside a cage. He wondered which of his wives had love for birds. The door of the house opened with a squeak. A torch was flashed in his face. "It's Alhaji," a soft voice announced. "Stop lying, or are you still dozing? Maybe the bird didn't see anybody get in," a voice retorted. Noble Alhaji collected the torch from his little girl and carried her inside. The place was illuminated by some lighted candles. His wife glared at him as though they were trying hard to recollect the face. He took his seat, quietly staring back at them. He wanted to greet them, but he decided to act in a characteristic shrewdness. "I am still the man of this house. Why are you all staring at me like that? What is the matter? Abi, I shit for body? He said, feigning a frown. He first looked in the direction of his first wife, who laid on a settee. Then he turned to face the other two. Two other women sat on a rock beside the settee Agbeni laid on. It's a lie. My eyes have seen something, but he was not like this before. Alhaji was never like this when I married him. In fact, I would not have, Agbeni said breathlessly. Don't force yourself to talk. Please, Madam Agbeni, at least for the sake of your daughter, one of the women beside her said. What is happening? Is this a proper manner of welcoming your visiting husband? Hear yourself, Alhaji. So you are here on a visit, visiting your family, isn't it? And after how many months? Or you think your wives are logs of wood? Iyawo said. Women, will you be quiet? When did you start talking back at me? An unnerving silence filled the room. Abba, Iyawo, don't pour out your anger in such manner. He is still the man of this house, notwithstanding anything at all. He paid your dowry, didn't he? Please, come over here and apologize, an old woman said. Our custom does not permit that. Be a good woman. Come and apologize. Iyawo rose to her feet. I'm sorry, she said faintly, then barged into the room. Don't be annoyed, Chairman. Please forgive her.
You know she is only a sissy, the old woman added. Noble Alhaji nodded. Caro also fell under the categories of person addressed as sissy. He thought, this Yoruba term means lady. He wished he didn't have any of them in his life at this moment in time. Iya Ibeji moved closer to sit on the arms of the couch where her husband sat. Don't be angry with us. We know you have been sending money, but it is not enough. We have spent so much money buying drugs for senior wife. We send you a message, but you did not come to see us, she said. And when did I become a medical doctor or a physician? Don't you know the way to the hospital? Don't you know that I'm now the husband of all the women in Apata? But there is no money. For some days now we have been living from hand to mouth. Yet people believe we are wives of the honorable chairman. What are you then if not the wives of the chairman? Are they wrong to think that way, or what are you driving at? I kept reminding them that I am a concubine of the chairman, and that our honorable chairman only has one wife, who is his first lady. I promised myself that I wouldn't think too much about it so that I wouldn't fall sick like the senior wife. Enough. I am tired of this. I thought I could get some sleep here. He lamented in a deep, sober tone. Yabeji fell on her knees. Deep inside him, he felt relieved that he could still command some respect here. He felt pleased with the women. He bent and felt his right height. The pain had not gone. Let's take her down to Livingstone. Noble Alhaji rose to his feet. Dizziness seized him as he did. He looked around as though searching for something. Where are my twins? They have gone to bed, their mother replied. Okay, please bring her outside, let's go. God will bless you, Alhaji. Madam Abeni, be strong. Help has finally come. Iya Ibeji came and assist us. The old woman said, I told you that the parrot has good luck. See now. You see? she added, facing Iya Ibeji. And maybe it's bringing good luck for them led to his finding himself in his predicament. Noble Alaji wanted to add this, but he simply sighed. Noble Alaji stayed at the balcony waiting for the women. He felt his aching stomach complete with his height. He yawned, gazing up at the skies. He felt shocked at the sight. He was fond of counting stars at night during his childhood days. He would gladly point at the brightest lying claim to it before another child did. It is the belief among his people that each child has a star controlling her destiny. So he would keep watch every night, admiring the beautiful heavenly bodies. Then he would call the attention of his friends to it. Now there was not a single one up there. How absurd, he thought. Chapter 21. Bala succeeded in convincing the doctor in charge of the ward where his father was admitted to proceed with treatment, though he had not paid the hospital bills. However, he opened up to Bala that he is doing his means. This job was at stake, and he threatened to discontinue medical attention if Bala failed to pay up. Bala tried getting a blood donor but failed. He had inquired from his friends whether their blood group tallied with that of his father. Those whose blood group did decline to make free donation. A friend even told him to his face that his own blood is for sale, not for charity. Even his friend, who did this as a somewhat part-time job, could not come to his aid. They found it hard to believe that he was broke. His boss at his place of work granted him some money salary in advance. He got to the hospital early in the morning to make payment. He had slept very little during the night. His sleeplessness was becoming a regular thing since his father fell ill. His those grace announced this to those who cared to look at his face. Only the few workers who are on night duty moved around. He sat on the reception watching the hand of the clock. He wanted his father to have woken before going in to check on him. There were 4 other men in the ward with him. Bala had begun to doze off when he caught sight of a figure standing in front of him. He noticed that the reflection of light from the fluorescent had faded. He rubbed his palm on his face only to see a lady dressed in white gown in front of him. He was trying to regain his senses when he heard a seraphic voice say, "Don't tell me you have forgotten Angel already." "Angel, am I dead?" he asked, feeling startled. He stared at the lady who appeared to possess mythic beauty. "Oh, Angelina," Bala exclaimed. The two were locked in a warm embrace. The lady is of average height with chocolate complexion. "I knew I would always recognize you anytime our paths cross. It's been a while. How are you doing?" "Look at you," the lady spoke with a tiny voice. "Look at you too. But for your voice anyway." Bala made reference to their senior secondary school days. Then the highly intelligent lady was the class prefect, while Bala was the assistant class prefect. Their classmates were fond of making jests of her because of her voice. Most times she relied on Bala. He used his imposing physique to compel erring students to do her bidding. But it was not chiefly his physique that distinguished him. Rather, his charisma did. "You have maintained another thing though. And what's that?" "You have the same head on your neck, but on a different body entirely. You are now a woman and you are so much taller." I hear you," Angelina said, chuckling. Bala, you have become really popular. You know what I mean. Is that so? You are a nurse here, I believe. Yes, dear, I work here, Angelina replied, and her face glowed with fulfillment. Let's wonder your face is shining, and your entire skin too. And yours is not bad. In fact, your own face is doing better. Your pictures are everywhere. Martin Luther of Apata. I boasted of you to my friends, telling them that you were my boy back in secondary school. Is that so? That sounds interesting. Up ARP. Angelina pulled Bala by the hand as she got seated. Don't get demoralized. Your time will definitely come. I strongly have that belief. Wait for the right time. Thank you. So, what are you doing in Livingstone's? I came to, he stammered. He obviously was not used to telling lies. He didn't want to open up at first. Actually, my dad is sick. The doctor said he needs some blood and some drugs. And blood here is not cheap, especially considering the just concluded election. But I plan to settle that today. Have you made arrangements to get it from the blood bank? It's not that, it's the cost. Okay, I can help you talk to someone at the blood bank so that you can get some discounts. I have a close friend there who helps to be an ardent supporter of your party. I am sure she will love to assist. Oh, I will really appreciate it. Just hold on for a minute. Let me quickly drop my bag and change this, Angelina said, pointing to the flip-flop she had on. Then she hurried up. Noble Alaji sat feeling relaxed on one of the leather-top wooden chairs in Abogon's shrine. He had noticed the transformation. Only a first-time visitor would fail to appreciate the changes. Abogon's shrine was wearing a new look. Beautiful calabashes were used in decorating the walls. Even the large metal pot in the shrine had been painted red. This was also the color of the rug in the shrine. The inner chamber was not left out. Abogon had begun a transistor and a spring mattress. Abogon sat opposite him. He was wearing a Guinea buba and shokoto. It is one of the many Noble Alaji gave him. Well done, Chairman. Yes, thank you, Abogon. How are your wives? They are there. And your children? Fine. How is work? Well, we are trying. And your health? Alhamdulillah. What? Sorry for that. I was only thanking God in another language. Please remember where you are. The job you did here is commendable. Thank you, Chairman. It is because of people like you that I went this far. What will I be doing with carpets in my life? But I want you to always feel at home anytime you are here. That is thoughtful of you. This is your house. Feel free to come in anytime you like. Then for the dream you complain about, it is a serious case. For the leg, don't worry about that. It will heal by itself. You just have to be careful. It is your enemy at work. I know they are the very ones. The future is bright, but you must learn to overlook a lot of things and control your anger. Noble Alaji tread gently. That is if my legs would allow me to walk majestically. That is not what I mean. Listen to me very well. You must be careful with those you can call your enemies. You mean I should not deal with them? That's not possible. Noble Alaji learned to take one step at a time. Move slowly. My height dedicates my pace these days. This injury has restricted my movement already. See how swollen it is. Noble Alaji pulled up his right trouser again. The doctor said I should sit at home, but I can't. I would have started suspecting that there is an hidden agenda for his insistence, only that I have known him for some time now. How can I stay at home when there is a lot of work waiting for me in the office, and my vice is not even ready to help at all? In fact, I don't think I need help. I need her help. I will deal with her at the appropriate time. Take things easy, Alaji, the brave son of Abakin. You are right now, the foundation of Apata. All I want you to do is to take things easy, slow and steady. I don't like the slow aspect. Time is not by my time is not my friend. Thank you for the advice all the same. In fact, I'm really impressed with what I am seeing in this place. You have turned this place to an American shrine. In fact, maybe it is time we start considering using this place as a tourist center. We can beautify everywhere around here. I know white, black, red, yellow people from around the world will love to take pictures of the rock. And they will always also be coming to the shrine to see how we offer sacrifices. Abogon chipped in. Of course. And there will be a big signboard outside announcing to everyone, welcome to Internal Shrine of the Abogon. Or what do you think? No, I think we can simply name it Noble Alaji Trado Medical Health Center. Then we can give you the title of doctor, so you can be addressed as Dr. Abogon. Doctor at last. Oh, that would be great. A big name for a big place. And I will be training doctors in this place. Why not? This place will be a government-approved institution of learning. You are the true son of Abakin. Abagon beamed with smile. Ogunbiye, his son, will have his dream come true. He thought. This was a delight to him. His decision not to send him to school would be justified after all. The boy would achieve his goal in life by becoming a doctor and will still be useful to him in the shrine. Everyone passing through his institution would be referred to as doctor, and then they will be placed on the same pedestal and those graduating from ultra-modern teaching hospital, he thought. Noble Alaji, I will be grateful if you do that. It is time we start uplifting the practice of our forefathers. Noted. Please don't allow the noise of those people to disturb you. They even dare not disturb me. They think it's by luck that I became ballet and chairman. I have paid my dues. I will show all of them pepper when I recover. But remember to tread softly. I can see that your cheeks are rebelling against poverty. It is because I have a nice chairman. I don't know why some of our people are complaining that chairman is not doing anything. So their noise have reached here. Yes, it's everywhere, and I take my time to show them around this place. The first question I ask is that didn't they notice my shiny roof as they were coming? Then I asked them whether they didn't step on a leopard as they entered the shrine. Which one is leopard again? The mask you bought. Noble Alaji giggled. It is just like a live leopard. I love it so much. You know, I used to be a hunter then. I do go into the thick forest. I am talking of thick forest that some animal dread. Already, I guess it's time I leave for the office. No problem, but remember what I told you. You have done well. For once, someone appreciate my effort. My enemies can continue disturbing till I recover fully. Noble Alaji rose to his feet. Do you still visit the hospital? Yes, I will be there tomorrow. Okay. That is if I have chance. Tell your doctor that his senior sends greeting. I will do that. I hope his legs heal fast. It will, Chairman, yes. Abogon felt disappointed watching Noble Alaji lift. He was expecting a brown envelope. Notwithstanding this, he has a strong conviction that the man is nice. Chapter 22. Dada and his son sat watching television at the reception of the Livingstone Hospital. He had begun to recuperate, and he got bored of staying indoor all day. He decided to go for a walk. He was engrossed in the discussion with his son when a man put on white agbada limped in. Taking his seat opposite them, Noble Alaji was returning from the doctor's office. He felt his right height itch. It had been spread with solution whose scent made him feel like purging. The pain in his leg had subsided, but he was still feeling feverish. He has 2 days left to complete taking the prescribed injection. That is what they kept doing every day, passing one funny bills to the other. But do you have any impact at the grassroots? Dada said, commenting on the news headline. That reminds me, what of the hospital bill? How do we get the money? I don't know for now. If we recover in time, then we won't have to pay so much. You are right. Maybe I should sell the half plot of land I inherited from my father to the oil field. They have their pipeline around the place already. No one will want to buy the line. At that price they are offering, it would amount to giving them the land for free. I know, but what can one do? The land is useless already. I can't farm and can't even build on it. But Bami is cheating. But no, Bami, it is cheating. It is because they know that you don't have a choice. Let them keep their money. We will never sell any of your property. Don't worry. God will make a way. These nurses are treating me as if I'm an egg. I know we are sinking deep in debt, but their smile will make me someone forget, Dada said. Yes, but I think the nurses are behaving that way because some of them are my friends. The most important is for you to get well. Health is wealth. Just be strong. I don't want us to leave this place and then have to break at home. Have you taken your drugs today? Bala asked. He noticed that his father had stopped paying attention. His gaze was not turned in the direction of the flat-screen television set. He glared in a straight direction endlessly. He was stiff as if having a countdown like a bomb, about to explode. He tactically bent like a frog set to jump. Noble Alaji stifled yawn, raising to his feet. Before he could take a step, Dada charged at him, pushing him down. He gave Noble Alaji a terrible whack on the tummy. Noble Alaji gave him a shriek to terror. He made a spluttering sound on the marble floor, fighting hard to squeam out of his grip. As Bala and some other who had rushed to the scene pulled Dada, he still clucked to his feet. Noble Alaji felt like a wall gecko whose tail was trapped by a shooter. He shuffled to his seat as they were separated. He coughed in exasperation. I know about the murderer. I know about the man who you killed in your bedroom. I have caught you. Dada said, bursting into tears like a baby proceeding in a living state from the body of its mother. He was no longer to break free. 2 men and Bala were still holding him. He allowed the tears to flow without hindrance. At the point, he didn't even notice Bala's red eyes ball. Bala shook his head at his father's outburst. Maybe he shouldn't have told him all Pajo revealed to him, but he didn't remember ever mentioning whether the person possibly murdered was a male or a female. Notwithstanding, guilt made Noble Alaji hear Dada mention woman. Dada unlocked the hair duct he had sealed without burying his wife and daughter. the stale tears he preserved for months, and the tears he held back waking each morning of the election period, hearing no one greet him and having no one to greet him. All this made his eyes turn to the edge of a sea and his ears to the unremitting waterfall. He let go of the tears that made him weary, even to the extent of scourging himself while he worked at his farm. This contributed to his subsequent admission at Livingstone Hospital as he broke down soon after, almost bleeding to death. Though he kept this way from his son. "You took away my Abike, the doctor my family never had. As if that is not enough, Mama Abike too. Alhaji, I'm ready to fight back. It is an eye for an eye. I'll fight you till the end. I won't stay quiet. Ah, Adio, your mosquito has sucked poison this time, and it will suck no more. I have my vengeance. The whole Nigeria will hear, even if I am poor. Should I also live in sorrow? You have turned me into a cook at old age. You have turned me to someone who feeds from the apple tree standing where the apple of his eyes lies. You have made me feed from the land that swallowed the brightest day of my life." Dada pushed as he made hiccups. "For your name, I promise to return to a story in Apata." Noble Alhaji rose to his feet. He quickly strode out of this reception with a little limp. He stopped en route to the exit, turning to face a nurse standing close by. "Call my doctor," he blurred. "Tell him to meet me outside." He was just about going to check on Abeni when he was attacked. He eased, glaring at those who stared at him. He regretted not having the police officer attached to him around. He told them off when he felt the Airwells chairman was using them to pray into his personal affair. Moreso, he felt he is still in the good book of many Apata residents. They could have saved him from the embarrassment, he thought. The attack had come out of the blue. He never for once thought that his enemies would attack him face to face. Nobu Alhaji stood back to back with his black Kyrio. His right hand was placed on the butt of the car, and the other on his hip. This made him appear like someone posing to take a picture. But his frame of mind was the opposite. He seriously thought of what had just happened. He knows it must have been Pajo that leaked the secret. He could easily deal with him, he thought. He only has to reverse his decision to sack him. But Dada, he would not take chances. He must act fast, he concluded. Two familiar persons approached him. "Good afternoon, Chairman." "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I believe you are from the police station." "Yes, Chairman." "How comes you are not in uniform?" "You people just choose to dress as you like." "No, Chairman. We don't want people to think we have come to arrest our chairman." "Well, that's what your present donates most times. You dare not anyway. So what's the problem?" "The DPO said we should quickly come and deliver an urgent message to you. He had been calling, but he said you didn't speak." "I was busy." "So which party are you campaigning for?" "Sir? I mean, what do you have to say? I don't have time for long discussion." "We have been to LG's house." "It's enough," Noble Alhaji interrupted. He turned to face the other police officer who had kept quiet all along. "What message do you have for me?" he asked. "Chief Jakodola is sick." The police officer, having small eyes and long nose, said, "So? Sir, that is why we are here. Have you released him?" "No, sir. I will find time to come over." "Okay." Yes, sir, no problem, sir, the man replied. Good day, sir. Noble Alaji glared at the fat officer having on a navy blue head warmer on his head warmer with the inscription police written in yellow. He had rudely interrupted. Noble Alaji looked away. He knew they were expecting some kickback from him, but he was not even in the right mood. Good day, sir, the man said. Noble Alaji signed, glad the men were off his back. When he noticed a man in long beard approach, he beamed with smile. He unlocked his car and sat in the driver's seat. He pinched his right knee to be sure that blood was still flowing in his leg. He pulled the door handle, opening the door of the front passenger seat for Dr. Shaw. He felt his pocket to confirm that he was ready for the man. He nodded with a smile of satisfaction on his face. Dr. Shaw, as fondly called by his close friends and associates, is a very respected personality in Livingstone Hospital. He has cat eyes and flat cheeks. This made the burly young man appear older than he really is. Shola Emmanuel, by name, is an introvert and the youngest medical doctor at Livingstone Hospital. His intimidating credentials earn him respect among his colleagues, as he is the only doctor in the hospital with an indigene of Ori Apata. But these alone do not account of his popularity. His involvement with Allied who prioritized the hospital also did, and he is the first to reckon with when he comes to shade deal. This earned him the nickname Pana Sharp among the junior staff who had knowledge of this. When it comes to termination of unwanted pregnancy, the third one-year-old man is the first to reckon with. He owns a private clinic where this is carried out, enjoying patronage from young ladies among whom is Caro. On the quiet afternoon, he strode his bread walking about casually. He could have been mistaken for a security guard, if not for the wide overall he held on. The stethoscope hung down his right shoulder and strolled down the compound, only to return to sit at the reception whistling gleefully. He had also visited Dada in his ward early in the day. This is the first time he would be meeting the man. It is much unusual of him, as he is a very reserved man. More so, he is not the doctor in charge of the ward. He has engaged the older man in exercise. This exceedingly gladdened Dada's heart, since his son was not around to keep his company. He had discussed and joked with Dada, revealing useful health living tips to him. Angelina and other nurses had noticed his strange disposition. What is wrong with Panashaft? Or did he win a lottery of late? Angelina whispered into the ear of her friend as she handed a file jack to her. Or is there any news as regards salary increments? I wouldn't know. All I know is that he is not deaf and dumb. You can talk down to him and ask. You can even take your seat beside him, then present your query. Please don't start again, is the reply you should give. Do you want to lie that you have not noticed anything? I'm only concerned. Consign my foot. When did you start caring for a man without my knowledge? As if you have any business you are running together. Of all people, it is our ruddy doctor you are showing concern for. I hear you, but I don't believe you. Except you have started. Except what? Please don't implicate me. I was only saying that. That what? I am only pulling your legs. Are you annoyed? A bit. Sorry, dear, but come to think of it, I know you are a decent girl. Only For what? Let me land now. How will I when you are talking gibberish? Well, that's simply because you have read my mind. What do you mean? Okay, I will tell you. Ever since that young, handsome, tall, what other adjective can I use to qualify him? Bimi, Angela said. Dijebe, Dijebe is a Yoruba term meaning ask me. ARP for life girl. The fair lady having an gel-packed hairstyle said, gently pulling her friend's cheek. In fact, it seems you don't come here to work anymore. All you keep asking every day is, what of Bala? Is he around? Has he come today? Come to think of it, do you think he can have an affair with you? For your information, he already has an Oyibo wife. And for your information, it's only a platonic relationship. Spare me that. Even with the way you stare at him, ignorance is truly a disease. So you don't believe me. I don't. But wait, today's about between our short chairman and your Bala's father would be off the hook, girlfriend. Your father-in-law has received some word of encouragement from Pana Sharp. You mean he went there? Of course. He has been there. Only God knows what he went there to. Yeah, I fear. It just might be for the bout. You are not see the lady stopped chatter with Dr. Shaw approach. The lady stopped their chatter when Dr. Shaw approached. Nurse Agnes, do you know if the man in Ward 23 has had his injection today? Ward 23, the ladies exchanged glances. No, he is not, doctor. And why hasn't he? I believe he will be leaving this place today. Doctor, Agnes replied, but he has not settled his bill. I know, he said his son will soon arrive to take care of that. That should not prevent him from taking the last injection. You can go and tell him to come out to relax. Dr. Shaw said, turning to face Angela. Agnes should get the tray ready and transfer to his ward. His son should be there any time from now. Angela walked off without uttering a word. She was confused. She could not understand why Dr. Shaw was paying Bala's father so much attention. At least the man was not an influential personality in Apata. When did Dr. Shaw began to care this much for poor patients? Her raised shoulder had dropped as she strode down the hallway, looking paralyzed. Her sinister thought could not comprehend what Dr. Shaw's motive could be. She was startled as two hands clutched her shoulder. Dr. Shaw was just returning to have his seat when he looked up and caught sight of Noble Alaji. He rushed back to meet Agnes. Be fast, call your friend back. Tell her not to call the man anymore. Alaji is here. Please hurry. Agnes rushed off. Angel, Agnes called out, running after her friend. When she closed in on her, she grabbed her shoulder. Oh yes, you scared me, Angela retorted. Why are you scared? Well, never mind. You are so much interested in this film, only that Dr. Shaw has just cut out an exciting scene. He said you should not bother calling him anymore. He is already there. Bala is already here. Hear yourself. Later you will say it is a platonic. Your stigma is eyeing this. His stigma is eyeing his ender, and you are prone to white pollination. Abeg, I know you studied botany, but don't think you can intimidate me with that. Since you don't believe me, then forget it. Alhaji didn't bring his gloves. I pity his ailing wife. He really needs something to prepare himself. I will be the referee this time around. Very funny, Angela retorted as she hurriedly returned. Don't worry, your father-in-law is stronger. Good afternoon, Chairman. Hope you're feeling better. I don't expect you to be here by this time, Dr. Shaw said, shaking his hand with Noble Alhaji. It is only the living that are hardworking. There are no doctors across the bridge. Neither is there, Chairman. You are very right. All the work ends here. I don't intend crossing yet. I took a brave walk today and to have some rest at home. I want to perfectly recover and forget that I ever had a bad leg. Surprisingly, I felt much better. I think Dr. Williams was right. You know, I also told you. I think you are right. My work is worsening the condition of my leg. The nurse will arrange for your drugs. Leave drugs for now. First thing first. What about more important things? Noble Alhaji posed, hoping Dr. Shaw would come in. I mean, what we discussed. Don't tell me you have forgotten already. At least, I inform you about the importance. Dr. Shaw looked around. Everything is going smoothly in the medical world. Technology is doing all the wonders. All is well. You know what I mean, he said, wrinkling conspiratorially at Noble Alhaji. All is under control. Let's keep our finger crossed. Oh, Noble Alhaji nodded with weary amusement. We are making progress. Perfection is the watchword of the 21st century doctors. You know, the sanctity of the profession must be prepared. Sanctity, you said? Oh, let's just say dignity. Dignity? What of that? Well, dignity of labor. Work is work. Perfection matters though, Noble Alhaji nodded. But one has to be careful with the way one talks around here. And one's wife, Noble Alhaji asked. You can wait till some other time. It is even good. I don't want anybody to yank out my leg, Noble Alhaji said thoughtfully. But it's better not to yank the coat, Dr. Shaw said as he returned to look around. Oh, Noble Alhaji exclaimed, realizing he had stopped speaking in the unusual manner the cunning doctor had introduced. They both understood each other, though no other person a dropping can understand. You have your seat, Chairman. When the nurses are through, they will call on you. Noble Alhaji quietly went to take a seat. He took his time studying the facial expression of those around him. He knows he has to desperately avoid a face-off with Dada. He watched the two gentlemen from the police station approach him. This was when he remembered that he had failed to keep his promise of going to see their boss. Good afternoon, Chairman, the man chorused. I'm not having a good afternoon. Seeing your face has spoiled my day. Chairman, how? At least you are wearing our uniform. Is that so? Is that what I'm complaining about? Beginning to suspect both of you. Why? The third officer questioned. Look at how this one is talking to me. I'm sorry, Chairman. Please forgive me. What is the problem this time that you have kept me on your radar? Can't even have any breathing space. Sorry, Chairman. We have been to your office. This man again. If you have surplus energy, at least that is visible. Consider me also. Noble Alaji said, tapping at the wristwatch on his left hand. I'm sorry, Chairman. Please forgive me. We came because of Chief Jokodola. What? Did Ori Apata chief storm your place today? No, Chairman. I don't even understand this chief anymore. They come to threaten my noble personality. They think that they will make a difference. Chairman, the problem is that the old man is very sick. And so? He is the only person who is he the only person who is sick in Apata? If I am healthy, will I be here? Noble Alaji retorted. Why are you quiet? Are both of you sick? Chairman, I am sorry. We have released him. I'm sorry, I mean Oga has released him. You dare not. In fact, I'm forced to believe that both of you are sick in the head. You are just in the wrong hospital, else I would have called the doctor's attention. He snorted, and the gentleman exasperatedly. He tapped his feet on the floor, shaking his head. You disobeyed me. Sorry, Chairman. That was not what our Oga wanted to tell you the last time. That was what our Oga wanted to tell you the last time. And did you release him? Yesterday, sir. And when did you release him? Yesterday, sir. I thought you said that the chief did not come to your place. Yes, sir. They did not come. Still, you let him go. I see. Noble Alaji bowed his head, staring at the marble floor. He could feel his heart circulating the fear of defeat with each heartbeat. Oripachi would think that their threat had paid off. They would begin to plot his dethronement, he thought. In his mind, he pictured Chief rejoicing at the royal palace, and Chief Jakodolo was the center, dancing to the coronation song, waving his irukere in the air. Noble Alaji hit his forehead with a palm to push out the evil thoughts, taking off his cap. Hope all is well, Chairman, the fat police officer demanded. Chairman, a nurse is here. So, ladies, can Noble Alaji come now? Dr. Shaw asked. He was standing by the doorway of the room where Angelina and her friend were. Almost, Doctor, Agnes replied, squatting in front of a brown box containing packs of cotton wool. She was opening the carefully wrapped box. And Angela, he asked. Yes, doctor, I am ready, Angela replied. She stood in front of a bed where 2 steel trays were placed, which is one for the chairman. This, doctor, Angelina replied, pointing to the tray on the left. And this is the one you will be taking to Ward 23, isn't it? Yes, doctor. Dr. Shaw moves closer to Angela. He picked up the file in the tray right in front of Angela. He raised it to his face to read the label. Out of corners of his eyes, Angela watched Dr. Shaw. He took a step to hide right behind her. Then he dropped the file. He gave a long, low whistle before departing. Agnes rose, dropping some cotton wool balls on each of the tray. She squatted to push the balls back to its place under the bed. Without thinking through, Angelina switched the file Dr. Shaw had just dropped with the one in the tray on her left. She didn't really understand the motive for her action. All she felt was that whatever the mischief Panashab had planned out could be defeated his way. That is, if there was any, she thought. She snapped off the top of the sealed glass container. She picked up the syringe on the tray in front of her, unwrapping it. Does the man know already that you are you are his daughter-in-law? Agnes demanded. She repeated the same thing Angela had just done with the file and the syringe. Then she threw you the liquid in the file. Watching the empty hollow plastic tube of the syringe become half empty, then appeared empty. She turned to watch Angela lift her tray. You can use this last opportunity well by introducing yourself. Agnes gibbered at her friend, who didn't bother to take a glance backward. Having dropped the syringe, she left for the reception. Agnes stood in front of Noble Alaji, who was flanked by two police officers. She stared at his black tiny bar head, flashing a smile. It was the first time she could be seeing this. Chairman, the third officer said, trying to draw his attention. Did I say I didn't hear? I know what to do to the two of you. Wait for me outside, Noble Alaji said, raising his feet. He walked off behind Agnes. Noble Alaji gave a deep sign of relief as he opened the door of his car. His visit to Livingstone Hospital was finally over. Even the desire to see Abeni could make him return. Poor woman, he thought, but he could possibly have a change of heart when his adversary, Dada, was finally out of his way. Look at how you are walking like pregnant woman. This remark prompted the young officer to increase her steps as they joined him. You disobey my order. No, Chairman, it is not our fault. I'm glad to inform you that you have lost your job, or you think it's not within my power. No, Chairman, please, it's not actually our fault. Just tell our boss to see me in my Just tell your boss to see me in my office first thing tomorrow morning. Please, Chairman, you know you are very kind-hearted. Show us some mercy. Honorable Chairman, sir, have pity on us. We are only obeying orders, and you didn't obey mine. I will let you know that kekere labere kere kosi mi fun adi. Even your boss might end up losing his. Noble Chairman caught his sight of Bala from afar. He ducked into his car at once and quivered with rage, having noticed the white lady beside him. The two were holding hands, giggling. That troublesome foreigner, he cursed under his breath. He thought of running his car into them, but he simply sped past. Caro nervously placed up and under the sitting room. She was very restive. It was 10:15 in the morning. She considered going back to knock on the door. One more, but this time around with big stick and stones. She regretted her action of the previous day. Noble Alaji had met her eating at the dining table. He had demanded to be served his food, but Caro simply hissed in disgust. The food she prepared was for her mouth alone. She has been doing this ever since she confirmed his infidelity. This made Noble Alaji quietly lift for the master's bedroom on empty stomach. The 3 hands of the clock in the living room were moving, yet the door of the master's bedroom was still. Caro had gone ahead to prepare his favorite food, beans and fried plantain. The table was set for lunch. The food was getting cold. This angered Caro, who felt he was an ingrate. She had exerted herself standing in the smoke from heated groundnut oil, which he was allergic to. She got a scrum brush from the bathroom, banging it on the door, shouting and cursing. When she became tired of doing this, she returned to the living room. 2 police officers sat on the settee in the living room. The gatekeeper who let them in left when he noticed Caro's unfriendly looks. Good morning. Good afternoon, madam. How may I help you? We have come to see the chairman. Thank goodness. Let's see if you can convince him to come out. Is he around? Why do you want to see him, if I may ask? Is it an appointment or what? Yes, ma, it is an appointment. Our DPO is at Apapa, LG house waiting for him. There are many other visitors waiting for him too. This is unusual of him. I know he doesn't joke with his work, the fat police remarked. This made Caro relate the entire account to them. The man insists in knocking to compel Noble Alaji to come out. Are you sure someone is inside? We can't even hear any sound at all. If chairman is inside, then would have shouted at us. Wouldn't the noise be disturbing him? The fat police officer questioned. The police officer gently knocked the door since their jobs were still hanging in the balance. This forced Caro to fetch the gatekeeper. The young man got a big padlock but declined to do the knocking himself. He was afraid of being sacked by his boss, and Caro was left with the task of doing all the banging. The men began to fear that something was definitely amiss when they could not stand the noise Caro was making themselves, so they broke in. They were stunned to see Noble Alaji sitting cross-legged, wearing a calm smile. He had a black blanket wrapped around him, with only high face exposed. This made him look like a woman having on a long, flowing hijab. He wore an admiring expression on his face as he stared at the intruders. Caro removed her shower cap, flinging it away. This left her braided flow down her back like spaghetti. She had not eaten anything since morning. She had not had her bath nor brushed her teeth. See Noble Alaji this calm. Infuriate her. I thought as much. See him. Useless, shameless, completely useless man. You think you have succeeded in scaring me, Abi? Don't worry, continue laughing. First to do, no the pain, Caro retorted. Good afternoon, chairman, the other men said in unison. None of them could look him in the eyes. They felt guilt having intruded upon his privacy. They were expecting to be lambasted, but Noble Alaji disappointed them. He wore a shy smile like a girl in her puberty, just learning to undress in front of her mother. He did not utter a word. He simply changed his pose and gave another round of infectious smile. The man had been smiling all along except Caro, who didn't deem it fit to return a friendly smile. They wanted to impress their chairman, but the prolonged smile made the man wish that he could at least talk to them. Even a curse could do, since their smile were fading, though it was still very much fresh. They could vow to say that the chairman was a professional model. He instinctively renewed his smile without totally losing the former, and then large white eyes shone the more as he did. He appeared like someone who was already smiling all day. Definitely he was not considering going to work, Caro thought. Chairman, Haba, talk now. What is the problem? The gatekeeper spoke out, finally breaking the silence. He had little cause to be afraid, since he had not offended him prior to this day. Noble Alaji didn't have an answer to the question. He is as ignorant as they are, as ignorant as the resident of Apata and others who heard about him. But newsstand made it clear as a bell. No news is good news, the layman would say, but never for a journalist. Miss Betty had returned to compel Bala to come over to Lagos with her. Dada made sure she did more than that. The gentlemen of the press didn't miss the piece of news. Newsstand took the bull by the horn. The caption of their first page news read, "Dishonorable, Honorable Noble Alaji." It was inscribed in red bold italic with a picture in the middle place, in between the two pairs of words. The caricature portrayed Noble Alaji with hands and legs tied with chains, sitting on a rock, while Pastor Hilary Christopher placed his hand on his bare head as Abogon stand aloof. Dada went an extra mile to do Miss Betty the favor of getting the picture. Bala had offered to help, but he was turned down. Dada insists that it was his fight, so he kept a close tab of the situation of things at Abogon Shrine, where Noble Alaji was transferred to. And he got the opportunity he wanted by volunteering to accompany Pastor Hilary to the shrine. Though he simply took the digital camera, Miss Betty had taught him how to operate along with him instead of his Bible. Newsrooms across the state were so glad to render the entire account, and the Green White Green Movement Party escorts in the state failed to crop the news from spreading to other states. Some of their television stations gave complete detail in the news bulletin. Others who couldn't had the scrolling text at the bottom of the screen read, "Noble Alaji, the man whom in the process of silencing his foe, silenced his career." The member of the press questioned the election that brought him to office in the first place. The irregularities at the polls were revisited. Mrs. Amanda Smart, who had begun to act as chairman, was forced to resign amidst public outcry, and the Apata LG Council legislative organ, in order to save the face of the ruling party, appointed a caretaker community chairman to rule the affair of Apata local government area. Yoruba words and their meaning. Igbo who goes to farm. Anote Ijeleru. Igoho did not expect this result to be that bad in the third time in just S1. I had never scored below second position in primary school, and even in the current class, had managed a fair result twice. I could not understand why, as of 22, he had the result in his hands and his eyes clouded over with tears. Of course, his parents were not happy with him. He didn't blame them. It was clear he was turning out to the black sheep of the family. He didn't like it. His siblings all came out top in their classes. He was the only exception. He promised himself he would have to read harder next term. Right now, however, he knew he would pay a price for not doing too well. His father might not take it too badly, but he was not sure about his mother. She was always too harsh. He did not know why. It appeared as if she was the head of the family rather than his father. Igoho's mother made many of the big decisions in the family and usually overruled their father. It sometimes annoyed Igoho. He knew that taking a distant fifth position would have repercussions. After dinner, Igoho became a subject of discussion. As predicted, their mother overruled their father once again. She simply made the announcement that shocked Igohu and his siblings. Okay, Okeamut and Uzezi, they tried to protest her decision, but she hushed them at once for not being such a bright lady. she announced like an actor on stage. Igor will go to the village and help grandparents in the farm. He will not go with us to America for the summer holiday, and that is final. Okay, Mute and Uzezi chorus protest fell on deaf ears. Mother, mother can be adamant. Daddy only raised his hands up in despair and looked helplessly at his wife, who stared hard at him in direct challenge. He looked away in defeat. Igor stormed away from the living room to his bedroom and shut the door. But Mommy, Oke did not give up easily. The punishment is too hard for Igor. Please. Well, next time, Goho should learn to be harsh with his studies like you all did and pass excellently, she replied. Then he can choose to go whenever he wants to spend his holiday, including going to the moon, if he so desires. And that was the end of the matter. Igor banished to the village to spend the holiday with his maternal grandparent, who still worked in their many farms at Ibedeni. For Igor, it felt like the end of the world. How would he cope in the village while his siblings flee to America, precisely Orlando, to Disneyland, although he had been there before? The fun and excitement of Disneyland was endless. You would never have enough of the variety of fun on offer. The more you discover, the more expansive it becomes. You might go to Disneyland as many times as you like and still discover so much fun. Igor buried his face in his pillow and tears stung his eyes. Why was Mommy so wicked? He groaned. So he had his siblings shuffling into his room. He had them consoling him, but he still had his face buried in the pillow. He didn't respond to them. After a while, they left him to bear his pain alone. Serves me right, he chided himself to paying too much attention to his new phone. It was his gift for the 11th birthday from Daddy. In fact, his mommy had opposed the phone gift. When his daddy suggested it, Igor sat up in bed. Did his mommy know he would misuse the phone? How did she know it would distract him from his studies? He wondered how their mommy knew so much even before things happened. Igor found the gadget too exciting. With his access to internet, Igor found he could do anything his heart desired. He toured the internet endlessly. He played music video on YouTube, Vimeo, and explored Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram with their exciting pictures and followed his favorite movie stars across the world. He chatted endlessly on Facebook Messenger, WeChat, PalmChat, Imo, and WhatsApp. It was a world of endless possibility, and he got carried away in it. He chatted till the early hours of the morning and neglected his schoolwork. He barely did his homework and read far less than he should have. At the end, he told himself he was to blame for his poor performance in school. What was worse, he chatted online with people he didn't even know. Gradually, Igor counseled himself to the reality of his banishment to the village. Mommy had spelled out his itinerary and he would fly to Warri. From there, his uncle Utomudo would pick him up at Osubi Airport and drive him straight to Ozoro, where he would spend a few hours with Uncle Nigeria before finally being taken to Ibedeni, his final destination. He always wondered why this particular uncle was named Nigeria, who named his child after the name of his country. There Was there no better Isoku named at the time of his birth? Nigeria as a name made him giggle a lot. He had only been to Ozuro once during the wedding of a close relative. That was years ago. It was where he met his grandparents, who had also come for the wedding. He enjoyed their company so much, he thought of seeing them again thrilled him, although he wished he was not missing out on the Orlando trip. He was convinced that the Ebony trip was final for him. He began to prepare his mind for the worst possible time in the village, but Igor, determined to make the best of it, he wondered what he would be doing in the village in 2 long months. How would he occupy himself and not be bored? Would there be DSTV so he would watch his favorite channel, particularly Movie Magic and Cartoon Network? Would there be young stars like him to play with? What does life in the village looks like? What do villagers really do? How do they pass their time? Where and who do they visit? Igor has so many questions on his mind, but he didn't know who to ask since Mommy was determined to punish him. He didn't think she was the right person to ask. She would only succeed in rubbing pepper into the wound she had already inflicted on him, which was still raw. He didn't want to ask Daddy either. He wanted to bear his burden alone. He had heard Mommy say there was no electricity in the village. He thought fast. If that were true, then watching film was out of the question. He decided to take a lot of books, particularly story books. The next day, he went to his daddy's library and took down some interesting title. He made a quick note to visit the bookshop on Awolowo Road, Ikoyi. The next day, he felt he needed to arm himself against loneliness and boredom, since he didn't think there would be anything exciting to do in the village. But if Ikoho knew something about the village, he would have worried less about boredom. As he found out, the only time to read just 2 out of the 10 books he took with him, the village proved to be another form of excitement. Even that American will not provide, and Igor knew he would have more exciting stories to tell his siblings and schoolmates than they would ever share with him this holiday. Chapter 2. Traveling the Delta. Igor traveled 2 days before his parents. They wanted him to have arrived safely before they could also travel abroad. Daddy took him to the airport and bought his ticket. It took a long time before the plane finally announced departure in Lagos. There was delay at the local wings of Murtala Mohammed Airport too. Igor had many reasons to be upset. Why did airlines behave like that after you have paid so much money? To make matters worse, he was not going to his preferred destination. On top of that, he had to delay for over 2 hours. He also noticed how other passengers felt unhappy for being unduly delayed. When the plane finally landed in Warri Airport, Igor felt relieved and picked up his bag from the overhead locker and headed for the arrival terminal. Outside, he looked at the car parked. It was not that big. A thick forest surrounded it on all sides. It was as though the airport and the car park had been dropped into the middle of the forest, all bush. He said to himself, "See what carelessness has done to you, Igor," he said to himself under his breath. He hesitated a bit as he looked around. Then he saw his uncle. Uncle Uto Mudo saw him at the same time. He gave a broad smile, but Igor only had a half smile and walked quickly to him. Utomudo folded him in his embrace. Digwa, Digwo, Uncle Utomudo, Ugohu said in greeting. Vendro, you have grown so big. His uncle ruffled his hand and laughed. What does my sister feed you with these days? Uncle, how is my cousin Onome? Igoho asked. They were together the last time he visited Uzuro. Oh, Oneme is fine. She is in the car expecting you. In the car, Igohu and Oneme exchanged pleasantries. Igohu liked his cousin. She was nice and explained a lot of things to him. Igohu was always fascinated at how he knew so much about so many things. Igohu also told her many things about how a lot of things were done in Lagos. Igohu and Oneme chatted all the way to Ozuro. They took time to read almost all the road signs they saw and the names of the town they passed. So from Warri through Agbaho to Okheli, Iyede, Emevo, Oto Ohi, Ikwahi, Isoko ran about, and then to Ozuro. They chatted as they traveled and asked many questions too. But Igor was angry that there were so many military checkpoints on the road. He observed that the soldiers just littered about and didn't actually check any of the vehicles. They wore bored look on their face and just waved vehicle along. But the queues at the checkpoint were long. A checkpoint greeted them soon after leaving the airport. He was another one from Efuron roundabout, and then another before Aghaho, and then two more before they arrived Ugehili. Suddenly, Igor said he was depressed. Onome wanted to know why. Well, because everywhere we pass from Weri still looks the same. There is nothing interesting to see. There is too much dirt and ugliness on the roadside. Many potholes everywhere. In Europe or America, you can tell one town or city from another from the way they are planned. But all the towns look the same in Nigeria, ugly and dirty. My math teacher once said, Nigerians are bad planners. I think I agree with him. Only a few estates in Lagos are planned and look tidy. Daddy said people in government are responsible for it. He said that they are there for the money. They can steal and not work they should. Oneme said, Isn't that what you said, Daddy? Yes, dear, Uncle Utomudo said. That is why we are not as developed as American and countries in Europe, even though we have more money than most of them. But why are we like that, Uncle? Why can't we plan our town and cities properly? Igor, I have been asking myself the same question too, he said, but I think we are bad managers. We hope young ones like two of you will make the difference when you become adult and lead someday. So, Daddy, are you saying you and other adults have failed? Is that what you are saying? I am afraid, yes, dear. We have failed, all of us. We have failed young people like you and more, because we have done nothing good to point to. And you know what it was? We have not provided you good example to follow. They drove on in silence as they took the turning from the east-west that lead to Port Harcourt to the Ukheli-Asaba road that goes through Isoko to Ndukwa, Agwashi, Nkwa, and then Asaba. The road was worse on this stretch as the construction that started many years ago had been abandoned. The old patch of the road still being used as badly worn. The second lane was yet to receive attention. It was a struggle passing through the road. Igor pitied the poor car as it made its way through it. From Iade Junction through Emovo to Ohi and Akiowi to Isoko roundabout, it was the same. Uncle Utomudo had to slow down many times to avoid ongoing car and negotiate the many goods rights in the middle of the road. They turned left to face Ozoro after Isoko roundabout until they arrived. They connected Uzoro from Notary Dame College Road, popularly called the NDC Road, famous secondary school in town, which Uncle Utomudo attended. He drove slowly and pointed out a few interesting places to them, but they were all schools. After they left the NDC Road behind, they got to the Anglican Grammar School, which used to be an all-girls secondary school. Igor said it was his mother's former school. Back then it was called Anglican Girls Grammar School, AGGS, but things have since changed, Uncle Utomodo explained. Then they got to Amawi Primary School, which shared the same fence with the old Ozuro Polytechnic, which was closed down years ago before the new Delta State Polytechnic along Ukheli Asaba Road was established. Then Ekwerigbe Primary School, Utomudo Former School also came into view opposite Ekwerigbe in the old Nigerian telecommunication company or NITEL, with its tall marks that rise into the sky. Does it work? Uncle Igor asked. No, not at all, Uncle Otomodo replied. It stopped working a long time ago, before global system of mobile or GSM arrived in Nigeria. Then why is the mast still standing? He asked. I don't know, Uncle Utomodo replied. Is it not dangerous? Well, it has been standing like this since the 1980s when it was built. That is a long time ago, Daddy, Onome observed. Yes, it is. They drove on a little while and Uzoro Communal Shrine, Eri Okpe, and its massive trees and surrounding grove came into view. Oneme and Igor still remember what they had been told about the shrine and its ancient trees that have stood there for centuries. It stood right in the center of town. It seems to as soul of the community. Its custodian, the Inoru family, took care of the shrine on behalf of the entire community, especially during its festival and other important events like the coronation of a new king. A short distance away from Eri Okpe is Ala Square, where all the 5 quarters of Uzoru, Urotu, Urode, Erovi, Etivi, and Oriamuho meet. Standing at the center on a raised platform is the golden statue of Opute, the founding fathers of Uzoru. Igoho and Oneme stare at the statue from the car window and imagine what it was to found a town. So where is his wife? Oneme asks. Who is his wife? Igoho asks. Uzoro is his wife, Utomudo said. Where is she? Oneme persisted. Well, Utomudo began. There is no statue for her, I am afraid. But why? I don't know, Utomudo replied. Well, Daddy, that is not fair. Is it? That may be so, he said. I don't know why. Maybe nobody remember how she looked like. The two some fell silent as they regarded the solitary statue. Uncle Utomudo made a right turn by the runabout and then turned into Hazy Road on Eriview Quarters and drove on for a little while before returning left to Iyeluna Street and then left again into Oduko, their family compound. They alighted from the car and several relatives who had not gone to farm or market came out to welcome them. Igoho and Oneme were city children. They instantly became the center of admiration. They were both excited. However, Nigeria, the grand uncle they had come to see, was said to have fallen down from a palm tree a few days before and had been taken to a healer home at Ofebe. With such sad news, Uncle Utomodo then decided that there was no need to stay on much longer. After pleasant exchange with everyone, he quickly got the two into the car and drove off to Ebedeni. They came out through Allah Square again, cycled round it and turned right onto Mission Road, which also leads to Ole. There was nothing remarkable to see on the road except cassava farm and uncultivated land, many houses at various stages of construction. St. Joseph College, the old teachers' training college, had been turned into another purpose by its Catholic church owners. The main market is to the left, with its makeshift stall. A new market though was being built to replace the unplanned one. They drove on for 5 minutes and then they arrived at Ole and quickly passed from Ogemudia Road and made a left turn at Nyaga Night Market into Iri Road and town proper. The stranger would not know if he had left Ole behind and had entered Iri. The two communities have either merged at the border and became inseparable like twins or children and play. Uncle Utomodo quickly drove through the town and faced Onyede town. On both sides of the road, Igohu and Oneme stare at the vast land of burrowing grass that allowed the eyes to see far into the distance undisturbed. With just a few short trees in sight, Uncle Utomodo explained that it was a low land that flooded during the rainy season, which has managed to prevent big trees or a thick forest to grow in it. He couldn't quite explain how that happened, but he said since he was a boy, he had not seen any tree or forest grow on that low grassland. It was how he met it. They could see that sand was being mined on the vast grassland as large tipper truck came out loaded with white sand, the type used for the construction of buildings and roads. They soon passed Oyede and got to Bethel village, which is not different from Oyede except that it is much smaller, but they look the same. Not far off, they got to Ada and then to Ivrobo, which is the bank of Ase Creek. They took a right turn midway into the town and headed for Ibedeni, their final destination. Chapter 3. Igohu's grandparents' home. The first thing that came into view was Ibedeni Secondary on all sides of the road from Ivirobo. It was all bush and tall trees that formed a canopy over them. Igor held it tightly on his seat. He had not come this close to a real forest before. He was afraid. For a moment, it seems they would continue deeper and deeper into the forest and be lost in it. The tarred road formed a thick black trap that snaked into the bowel of the forest. They passed only 2 cars, a woman on a bicycle and a man on foot coming from the opposite direction. It was all quiet. Igor felt as if the foreign had eyes and was looking at them in the car. It increased his anxiety. Then they suddenly came to an opening, and it was the school. It was something familiar. Igor gave a sign of relief. They were not lost at all. "Look, it's a school," Igor said as though he had made a discovery. "Yes," Uncle Utomudo said. I almost attended this school, but I insist on going to NDC. "It's so bushy," Onome said, disappointed. "It is nothing like they were used to in the city." They drove on for about 100 meters and saw building and then the Edney Primary School. The community primary school came into view to their right. Further into the town, building dotted both sides of the road that run through the middle of the town. Shortly after the primary school, Ase Craig opened to them, and Oneme and Igohu screamed in delight at the open waters. "Can you swim?" Igohu asked his cousin. "No," she said, a bit sadly, "but Daddy promised to take me to MPA quarters so I could learn how to swim. What about you?" "I can swim," Igohu said proudly. "We have a swimming pool at home." "Well," Uncle Utomudo cleared his throat. "Igohu, you might know how to swim, but that is in a swimming pool. This is an open river, and it has fast-flowing current that makes it different from a pool. So while you are both here, you must not go to the stream to swim alone with Onome. Thankfully, Ufoma is here. You must never go anywhere near the river without him. Do I make myself clear?" "Okay, Uncle. Okay, Daddy." They drove in silence along Ibedini town, with buildings something on both sides of the road, and at other places only to their right. With the open right to their left, suddenly Igor began to feel excitement welling up inside of him. He had heard his mother talk about this small town, but it did not occur to him that a river like this was part of it. He saw the inhabitants, men and women and children, on land and other side in the river, inside canoe, and could not contain himself. He wondered why he was called a mere creek and not a proper river. He decided to ask his uncle. "Well," he began, "in the estimation of those who measure bodies of waters, it fits only into a creek description. Ase is the name of a town a little bigger than Ebeni, and it further down the creek before another town called Asaba Ase, where this creek joined the mighty river Niger." "Wow, the river Niger," Igohu explained. "I read about it in social studies. I wish we can see it also." Oneme. "Yes," Oneme said. "It is far from here, Daddy." "No, not too far," he said. "Maybe what took us a drive from Ugeli to Azoro, but I can't promise now that I will take two of you there. Maybe at the end of your holiday, when we are going back, we could pass through Asaba Ase and come out through Uzeri to Ola and back to Weri." "Awesome," Igor exclaimed. "Uncle, you are the best. Well, you need to know that there is more to life than what you have in Lagos or going to Disneyland in America." He laughed. Igor only smiled. He was not sure if coming here was a smarter idea. Although it was exciting to see Ase Creek, he was not sure the rest of the holiday would be that interesting. He would wait and see. Then they left the town and entered a narrow lane with bushes on all sides again. His uncle drove for about 10 minutes and entered a big compound, with a single building to the left and another to the right. Igohu marveled at the neatness of the place. Then Ufoma emerged from the building to the left at the sound of the car to welcome them. Both grandparents also followed behind him and embraced their grandchildren. Dikwo grandpa, Dikwo grandma, Onome and Igor chorused their greeting in Isoko. Vewado Emome, Grandma said in response. Grandpa was smoking a pipe and he periodically puffed smoke into the air. Igor had not seen anyone smoking a pipe before, except in film. It thrilled him. Grandpa, what is in the pipe you are smoking? Igor asked. Oh, it's tobacco, Uncle Utomudo replied. Wow, the aroma is great. Not like cigarettes. Don't tell me you want to smoke it. Utomudo teased him and laughed. Leave the boy alone, Grandma chinned her son. My Ugoho will not smoke. Well, I am sure Ugoho will want to try every fascinating thing he see here before the holiday are over, Utomudo said and laughed some more. Ufoma got their bags from the boot of the car and took them inside the house. How are Emetema and my other grandchildren? Grandma asked Ikoho. They will go to America tomorrow or next. So it's only you they sent to us. Yes, Ikoho said a little gloomily, tears welling up in his eyes. Come here, child, Grandma said and folded Ikoho in her warm embrace, that smell of many old spices. Don't worry, you will have the best holiday, trust me. Thank you, Grandma, Ikoho said and brightened up. He didn't want to disappoint his grandparent. Ikoho felt comforted. He felt that Grandma understood his plight. From that moment, that he determined to enjoy his stay in the village and make his grandparents proud of him. At that moment, grandparents, neighbors, Ogehene Kome and his wife Cecilia returned from the farm. They joined in welcoming Oneme and Igoho and Uncle Otumudo from the city, their only son. Esomohu, who was 15, instantly took Igoho and they became friends. Ifoma quickly climbed the orange tree in the center of the compound and plucked some ripe oranges and got down. He peeled and offered them to the newly arrived city dwellers. He also broke coconut that had been smoked for months over the rafters. Igohu and Onome relished its juice taste that melted into their mouths. They didn't know coconut could be that tasty. A coconut tree also stood in the middle of the compound, alongside the orange tree, although it towered into the sky above the orange tree. Everything in their grandparents' compound fascinated Igohu and Oneme. Behind their parents' house were plants and banana trees that grew wild. It was also the yam barn was located. It was also where the yam barn was located. The barn was empty, although a few yams still remained in neat row on one side. A new one was being prepared for the harvest that would soon happen. Behind their grandparents' neighbor's house facing them stood a huge local pea tree, also called ube. There were also plantain and banana trees and many coconut trees that had ripe fruit in them. Igoho and Oname were happy that their grandparent compound was a rich orchard that would provide them endless fun. Igoho and Onome were also glad that their grandparents had one full fascinated at the sight. Uncle Utomudo stayed for a while and ate a delicious meal of banga soup, garnished with fresh fish served in a clay pot. and eaten with starch. He got ready and left. He asked Igor and Oneme to be of good behavior and not give their grandparent problem. They promised they would be good children and waved him by. Then he drove off. Chapter 4. First day. It was the constant crawling of the crowd that woke Igor up. He had never had a chorus of crow crowing like that before. It was as though they were in competition for which crow crowed the loudest. The hen coop was just at the other end of the house, just a few meters away from where they slept. At first, Igor was afraid, but he soon realized what was making the noise. He tapped Oneme awake so she could hear the first sound in the village. Oneme rubbed her eyes and woke up. It was dark and they could hear all the other sound creatures of the night made. Cat meowed not far away at the other side of the big compound. Soon dawn came and they got out of bed. They saw Ufoma making fire at the hearth. They wanted to know why he was about so early. He explained to them that they would be going to the farm. Will Igor and I also go to the farm? Oneme asked. I think so, Ufoma said. Okay, so what shall we wear? Something comfortable, he said. I suggest trousers and shirt with long sleeves. You don't want your skin to itch when grasses and leaves brush against you, do you? No. There was a brief pause. So what is for breakfast? Igor asked as he sat on a low stool. Grandma and Grandpa will have starch and banga soup with boiled plantain, Ufoma said. But I will have boiled plantain and roasted fish only. Me too, Igor said excitedly. But Grandma and Grandpa had starch and banga soup last night, Oneme protested. Well, that is what they want, Ufoma said. Can I have my boiled plantain and fish with a cup of tea? Please, Oneme said meekly. Of course you can. Thank you, Uncle Ufoma, Oneme said. You are the best. They sat and watched Ufoma making the food over the open fire. It was not the usual gas fire they were used to in the city. The live coal burning hot red and produced little smoke. They stayed close to it and did not feel the heat other than the food being cooked in it. They watched Ufoma make the starch. First, he cut a slice of thick white lump of starch and put it in a heavy rim pot, and added water and used his right hand to dissolve the lump of starch. He dipped his right palm into the liquid, brought it out and examined the back of his palm for its thickness as the white paste settled on it. He added a little more water. He told them the old people didn't want their starch too sticky. Then he put the pot on fire. Then he smeared the bottom of the pot with palm oil so the starch did not stick to it. He began to stir the white liquid with pot of red palm oil with a long wooden spoon. Soon it began to thicken in the fire just as Ufoma continued to stir it. Then the white paste gradually began to turn golden. Then he began to turn it vigorously until a gold object began to emerge. Then Ufoma would roll in and turn it over the pot so it got evenly golden brown. He expertly rolled and wrapped it round the flat spoon and, with one deft movement, he flicked the spoon and took the starch out of the pot into a waiting plate. Oneme and Igor were surprised at how easily Ufoma did it and clapped for him. Can I have a little starch with Grandma and Grandpa? Oneme asked. You have changed your mind about what you want to eat, Igor asked. No, but I just want to taste it again. Well, I am sure they will not mind, Ufoma said. After breakfast, they set out to harvest cassava tuber from from across the Creek. On the other side of the river, flood water had gone to come fast, and if they didn't act quickly, over 3 hectares of cassava farm would be lost. The laborers grandpa and grandma hired for the harvest left before dawn. They need to work hard for longer hours to save the farm from being overrun by flood water. It was totally new experience for Igohu and Oneme to sit in the Dontnod canoe and be paddled across the river. They saw men and women at work in the open rivers, fishing and going on other errands. When they got to the farm, they discovered most of the cassava farm had been covered with water. The workmen stood in ankle-deep waters while harvesting. They were uprooting cassava and piling the tuber up in the heap. Women were peeling the cassava and bagging them. A few plantain trees stood in the water. Their leaves were already looking pale and hanging limply by their side. At first, Igohu and Oneme did not know how they would help. Then they got out of cassava to heap Ufoma indicated. They were so happy to be part of the work. Opposite Grandma's cassava farm was Grandpa's yam farm. While the women working on Grandma's were harvesting her cassava, Ufoma and other men were helping Grandpa to harvest the yam. Igohu and Oneme had a chance to learn some of the different yam types their grandparents farmed. They were Eleya, also called Epuke, Orozi, Okpe, Abe, and Esalekha. Ufoma told them that out of the lots, only a few yam types could be planted on the same farm at once. Only Ibi Ile was planted in that particular farm since the soil favored it most. However, what caught their interest most were the yam beetles that were harvested along with the yams. They had eaten holes in some of the yams. When Ufoma told them that the beetles were edible and in fact delicious, Oneme and Igoho were surprised. Eat beetles? They were pleasantly surprised at the crunchy taste of the roasted beetle when they were roasted. He also told Igoho and Oneme that when the flood would have receded, it would then be the turn of cricket, when he said tasted just as delicious as the yam beetles. By late afternoon, they set out on return journey back home. It was after they entered the canoe that Igoho discovered that his right leg was bleeding. He was alarmed. He screamed. Ufoma, who was at the helm of the canoe, went up to him and pulled up his trousers. That was when he saw the big lynch. It was blood red and fat from sucking excessive blood from Igoho. Ufoma pulled hard at the slimy creature before he could remove it. He reached for a container with salt and applied it to the leech. It began to convulse and cohort. Although Igoho was bleeding from the point where the lynch stuck its mouth, Ufoma assured him it would stop soon. All the while, Oneme was scared, but she held Igoho's hand in solidarity. She was not happy that their first day of fun in the farm ended in blood flowing from Igoho's leg. When they got home, Ufoma boiled hot water to massage the tiny wound the leech had made in Igoho's leg. He also applied green liquid from the salt plant. Obe Igwe, the liquid stood Igo and he screamed. Oneme laughed, but Igoho was not amused. Igoho was scared, but Grandma and Grandpa assured him that his leg would be all right. The surprise taste of the beetle after their entrails were removed was what redeemed the evening after what was a disaster with the lynch attack on Igor on the first day of the farm. Days later, when their grandparents, neighbors, and Esumuhu's father, Ogehene Kume, brought home a monkey he had shot dead in his hunt, both Igor and Oname said they would not eat its meat. They were scared to even touch it. They said it looked so much like human being. Ufoma said everybody laughed at them. Chapter 5. Swimming in the open river. After the delicious meal, next day experience of the village was a bath in the open river. Esomohu and Ufomo took them down to the river. Oneme and Oguho were thrilled. They walked down the stairs in the sloping walkway that takes you down to the edge of the water. It felt like walking down a staircase in a high-rising building. Water ran through both sides of the steps so it is not washed away during heavy rain. They could see across the other side of the river and the trees on its bank. It was the same thing on the side where they were. At the edge of the river, they would see 3 dug-out canoes tied to 2 stakes stuck to the ground. The canoes were bobbling up and down and sideways as gentle waves of water lapped over them. Someone who climbed into the biggest canoe and walked on its edge till it got to the seat where the steersman sits. He regarded the water for a while and, like a real dipper, leaped into the air and made a clean dive, like a dolphin, into the water. It caused a massive wave and a million ripples. Someone who stayed under the water for what seems like forever for Igor and Oneme before he burst out of the water in the distance. Ufoma did like Esomohu too. He came out a farther distance than Esomohu, who, however, with the warning Uncle Utomudo had given them, Oneme and Ugohu gently waded into the water until it got to their chest level. They dived under it and swallowed them completely. Then they came up. They saw Ufoma and Esomohu in the distance, in what looks like the middle of the river. They both treaded the water with their feet and arms to keep them from going under the waters. Onome and Igor could only watch from the chest depth area, where they took and began splashing in the water to create their own fun. When he came closer ashore, Ufoma asked Igor and Oneme to swim together towards him. Oneme could not, but Igor did, and swam towards him. By the time he got close to Ufoma, he became tired and his leg could not touch the ground. Ufoma caught him and held him up. Igor was not scared. He just felt thrilled at swimming in the open river. He looked to his right and to his left, and the river stretched endlessly on both sides of him. With the left towards Ivorobo and the right towards Asofo and Ase. When he had rested a bit, Igor began to swim towards shore. Ufoma swam along him just in case they could not make it to the shore without him. But Igor did not and got to where Onome stood. She congratulated him for being a good swimmer. Igor beamed with a big smile. They splashed around some more before they got out of the water and went up the steps to the compound. By the time they had a change of clothes, dogs had set in. Chapter 6. Nature all round. When nightfall, it was dark all around except for the pile of light the kerosene lamp Ufoma lead gave. The 3 lamps were nowhere near electricity or generator light. Grandpa also instructed Ifeoma to set up a big fire in the middle of the compound. He gathered logs of wood for the purpose. After putting small wood pieces at the center, where the big log met, Ifeoma lit the fire. It took a little while and gave off a lot of smoke before it burst into flames. Before then, mosquitoes had begun to buzz about, and Igohu and Oneme were afraid that the mosquitoes would spoil the evening fun. Igohu and Oneme sat between Grandma and Grandpa. They were a little afraid of the darkness of the fringe of the compound. When it was daylight, they would make out all the trees around, but now the trees had become shadowed and the two youngsters were not sure the shadow were the same object they had seen in daytime. The tree took a fearful aspect, as though they were in link with the darkness. From the familiar plantain tree around the houses, the big ube tree behind the neighbor's house, and the coconut tree, everything suddenly became strange. In the city, light from neighborhood's home cast some light in the entire neighborhood. This was different. This was pitch dark and ugly. Oneme and Igohu were comfortable. Besides, there was a chorus of frogs croaking from the river. They were inviting the float to come so they could feast and breathe in the water. That was what Ufoma told them earlier on. The frogs need plenty of water, so they croaked earlier to invite the flood waters. It was late July and the flood had begun to race, though other night insects too, like the cicadas and night bird, also made noise that were scary to the two township children. However, sitting between the old people, Igohu and Oneme felt safe and kept their eyes peeled. Esomoho plucked a fresh scent leaf called ebe oha and placed them over the fire. The heady aroma from the leaves made Igoho and Oneme dizzy. They coughed a bit. They had never smelled anything so sweetly pungent before. When they got used to the scent, they began to like it. Someone who took some of the points where the breeze came and hung them on a stick. That way, the scent from the leaves drove the mosquito away from the gathering around the fire. Grandma Zoho, Ozia ke oma ivie ole. Onoma's voice pimped the night air. She spoke her request in Isoko. The fire from the wood began to crackle and burn bright. Yes, Grandma. Igho was in agreement with Onoma's request. Tell us a story, Grandma. All right, my children, Grandma laughed. What story do you want to hear? Any good story, Grandma? Yes, any good story, Ikoho echoed. Mommy said you used to tell them many stories when they were small, like us. So did she retell you any of those stories in Lagos? Grandpa asked. No, Ikoho said. She would say she was too busy. Then she would ask us to read our books. All right, Grandma cleared her throat. I will tell you the story of the contest of will between two birds named Omaka and Oriri. Well, Oriri is scarce these days, but Ufoma will show you Omaka tomorrow. They fly all the time. Isamahu who killed two Emeka yesterday. Omaka yesterday with his catapult, Ufoma informed them. So what did you do with them? Igohu returned to the Esomohu who asked. I roasted and ate them, he said with a pride of good hunter. Do you eat omaka? Onema turned to Grandma and asked. Yes, they do, my dear, she replied. Is it sweet? Igohu asked. Of course, just like any bird. Do you want to hear the story or do you want to eat omoka and uriri? Grandpa laughed as he puffed on his pipe. We want to hear the story. Both Igoho and Oneme chorus and everybody laughed. Itawi, Grandma chanted. Iye, Esomohu and Ufoma said in chorus. What is Itayi? Oneme asked. That is how the Isokos said the opening of a folk story. Ufoma said. Itayi, Grandma said to Onome and Igor, who could also chorus the response. Iye, they said and giggled. The word form felt strange in their mouth, but they liked the sound of it. A certain day came and two birds who were friends, Omaka and Uriri, decided to taste their will. Grandma began. They wanted to find out who could stay longer without food. In fact, they proposed a fast and whoever was still alive after the 7th day would be pronounced the winner and the fittest. As you know well, birds eat from breaks of day till nightfall. Birds eat from the break of day till nightfall, non-stop. That was what the two friends agreed to do, but Omaka and the smallest and the smartest of the two birds said he would fly from his own nest and come near Oriri's nest, so they would both sing a song to show who was still alive as the day of the fast gone on. Uriri agreed, but Umaka had plans that were unknown to Uriri, who took the fast enterprise seriously, unlike his friend. On the first morning, Omaka flew from his nest close to where Oriri's nest was and burst into a song. Ti tete omo had, ti tete omo high, ti tete omo high, ti tete omo high, ti tete omo high. Then Uriri also sang his own song version of the song. Ru 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 omo high.
Ururu Omai. Thereafter, Omaka flew away, but Uri remained indoor. Unknown to Uri, Omaka was not keeping to the agreement not to eat for 7 days. Instead, Omaka would first eat before coming to sing his survivor song, while Uri kept away from food. But that is cheating, Grandma. Ego interrupt the tale. Yes, that is the point of the story, Grandpa said. Oh, poor Uri, Onome said. After 4 days, Grandpa continued. The fast bird began to have effect of Uri, whereas Omaka's voice remained strong and sweet each time he sang. Uri's voice began to go weak and faint. By the next 6 days, Uri's voice could barely be heard, but Omaka's voice was as vibrant as ever. In all this, Uri did not suspect anything. He felt an agreement was an agreement that must be kept and respected. But Omaka thought and acted differently. On the 7th day, Omaka, as usual, came to sing to his friend that he has survived the fast bet. Te 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 omadi, te 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 omadi, te 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 omadi. Omaka waited for his friend to sing his own song, but none came. He thought that maybe his friend was still asleep, so he sang again. Te 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 omadi. Still, there was no response. He sang a third time, but Uri did not sing back as he did in the days before. That was when Omaka went closer to Uri's nest to see for himself what the matter was. When he got close, he saw that his friend was dead. Oh, Onome and Ugo exclaimed, saddened at Omaka's wickedness. Omaka did not cry that his friend had died. He was not sorry at all. Grandma said and regarded her 2 grandchildren. Would you like to have a friend like Omaka? No way, Ugo cried. Omaka is wicked. So, Esomo, you ate a wicked bird yesterday. Onome said accusingly. Everyone laughed. But that is why I ate it. Osomo replied. So Omaka would feel Uri pains at being betrayed. Still, I don't like wicked Omoka, Onome said. I won't eat it if you were to catch another one. Do you like the story? Grandma asked. Yes, but it is a sad story, Ugo said. A friend should not behave like that to another. Omoka was wicked. He was not a good friend. But why did you really trust his friend so much? Onome asked. You tell me, Grandma challenged her. But shouldn't friends trust each other, Grandma? Igo asked. Yes, they should, she said. But they should be careful what agreement they enter to, and they must choose their friends very carefully. Not all friends are true and trusted friends. I don't want to have a friend like Omoka, Igo declared. Just then, Grandpa, who had fallen asleep and had been snoring gently, woke up. He instructed Ufoma to prepare the room Onome and Ugo would sleep in. He also asked him to arrange the mosquito net properly so they won't be biting by the pest while they slept. Chapter 7. Akoto Game and Catapult Hunt. The next day, Igo and Onome were exempted from going to the farm. Grandpa and Grandma felt Igo's leech incident had earned them a break from work. They asked Esomowo to stay at home and babysit the city children. His parents willingly obliged, and the adults went to farm, leaving the three of them at home. Esomowo told them many interesting tales about the village and how they lived. He was in GSS 3 and very smart in a number of ways. He told them about his exploit in fishing and hunting. Igo and Onome listened with rapt attention and asked him many questions. He showed them his catapult, a V-shaped instrument made from a tree stem with an elastic rubber and leather band that holds the sling point. A smooth pebble is placed in the leather band, and when pulled and released, it flies off and eats the target. Esomowo had many notches in his catapult to indicate how many games he had caught with it. It meant that Esomowo was a good marksman. Onome and Ugo were impressed. He told them he had caught a squirrel once and many other birds. To show them that his skills in using the catapult, he aimed at the bird, flying by, and let off his catapult sling. He hit the bird, and Onome and Ugo rushed to where the little bird lay and breathing hard and fluttering its wings. But the bird was too weak to fly away. Esomo caught it and tied a string to one of his legs and put it in his cage that already had 3 birds in it. Then he brought out his Ekoto kit, where he put all the small empty shells of snail that had been properly carved into cone shapes ready for spinning. They were not the big and edible snail type. Ugo and Onome admired the different sizes and colors of Esomo Ekoto and imitated him the way he spun them in a small hole he dug on the ground, but they could not spin them well. To play the game, 2 persons competing will first put forward the same number of Ekoto or choose from the same stock. They will then take turn to spin one Akoto inside the hole after the other. Whoever knocks off the opponent's Akoto with his own still remain inside the hole takes possession of the opponent's Akoto until claim all the Akoto in his possession and is declared winner of the contest. Just then, Esomo friends, Eneruvi, came visiting. Eneruvi, meet our guests from Warri and Lagos. Esomo proudly introduced Onome and Igo to his friend. This is Eneruvi, my friend and classmate. Welcome to our village, he said to Igo and Onome. I hope Esomo is taking good care of you. He's my boy, you know. My friend, keep quiet. Esomo backed in mock anger. When you see your header, you should say Merigwe. Is not that how your parent taught you? Head down my foot. Eneruvi's part. Come, let me teach you how to spin Akoto so you learn how to respect me before your guest. No need to boast. Esomo accepted the challenge with a proverb. Here is the river, here is the water. Come take your bait and be clean so you learn to shut up when your elder is talking. Well, since I didn't bring my stock of Ekoto, I will have to share from your inferior stock. I have better stock than you. Esomo said, and poured out his plenty stock of Ekoto. Don't say I did not warn you. Igo and Onome were excited at the prospect of seeing an Akoto contest. The two friends chose from the lot. Both got 2 Ilodi each, the biggest and strongest and prized Akoto in any stock. Then they started spinning. Igo and Onome were amazed at the skill with which both of them spun the Akoto and how hard it was to dislodge one Akoto from the old. It was a contest of skill and guile, and both city children were mesmerized that a game like that existed. In all, 3 Ekoto cracked and got broken. Oars were pairs on the size of some. After what looked like a long time, Esomo managed to beat Eneruve by a slim margin. The 2 Ilodi Eneruve chose cracked badly, while one of Esomo Olodi also cracked beyond use. Although Esomo won the king contest, Ugo and Onome agreed it was a good match and that both were skilled spinners. Eneruve said Esomo had inferior stock of Ekoto, otherwise he would not have been beaten. He wondered why 3 Ilodi had to crack in one contest, but Esomo blamed it on his friend's crude and poor skill, hence in his inability to spin properly. For lunch, Esomo roasted a tuber of yam over logs of firewood. After it got soft, he dug holes in the middle with a spike and poured palm oil mixed with pepper and salt into it while he held it upright. When the mixture had soaked into the yam, he cut it into pieces and also roasted smoked fish to go with it. Ugo and Onome were surprised how succulent and tasty the yam was, better than any they had eaten before. The yam was soaked red with palm oil and it gave off a nice aroma. It was late evening and the 4 formed a team of 2 and played football in the wide compound. Onome paired up with Esomo while Igo and Eneruve teamed up. Then it started to rain and they continued to play in the rain. Sun still shone through the rain. This made Eneruve and Esomo to burst into a song in Isoko. Also, Oberoyun Uvo, Obero Ekpebiye. The sun was also shining, although not as intensely as it should. The rain mellowed the sun intensity a bit. Igo and Onome did not see anything out of the ordinary in the rain falling and the sun shining. But with Eneruve and Esomo singling happily over it, it became a new experience to the 2 city dwellers. They were intrigued. Although they enjoyed the chant, they did not understand what Esomo and Eneruve were saying. With such childlike happiness, their Isoko was limited. As Eneruve played the ball into the air, Igo caught and held it. He wanted to know what the chant was about. Esomo explained that whenever the rain and the sun happened at the same time, it means a lioness was being delivered of her corpse. How does that happen? Onome asked. Well, Esomo said, that is what the elder told us. The lioness act of giving birth is a big event and it forces nature to witness it. The sun and the rain are part of nature that ordinarily stayed apart. But in this case, they are forced into action and struggle for who will be forced to announce the birth, and then they clash by doing so at the same time. Are there lions and lionesses around there? Igo asked and looked around fearfully. No, we have never seen any, Esomo said. But they used to be in the olden days, but hunters killed many of them. Others simply left. So it is like the moon and the sun clashing to cause an eclipse of the moon? Igo said triumphantly. Exactly. So how can you be sure it is a lioness giving birth if there are no lions here anymore? Igo persisted. Well, like I said, that was what the elders told us. Don't forget, I said there were lions here before they were hunted and killed, and some migrated elsewhere. You don't expect the elders to lie, do you? No. Ego said and shook his head. I wish I can see the lioness giving birth to her corpse. Onome said. Ah, she will pounce on you and devour you, Ego said. Thank God there are no lions here again, said Onome. After Ego and Onome had satisfied their curiosity about the mystery of the lion's birth pangs, causing the sun and the rain to clash, they resumed their game. The game in the rain was absolutely thrilling for the city children until Ufoma returned from the farm, with an antelope slung over his shoulder. The football game ended and they went to the river to have their bait. Not long after, Grandma and Grandpa also returned. Chapter 8. From market to hunting. Days later, Ifoma took Igo and Onome to town. It was Inko market day when Ibedeni bubbles with traders from neighboring communities who come to trade in various articles. The most important of all was fish, for which the town is famous. The inhabitants are mostly fishermen, but they also engage in little farming, especially the women. But farming is mostly carried out by the Isoko people who reside in the hamlet part where Igo's grandparents lived, also known as Igwere Ibedeni. On this particular day, the market was already full when they arrived. Onome and Igo marveled at the number of fish on display. Most of them were fresh and alive and still attempted to escape. At Obiofu quarters, Ufoma took them to his friend Keno at the waterside. Asede had just returned from inspecting his fish nets at Utekere, a major stream and outlet that flows into Ase Creek. It is rich in a variety of fish and wild games. Its origin is deep into the forest and linked to Asagba, another small town perched close to the bank of the mighty river Niger. The stream is believed to be inhabited by a goddess called Utokere, from which it derived its name. She is believed to be responsible for the stream extreme fertility in fish all year around. Utekere stream has many rich fishing lakes, tucked in part of it that the inhabitants harvest every year, with Okpani being the most famous of such lakes. It is fish mostly from Utokere stream that Ibedeni harvests to feed its upland neighboring towns in the entire Isoko community, who come daily to buy. By late afternoon to early evening, those who had gone to fish in Utokere would return with canoes laden with fish. Buyers swam the canoes to buy, and they go upland to resell at Ole and Uzoro. Igo and Onome were fascinated by the sheer number of fish caught and the buyers angling with the fishermen and their wares, who had come to assist their husband sell at premium price. Ufuma told them the names of the fish in his friend canoe. He called them by their Usoko name: Onwa, Ore, Eba, Ero, Ofe, Ojase, Efru, Eroro, Ogani, Obu, Ozeze, Akata, Eto, Ure. He catch all these fish? Onome asked. You can see some of the net he used. Ufoma pointed at a muddy fish net in the canoe. But look, Igo pointed, it has Sparrowjara in it. When a fish net stays too long in water, as they said, it gathers Sparrowjara and mud and all manner of trash. That is why I brought it back, so I can wash it and dry it for a few days before taking it back. So, how will you catch more tomorrow? Onome asked. Oh, there are many other nets and hooks still left in the water apart from this one, Ashide assured her. Ashide then asked Igo and Onome to take their pick of fish from the lot in the canoe. They were excited at Ufoma's friend's generous offer and did not know what to pick. They then picked one each. But Ashede would have none of that. He dipped a bowl into the heap of fish, scooped it full, and emptied it in a big plastic bag and handed it to Ufoma to give the old people at home. Ufoma, Ugo, and Onome thanked him profusely and left. At the market, there was not much that caught their attention apart from the fish. At the end, Ufoma decided not to buy anything. Onome wanted to know why. So why did you come to the market? She asked. Well, I just wanted to show you the market, he said. A few days later, Ugo woke up early and stole past Onome in their room and went to knock on Ufoma's door. Ufoma was already up, but he wondered who it was. Only Grandpa sometimes knocked on his door before it was clear daybreak. So he opened the door without asking who it was. Ufoma was surprised when he saw Igo. He let him in. You are up so early, Ufoma said. Did you sleep well? Yes and no, Igo said. Some riddle this morning, eh? Why are you here? I want to go with you to inspect your traps. I want to see what it is like. Ufoma chuckled. Inspecting traps is not for small boys. But I want to go, Igo insisted. I don't want Onome to wake up and meet us. I won't be able to go. Let's go now, please. Are you sure? Yes. Ufoma looked at Igo again and shrugged. Don't tell me I don't warn you, Ufoma said. It is not a pleasant experience. Yes, Igo partly screamed in excitement, but quickly covered his mouth with his palm so as not to wake Onome, who was still sleeping in the next room. Ufoma quickly gave Igo suitable clothes to wear. He knew the morning dew would be thick. He did not want Igo to get cold. He knew it could be cold anyway, since they would wade through some stream and streamlets to get to some of his trap. He tapped gently on the old people's door and told them Igo was accompanying him to inspect his trap. Igo thought he had his grandma chuckled. He too smiled. Ufoma slung his hunting bag on his shoulder, took his cutlass, and they left. It was still dark when they set out. Igo marveled at how quickly Ufoma walked in the dark and on footpaths that were not clearly marked from the surrounding bushes and deep into the forest. He made effort to catch up with him. Wood trees towered above them, and night birds still made frightening noises. At such moments, Igo ran up to Ufoma and heard him. Ufoma would laugh out loud. What annoyed Igo most was the morning dew. It was still a misty dawn. Although Ufoma had warned him about the dew, Igo still did not know it could be that bad. They had barely walked 2 kilometers into the forest when Igo realized he was already drenched as though it was raining. All the leaves of the bush they passed were all heavy with dewdrops. As they passed by, the pregnant dewdrops, like tears, would melt into their clothes and get them wet. It was worse under the big trees of the jungle. The dew yet dropped like rainfall. In fact, dew under the trees fell hard like rain and got them drenched from their head and shoulders. In spite of the inconvenience of the dew falling like rain that early, Igo was happy he was out there in the forest with Ufoma inspecting his traps. It was an adventure worth all the effort. Surely, he would have a great story to tell about it. No city boy could boast of such fortune. Igo learned that Ufoma had a variety of traps. There was the long trap fashioned like a fence, with nail-length sticks rising from the ground. Each passage or opening made into the body of the long fence is a trap carefully laid. Any animal attempting to pass through is caught. They caught 2 grass cutters and 3 rabbits. They also caught a snake, a squirrel, and a tortoise. Igo was intrigued. Tortoise is believed to be the smartest and most cunning animal in folktales. How come it did not outsmart Ufoma's trap, but got itself caught? Ufoma only laughed when Ego told him what he thought about Tortoise, ending up in the trap in spite of his fame. He told Ego he caught many before now. The other bigger traps were those fashioned and laid as square holes on the ground, but carefully concealed. It is meant for bigger games like antelopes and deer. When Ufoma showed them to him, Ugo doubted they were traps, but he became convinced when Ufoma removed the dry leaves that concealed one of them and poked his stick through the hole. When the trap snapped, Ugo fell back, shocked at the fury of its spring. Ufoma told him that if it was an antelope, the strong stick would hang its entrapped leg up in the air, and the animal would thrash about till it arrived or it died from exhaustion. Other traps were less complicated, especially for rabbits. Just one stick and a wire loop a few inches from the pointed tip where a piece of cassava is pinned. And as the rabbit passed through the loop to get to the cassava bait, it gets caught and it slips and dangles and gets strangled to death. Only one such trap caught a rabbit. By the time they got back home at 9 a.m., they had a bag filled with games. Chapter 9. Paddling and fishing on Ase Creek. Ego had been pestering Ufoma to take him to the open river for fishing. He was fascinated each time he saw people fishing in the river. It was a wonder to him, and he wanted to experience what it felt like to be inside a boat and fish. Ufoma was reluctant, although he knew Ugo could swim. But swimming in the open water is different. You couldn't go to the river to fish if you are not a good swimmer. It was too much risk to take. Besides, the flood has begun to rise fast, and there were occasional windstorms that set big waves rolling on short notice that could capsize even big canoes. When such waves begin, they rise in volume and violence quickly. It is usually no sight for little boys. But after a while, Ufoma relented since he would not fish far away from shore. He was determined to make the city boy enjoy his holiday to the full. Eventually, he indulged Ego, but he had to take Onome along as well. He did not want to be unfair to the girl. After all, they had both come from the city to spend the holiday. As they say, what is good for the gander is also good for the goose. He knew many women who fished in Ibeni and in neighboring Ase, Asafo, and Ifrugbotons. So why couldn't Onome also fish, or at least be part of the fishing? Luckily, it was the season of the multiple hooks on a single long line. Ufoma unfurled his line and fixed new hooks to replace old ones, and dug up earthworms as bait. The worms scared Ugo. Although he went with Ufoma to dig them up, he couldn't touch any of the slimy creatures. He was amazed at the ease with which Ufoma handled them. So you want to fish, but can't touch an earthworm? Ufoma laughed at him. They are so slimy and they move fast. Ugo protested. Well, that is the fun part, Ufoma said. Are there no other forms of bait? Ugo asked. Yes, there are, Ufoma replied, like eba and fufu, but not for this kind of fishing. What kind then? It is for the one they call ojogoro, but mostly by children. Ufoma said, it is cast wide and it spread out like a parachute just before landing on water. Oh, I have seen them do it. But you can only do that for small fish close to the shore, not for those in the open river, Ufoma told him. Oh, Ugo said. They set out early, and Ugo and Onome watched him unspool the long line as he fixed baits on the hook that were at arm length apart from each other and dropped them into the water. He expertly did it as he also controlled the canoe in a particular direction against the current. Igo and Onome watched with fascination as the long line was dropped into water with the occasional bricks Ufoma hook onto the line. What are those for? Onome asked. The brick get the line to sink to the bottom of the river fast, he told her. What if you allow it to float on top of the water? Ugo asked. Well, in that case, we may not make any catch. Why? Onome asked again. Ufoma took some time before responding, as he took a small plastic bowl to remove water that had collected in the canoe from a small leaking hole. If the hooks don't sink deep fast enough, he said, there are some small fish called ezeze that will snatch the worms from the hooks before they get to the bottom of the river for the main target. Ezeze are very crafty fish. They know how to eat up baits and still not be caught. Besides, they are too small for anybody's use. That is why we try to get the hooks to sink down fast before they get to the bait. Ezeze, Onome called them by their name. How do they look? They are those small, silvery fish that you see as you take your bait at the edge of the water. Oh, Igo said, they know how to tease. They come so close to shore, but you can't catch them. That is true, Ufoma replied. But they look pretty, though, and very tasty too, Onome said. Well, Igo said, they may be pretty, but they are fish and should be eaten. Ufoma laughed. Before long, Ufoma finished laying his hook, and they pulled ashore for a while. Igo wanted to know what was next. Ufoma told them that they needed to wait for some time to allow fish to eat the bait before he could inspect the line for any catch. They ate the banana he brought with him while they waited. After about 40 minutes, they set out to inspect the hooks. They made a modest catch. 10 egani, 5 ewa, and 8 ejase completed the catch in the first round of inspection. However, 2 igani that were not properly hooked fell back into the water just before Ufoma could reach them. The 2 city children screamed at the loss. Ufoma asked them to be quiet and explained that such loss was also part of the fishing business. Onome and Igo were excited at the catch all the same, but Ufoma said it was poor and hoped that it will be better in the next 2 rounds before nightfall. In the last round, almost every hook caught a fish. Ugo and Onome were happy. Ufoma smiled at the 2 of them. But we did not catch this much in the first 2 rounds of inspection, Ugo remarked. How did it happen? Onome chipped in. Evening and night, and when fish go out to hunt for the food most, Ufoma explained. So those kerosene lamps we see at night in the river belong to fishermen? Ugo asked. Yes, of course. Ufoma replied. What else do you think they are for? But you have not gone to fish at night since we came, Onome said accusingly. Well, Ufoma dragged his word. If I do, 2 of you will insist on coming with me. But I can't take you. Why? You will fall asleep and fall into water. Ugo boasted. Ugo, it will be too dark and you'll be afraid, Onome told him. Even so, Ugo still persisted. Uncle Ufoma will be there. Ufoma laughed. As they paddled home, with Ugo and Onome excited at the catch they had made, a terrible thing happened. As the flood water had begun to rise, it had covered some tree stumps and had been visible before now. They were slightly submerged underwater, and it was difficult to see and avoid them. Ufoma canoe climbed one of the canoe to tumble. Igo and Onome panicked, screamed, and tumbled into the water. Ufoma effort to balance until the canoe away from the direction it was tumbling failed, and they all landed in the water. Ufoma raised the alarm at once, and several other fishermen in the river with whom they had exchanged pleasantry, heard it and paddled fast in their direction to rescue them. Ufoma swam to Ugo and Onome and held them up as he treaded water to steady them from drowning. Soon help came, and they were all pulled into a neighbor's canoe. Igo and Onome were shriveling with fright. Onome burst out crying. Other fishermen also dove into the water and brought out Ifoma's canoe that had gone under. Igo and Onome were helped into the canoe, and Ifoma paddled them home. The fish expedition that had gone on smoothly and successfully turned out sour at the end. All the fishes they had caught were lost. Most of them were still alive and had gladly swum back into the water, great up in any fisherman's cooking pot. Chapter 10. Return to the city. Igo and Onome had other minor adventures after the boat mishap. It was Ogbono or Ugiri season, and Grandma took them to the big tree near our farm each time they went there to pluck a pepper or harvest cocoyam. It was a large leafy tree that rose up in the sky with its many boughs. When they were under the Ogbono tree, they could not see the sky. Other trees helped shade the sky from view. Up the tree was uncountable number of fruits that fell periodically to the ground. They would pick 2 sacks full of the fruit each morning when they arrived. Onome looked forward to going to that farm. Igo was not so enthusiastic, but he enjoyed picking the fruits and stuffing them in fell and Miss Onome's head by whiskers. She screamed in fright. In spite of this, they enjoyed the trip, as they also sank their teeth into the fleshy part and enjoyed the tangy taste. Onome was fascinated how her grandma split the fruit into 2 and scooped out the melon-shaped part that made soup elastic or draw to give it that name, draw soup. Onome and Igo were fascinated each time they saw grandma preparing black cream out of oil palm kernel. Usually, they would first crack palm kernel from which banga oil had been extracted, which are put on rafters to dry over the fire. When she had cracked enough, she would put them in a frying pan over a fire. The fire would heat them up, and they would give off a pungent aroma, and the kernels would begin to simmer and give up the oil in them. It is what turned out to be black cream called udeibi. It became a pastime for them, but soon the long holiday drew to an end, and they were ready to return to the city when Uncle Utomudo arrived to take them. They said their goodbyes to Grandma, Grandpa, Ufoma, Esomo, and his parents for the lovely time they had spent in the village. Igo was sorry to leave. Igwe Ibedeni had been such an enchanting place after all, a far more delightful place than he had anticipated. He had been miserable when he was banished to the village. Onome shed a tear or 2 for leaving. She hugged Grandma and did not want to let go. Her father dragged her into the waiting car. They waved and waved until the tall ukpoko or elephant grasses cut off their view. But Onome's father did not return the way they came, through Ifurugbo. They turned the other way toward Osafo and drove through Egbeme, Ase, and then onto Asabase, where Ase Creek empties into the great river Niger. They stopped at the bank of the river at a high point, and they could see far away into distance the point where Ase Creek meets river Niger as it flows southward to the sea. For Igo, not even Lagos Lagoon owed such breathtaking view. It was simply something out of this world. They marveled and marveled at it. The water from Ase Creek somewhat black and brackish as it mingles with the muddy brown water of the river Niger. Just then, a female voice called out Utomudo's name. They all turned in the direction of the voice. Utomudo recognized her at once as a childhood friend. "Oh, Justina," he cried. "What are you doing here?" "What are you doing here too?" she also cried. They hugged each other warmly. I came to show these people, I came to show these young people the river Niger. Utomudo said, "Here is my daughter and my sister Emetina's son." "Oh, this is so nice," Justina said. "Lovely children you and your sister have got. Thank you." She hugged Ugo and Onome in turn. "I live here, over there," she pointed. "Oh," Utomudo said, "I met your twin brother Johnson at Erie some time back and he told me you live here." "Complain much," he said. "My wife is good. She's expecting us back now." "But you can't just go like that," she said. "You must know my place and be entertained. It has been ages." "All right. I was just showing these young people the great view you enjoy here." "Oh, that is a fancy for city folks like you," Justina said. "What do we know? We wake up, go to the river, do our thing, and the river flows on like that every day. We only notice when something bad happens, like somebody drowning or a boat mishap." Ugo and Onome exchanged glances. Their own boat mishap with Ufoma was still fresh in mind. "Well then, we will stay for a few minutes," Utomudo said, and she led them to her modest home. Making food was out of the question, so she brought out smoked fish in a raffia basket she kept in a special pot in the rafter above her fireplace. Utomudo was grateful for her generosity. She also fetched some cocoyam and put them in a bag. They thanked her and left after viewing the great river once more. They also took picture with Uncle, Utomudo answered, as they stood with their back to the river. As Ugo boarded the plane that took him back to Lagos, he felt so happy. Yes, he did not go to Disneyland in Orlando for the holiday, but he felt that what he experienced at Igwe Ibedeni was far better than what any amusement park would offer. Ibedeni was a down-to-earth park and nothing compared with it. He could not exchange it with anything else. Although he read a few of the many books he took with him to the village with Onome, the excitement was in the open playground the village offered and the many things they did with their grandparents, with Ufoma and Esomowo leading the way. He felt he had a better sense of bearing now whenever their parents spoke Isoko at home in Lagos, a language their parents did not teach or speak to them at home. He knew some words now that usually baffled him, and the only way he could get a better grasp of them from now onwards was to return again to Igwe Ibedeni or insist his parents speak Usoko to them at home henceforth. Igwe did not like that he could not effortlessly speak Usoko with his aging grandparents. He was sure he would be able to convince Okemute, and Uzezi to prevail on their parents not only to teach them Usoko, but also spend a long holiday with him at Ibedeni. He smiled at the thought and promised himself he will read harder in the next class and regain his top position. It was the only way to make his mommy proud of him again. He lay back on his seat as the air hostess helped him fasten a seatbelt preparatory to the aeroplane's takeoff. "Welcome to Lagos," he mused as the plane taxied off the tarmac and lifted up and became airborne. The end. The Keys of Death by Prince Adekola Abimbola. Chapter 1. Ever since Chief Adekunle Badmus lost his wife some years back, he has refused to marry for an uncountable number of reasons. Out of this all, the prime factor was to prove to the entire world that he was committed to his wife, late Mrs. Aduke Badmus. It became his total concern and responsibility to cater for his children all alone. As a skilled and trained civil engineer, Chief Adekunle Badmus wanted for his children the best education both at school and in the home. This was because he knew it is the only cherishable legacy a parent can give his children. And as luck will have it, he has been succeeding. All his children except one have made it. They are all out of university except his last born, Bisola, his favorite, who was again the only girl in his family of 7. Bisola was just out of secondary school. She was among those who sat for their final senior school certificate examination barely 6 months ago and has since been staying indoor in expectation of the result. The release of the result of the recently concluded senior secondary certification examination tarried, and it created fear in the mind of many people. Nevertheless, many concluded that no matter how late it comes, their success is what is paramount to them. Chief Adekunle Badmus was not left out too. He was in the same category with such people. His concern was his daughter's success in the examination. Prior to the release of the result, Chief Adekunle Badmus, who had wished many good things for his daughter, had on several occasions summoned her to express his concern on the same issue on each occasion. His interest in his daughter's career and progress in life was absolutely authentic. He wished his daughter could become a lawyer who would be famous among lawyers in town because of her sharp and lively appearance. Because Chief Adekunle Badmus was materially blessed, he had proposed opening up a chamber for Bisola any moment she graduates from the law school. He was really interested in law as a profession simply because none of Bisola elders' brother was a lawyer. They have all found themselves in other professions like medicine, accountancy, and agriculture. 2 of his sons are already medical doctors in different teaching hospitals within the country. One is practicing as a banker, while the last boy has just graduated from the university as a farmer. In fact, he had extensively discussed with the graduate farmer about being self-reliant. And as a follow-up, he had acquired a portion of land measuring up to 60 plots for him to erect poultry house, piggery, and other units of livestock farming because the boy was trained as an animal scientist. In addition to the well-baked professional he had had in his family, therefore, he felt that having a lawyer among them would be more prestigious and advantageous in case there arises a matter to be legally pursued. Such a lawyer, being a member of the family, will be able to give them the legal advice. For this reason, his attention was greatly on his daughter, even more than others. He would therefore be happier seeing his daughter graduating from the university. Bisola's thought over her father's gesture was quite different. Her was completely parallel. She never dreamt of going into academics because she felt academic is a waste of time and energy. She had witnessed many graduating from the university and yet unemployed after screaming their lives out of want of job. Luminaries have turned into bundles of drifters while erudites are wasting away, helpless and dropping down like overripe mangoes. So each time she summoned, her reaction were totally deceptive and no one would know that she was taking it serious. She will only listen to her father without really digesting and interpreting her father's good ideas and wishes for her. She had thought of something else, and that is trading. She was dreaming of venturing into importation and exportation of goods, a trade associated with exchange of hard currency. She had read novels, discussed with people, watched television and video clips about the subject matter, and had since developed great interest in it. She was quite cunning, however, that she made her father oblivious of her latent desires and plans. She would only pretend and promise her father never to let him down in his expectation for her. She appeared submissive and responsible, qualities which made her father to give her preference over others. Bisola was in her late teens when she sat for her senior school certificate exam, lost her mother when she was at a tender age of 3, and she has since enjoyed no mother-to-child attention. She was sent to a daycare home in Kaduna where her parents were based. In fact, that was where she was primarily educated. Her secondary education too was in a boarding school in Kaduna where she only visited home during holidays, except on some weekend when her father occasionally called on her to give her pocket money and confectionaries at school. As an infant, Bisola was prematurely exposed to the influence of her father and was there pampered with it. Perhaps she lost her mother at such a tender age. She was made to wallow in her father's riches in no small measure. She was never made to suffer a penny from morning to night throughout her infancy. Things were made basically easy for her, that she felt making money in life is as easy as a clouded sky showers rain. And because she was brought up that way, many of her contemporaries at school associated with her. She had many friends and companions who are always found around her within the school premises. In fact, there had been no day at school when not less than 2 of her friends would be in her company. Her father lavished his wealth on her and her associates. Naturally, Bisola grew up as a beautiful girl. Coupled with this was the reflection left on her as a result of her father's wealth. And at 19, Bisola was as huge as a girl of 25. Certainly, no one will admit the fact that she was younger than her looks, considering her huge stature and level of intelligence. She had a beautiful dentition firmly fixed in a dark complexion gum, which gave her entire dentition its glittering appearance each time she flashed a smile. Her conical, appealing pointed, and the sight meeting these two books are always fantastic. Her skin was of fair complexion, and she has very straight legs that naturally stamped the ground with every carefulness and confidence each time she marched on. It will definitely not be an overstatement to say that Bisola is an epitome of elegance. Her like of beauty was one in town, which always tempted young men to contest for her love. Chief Adekunle Badmus was precisely away from home on a business trip when it was announced through the media that the senior school certificate examination results have been released. But 3 days after the announcement, he found time out of no time to return home. His coming back home was quite unusual because everyone thought he would spend a week before returning, according to him, while he was leaving home some 5 days ago. He, however, purposely made the journey back home because he overheard the news that the senior school certificate examination result have been released. His journey was very hectic and tiring, and it took him roughly about 4 hours before he arrived home. Bisola was already in bed when her father arrived. This was because it was late in the night. She has not slept actually because she was busy. She was indeed tired, even though she was not engaged in any physical work at that time. However, mentally she was fixed up. Besides, the day activities have been tiring. She was in her school along with some of her classmates waiting for the arrival of the principal of the college, who was to endorse the statement of results to be issued to them. But throughout until the closing hour, the principal of the college did not come to school. None of them knew what actually happened to him, and they all went home disappointed. So it was at this time, when Bisola was busy thinking over so many things on her bed, that her father returned. It was, however, a surprise to her because she was not expecting him back that night when he jumped in. It was as if her father who spent nothing less than a week before coming back home while he was leaving 5 days ago. In situations like that, when her father would return, home prior schedule, he will always ensure dialing, dialing home to notify them of his new decision to return. But unfortunately, he did not attempt phoning. So when Bisola heard the voice of her father outside, she wondered what prompted his premature arrival. However, she did not bother to come out of bed to welcome him. It took Bisola some time thinking over issues that night following the arrival of her father. She was there on her bed, raising her mind and thought over several things. She was under this condition when she had a knock on the door of her room. Somebody turned the knob from behind and wanted to enter. She guessed it would be her father, and of course, her father's cook was also at home, but would not come near her door. And since none of her brothers were around, the caller was none other than her father at that late hour of the day. Bisola noticed the knob turned but pretended to be asleep. Although this initially gave her the jitters and was shocked, but when it finally clicked that the door was under lock, she was relieved. Hence, she gently covered her body up with her sleeping coverlet. She thought that even if the door accidentally opened, her pretentious action would not be detected. During the period of Bisola Fiji that night, many thoughts plagued her mind. It was no other than the thought of her career and dreams. She was basically not keen about academics. She was not thinking along that line. She felt she could make it as soon as possible out of school. Many have tried it and have succeeded. She will encourage herself often. But then, something still baffled her. It was what her father's reaction would be. She concluded that night, there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. I can't help it, that it is what I want for myself. I am out of school and I have my life to live the way I want it. While Bisola was having confidence in her seemingly good ideas that night, she clearly brought to memory the story of an orphan she has once read in the pages of a popular local newspaper some time ago. It was all about the story of success of a lady who lost both her parents at a very tender age, yet grew to the top to attain her success as a popular and wealthy fashion designer. With this at the back of her mind, she further encouraged herself that night with every belief that she will make it by all means and at all cost. Bisola's dream was to become a renowned importer and exporter, ride a good car, build a mansion, and become worldwide famous. And because she is beautiful, she was confident as she began to build castles in the air. This was what she was doing until she was finally drifted off to sleep. The following morning was a Thursday. Chief Adekunle Badmus did not even allow his daughter to say her greetings when he had asked her about her result. I was at your door when I came back yesterday night and found out that it was locked. Then I guessed that you had slept when there was no response from within. I intentionally decided to leave you alone and part up not your sleep because I felt it could be psychologically agonizing keeping you awake when you needed a rest. So I went back, took my bath and a cup of tea before I eventually went to bed. Good morning, sir. That was Bisola's response to what her father had said, making a courtesy to him at the same time. But you did not say you'll be coming home this time around. Hope there is no problem. She quickly demanded from her father. Oh, no, not at all, my good girl. Her father responded and continued. Thank you very much and good morning. I came back purposely to find out about your result. I mean the SSCE result. And how far about it? Have you collected it? Not at all, sir, Bisola reacted. But why? Her father yelled. Oh, Daddy, I was in school throughout the day yesterday, and even before yesterday, awaiting the principal. Many of my classmates were also present too. But to no avail, he did not come to school. That is all right. I'll be going back this morning, but ensure that you obtain it before the weeks run out. Her father emphasized and continued. I wish you obtain this as soon as possible so that we submit the statement of results in the university early next week. Okay, sir, Bisola responded. Take good care of yourself till I come back on Saturday, right? Her father said. Thank you, sir. Bisola responded. Bisola's father left home while she left for school for her results. Unfortunately enough, the principal of the college was in school, and all those who called for SSC results were answered. Bisola was, however, not surprised when she was handed over the statement of her SSC results. She knew she did not perform well during the examination. So, the 3 passes reflecting on the statement of her results were no magic to her. She did not expect something better than that. All she started to think of immediately was how to disclose to her father anytime he comes back her intention, not minding what his reaction toward her poor performance would be. At school that morning, Bisola met Funke Adeoye, one of her best friends. Being her closest pal, it was a happy reunion again. However, not minding the implications of Bisola's woeful performance in her school certificate exam, Funke reminded Bisola about the wedding ceremony to which they have both been invited almost 3 weeks ago when they met at the birthday party of one of their friends. The wedding eve party is just about 24 hours ahead. Or have you forgotten? Funke demanded from Bisola. Oh no, I have not forgotten. Bisola answered and then continued. But I think I will only show up for the wedding eve party because Daddy will come back on Saturday. And as you know him, so if I am around for the wedding eve party, I will go back home as soon as possible on Saturday morning before Daddy's arrival. Anyway, that is all right. That is what I'm planning to do too, although I have informed Mommy about it. But you know Daddy will not tolerate anything like that. But whatever be the case, I will be around for the party, Funke said, reassuring him before they parted. Funke Adeoye used to be Bisola's closest pal in school. And throughout the college days, one was another's confidant. Even though restriction kept them far apart from each other during the holidays, especially after their school certificate examination, they did not lose contact as both communicate often over the telephone. Parents of both of them are on phone, so it was easy and quiet for them. Funke's parents also based in Kaduna, hence her infancy was spent in Kaduna. In fact, she attended the same nursery and primary school with Bisola, only that she was tall as Bisola but fair in complexion. She was not as spoken as Bisola but was at the same time a stuttered. She was a bit serious with her academics, pulling enough weight with her book work. It was not surprising, therefore, as she had 5 basic credits in her SSC result. Over the past 2 months, while the senior school certificate examination results were still being collated, Bisola had been sneaking herself out of home, gambling on her father's frequent absence from home to attend parties and clubs. She had been succeeding and doing away from home. She would be the only one left at home. Even though her father's cook and night guard lived with them, It was not in the same apartment. They live in the boss quarter behind the main building. And since she has lost her mother, who would have been together with her, it is me herself alone within their flat of 4 rooms, without anyone with whom to share her feelings with. Her brothers are no more with them in the building. They lived separately somewhere else outside Kaduna. So Bisola could not help being so lonely at home each time she took to sneaking out for parties. Her adolescence was so important to her that she could not help being denied socially an inch length of the youthful interaction with other young men and ladies within the society. Ever since Bisola started a new life, her father was made quite unaware of the development. As a civil engineer who undertakes building projects and as a businessman, Chief Adekunle Badmus was always on the road, except on weekend, when he is opportune to be at home to rest. Some weekends are even occupied for him with one meeting or the other. At times, it could be wedding or other ceremonial and social engagements. So all along, it has been difficult for him to settle at home, to settle down and notice that Bisola's life was being influenced by the company she keeps. On his own part, he was not mindful because he felt Bisola was closer to him than for anything to happen to his daughter without his knowledge. He was optimistic that Bisola would not do anything whatsoever that would threaten whatever he likes, especially at that crucial time when she knew much was expected of her as regard her bookwork. But because Chief Adekunle Badmus was not always around, his daughter's new adventure was unabated. It was about an hour and 15 minutes to the official time for the commencement of the night party when Bisola started preparing for the wedding eve party at home. She has been dressing herself up in front of the standing mirror in her room. She slightly and carefully rubbed a sweet-smelling powder on her face. She gently combed her jerry cord hair to make sure that she is nice looking. She did not forget to wear her dancing shoes. The wedding eve party was slated for 10 p.m. Bisola was already at the venue of the party by 9:45 p.m. She met Funke, her friend, and some of her other colleagues at the venue already seated. They have all been cracking different jokes. Virtually, it was nichts other than merriment. Many people kept coming one after the other to the venue of the party, and within a twinkling of an eye, the whole place became thickly populated. Young men and women of high social standing were all present doing one thing or the other to attract the attention of the public. Bisola was not long seated when the guests were introduced and the party began in earnest. Bisola and her friend Funke were recognized and highly placed at the party. So when it came to the dancing time, Bisola and her friend Funke did well. Bisola swayed her body round and round rhythmically and was zealous. She was indeed a nice dancer. Bisola got a male dancer partner who himself was a very nice dancer. His name was Kolawole Williams, and she had a very nice dancing with him. And she had a very nice dancing time with him. The time was exactly 4:20 a.m. on Saturday when the dance finally came to an end. The cocks around were already making their disturbing noises. People who were mostly youth began to pair up, discussing about love in different corners and dark places around the venue of the party. Please, don't go, Bisola. Kolawole Williams, who was Bisola's dancing partner at the party, whispered to her hearing and continued. Stay with me and be my Val, and I will take good care of you there. Kolawole Williams took Bisola completely unaware by his request, and she was at a loss for words. Val, eh? And reluctantly, after some seconds, she eventually voiced out, I don't know, guy. I'm not interested, she said as she walked herself to a seat where Kolawole Williams joined her. Perhaps Kolawole guessed that Bisola was inexperienced. He pestered her further. After a moment, Kolawole pulled Bisola midly to himself, giving her a peck as a way of expressing further his love for her. Bisola was yet reluctant and was not at all. Bisola, you know how well I feel about you. Kolawole attempted her further. Anyway, he continued, just call me on this number, and in case you come over to Lagos, try this address. I will take care of you and you will never regret it. He said as he reached out his hand to hand his business card over to her. His phone number as well as his location address was clearly printed on the card. Chapter 2. The time was exactly 6:25 a.m. that Saturday when Bisola got to the main gate of her father's house. She returned home early enough as she used to each time she sneaked out of home for parties, but luck was completely against her. The night guard who was in charge of her father's house was at work when she got to the main gate. He opened the wicket gate for her and she entered. To her greatest surprise, she met the car with which her father traveled with at the garage, meaning that her father had returned from his journey. Her head skipped a bit immediately, and just then she thought of what to tell her father. She knew that her father, who came back in her absence, would not tolerate an ungenuine reason for leaving home overnight. Chief Adekunle Badmus came back home barely 24 hours behind schedule. He had suspended so many things to make sure that he come back home early enough, as he was anxious to see his daughter SSC result. Precisely, he came back around 10 o'clock the previous night when Bisola had just left for the party. He came back only to have met the house empty. Bisola was away and the door to her room was carelessly left unlocked, even though she locked the main entrance to the sitting room. Where is Bisola? Chief Adekunle Badmus yelled. He came out of the sitting room and inquired from his night guard after he had entered and did not meet her in her room. He demanded ferociously as if the night guard was Bisola kidnapper. In the process, the cook himself came around from his own room, but no one could tell precisely the whereabouts of Bisola. The night guard actually suspected that Bisola left for a party, but was still reserving his comment. He did not want to implicate her, although he himself was tired of various disturbances being normally giving him each time Bisola returned from late night parties. I said, where is Bisola? And you are looking at me like a robot, he said in an unfriendly manner again. This time around, the night guard was forced to talk. Oga, I don't know where she go. She no tell me. The night guard responded in pidgin and emphasized further. She no tell me at all. Don't you see how why she was going out? Chief Adekunle Badmus demanded again. Oga, I just see her dey pass for gate, but I no ask am where she dey go, and she no tell me too. What time did you see her? Chief asked again. Excuse me, sir. Na small time wey remain make you meet am for house. E no tey where she go now you come. Anyway, no qualms, Chief concluded. It was almost after 8 hours when Chief Adekunle Badmus had retired in before Bisola could return home. With the key to the front door in her hand, she unlocked the door and entered the sitting room, only to meet her father, who was brought back to life from his on and off slumber. He glaringly stared at her with an expression of candid distaste, answering Bisola's greetings with question. Where are you coming from, Bisola? Her father naked his feelings. Bisola was already on her knees, pleading before she could fabricate what to say. And immediately, she thought of something to say. Daddy, a friend had an accident and was on admission in the hospital. And that is where I'm coming from, sir. Hospital, and you dress like this to the hospital. Now stand up and lead me to that hospital. I want to see that your friend. Bisola knew immediately that she was in soup. She was already shivering because she was confused. She has, for the first time in history, incurred her father's anger. Nevertheless, she did not expect her father to be so surly and understanding. She was already dissolved in tears. Stand up. I said, stand up and lead me ahead. Her father beckoned on her again. Please, Daddy. Daddy. Bisola was struggling to say something else when her father interrupted. Shut up, you bastard. Please, for what? Her father exploded and went further. I can't understand you. By the way, where is your SSC result? Bisola instantly rose to her feet. She sobbed her heart out pretentiously down to her room to take her statement of results where she kept it. She came back to the sitting room almost immediately. Let me see after which you will take me to the hospital. Her father stretched as he reached out his hand to collect the statement of results. He had immediately thought of tempering justice with mercy if he sees something encouraging from his daughter's SSC result. But then, she has to be strongly warned to safeguard likely future occurrences. Chief Adekunle Badmus collected his daughter's SSC results and scanned it. Unfortunately, more to his chagrin, his daughter failed woefully. Chief Adekunle Badmus was mouth opened for a while, and just immediately he inferred that Bisola's failure has precipitated the landed unseriousness in her. However, it took him quite unaware. He saw it but did not believe it, and because he was not sure of himself, he heard the statement of the result at a distance to his view and asked his daughter gruffly as if he did not know what he was holding. What is this, Bisola? I said, what is this? He paused a bit as if he was thinking of something and continued almost immediately. Yes, I can now understand your story. You are coming from the hospital. Yes, you will take your breakfast in that hospital this morning. You, this heartless bastard. Now you have proved beyond reasonable doubt that you are irresponsible. Bisola's father rose to his feet and glued to the spot for a moment with an ugly frown on his forehead. He had been driving to frenzy. He quickly cleared his throat and yelled further as if he was compelled to do so. You took after somebody else and not me as your father. You are a bastard. Out of annoyance, Chief Adekunle Badmus continued. I don't want to see you before me again, you this fool. With what her father said, Bisola picked a statement of results which had been flung on the rug and entered her room. She, however, slammed the door behind her. The slam to her father was an evidence to reflect her flippancy. She was neither sober nor submissive. She won't learn. Bisola's reaction infuriated her father and was obliged to talk again. You are a fool, Bisola, I said. Open that door and leave my house honorably if you think you are too big to take correction. He was already sweating torrentially as he felt there should be an equal reaction from him to what Bisola did. In fact, that was why he was showering words on her like that. Yet, he was not satisfied with what he had said. He wanted to say more, and so he did. You better watch it. Otherwise, you will regret it. He paused again, cleared his throat, and continued. I grew up in a home like you, but I did not reject my parents' advice and opinions. I took to their advice. That is why you are enjoying under my roof today. What sort of a last born is your own? Just pack out of my own house honorably if you are too big. And out of annoyance, he stressed further pack out now, and this time around, his breath came very fast. Bisola was in total defiance of her father's order. She only swallowed her sob and felt that it was not fair for her father to have treated her the way she has been treated. She felt cheated and lonely because there was no one around to share her emotional plight. Desperate and did consider so many things in her mind. She saw herself as noble entity and hence thought she was not supposed to be assaulted with such derogatory adjective as used on her by her father. She thought these things over again within a twinkling of an eye, but momentarily realized that there is no time for her to wallow much in her thoughts. Otherwise, her father could come in anytime and chase her out embarrassingly. She thought her father was serious about his assertion, so she felt it would be better for her to look for an alternative place of abode. And to her father's attitude toward her that day completely betrayed the impression she had about him. His reaction that morning were unprecedentedly shocking and surprising. Meanwhile, Bisola, who sat on her bedroom, had started building up various ideas. Was her plan to desert home. She was tired of being under her father's tutelage. She wanted to live her own life the way she wants. She believed in personal liberty and not what she regarded as stardom. Bisola could hardly stand. For a short moment, the tension ran back and forth and the look on her face was miserable. Finally, Bisola appeared to have made up her mind. It was all about Kolawole Williams, the guy she met at the wedding eve party. She has desperately raced back to what Kola discussed with her and promised her at the party just a few hours ago. She imagined whether Kola could be serious about all he said to her at the party. Her mind soon began to convince her father that Kola would be a responsible guy. She recalled that Kola handed a business card over to her just before her departure. She looked around and located her reticle, and immediately she unzipped it, thus bringing out Kola's business card. Now, she carefully and quickly ran her eyes through the card to see both his residential and business addresses boldly printed on it in gold. In fact, I am lucky. Thought I have lost it. Thank goodness. Bisola remarked when she Bisola card admiring began to invest her soul and plant herself in the garden of Kola's existence as a way of consoling herself. To further console herself, she quickly recalled a beautiful piece of poetry which Kola gave her at the party. She hardly recollected initially, but just in a moment, when she concentrated her mind, she got the message. She attempted the recitation of the poem and was successful. She did it gently, thus taking particular notice of each of the sentences as contained in the pieces. Relationships don't always succeed. Friendships sometimes change. But I want you to know, no matter what else happens, I will always be around for you. Open arms to you. Open arms to hold you. An open heart to love you. An open mind to listen. You will never be alone. Together, we will create new dreams and take our chances. If we fail, we won't hurt so badly, because a friend caring love heals all wounds, no matter what. And no matter how deep or painful, give me a smile that I can return, a moment that we can share. Allow me the time, Bisola, to know you and know you completely, and I will always love you, just the way you are. Once again, Bisola fell into a reverie about the past, and ruminative frown was clearly expressed on her face. She was tired of what life appeared to be to her as a drab daily routine of dashing from the bedroom to the bedroom, then to the dining table and back to her room since she has been home after her SSC examination. She wanted a change of life and environment. Therefore, she must resist any intimidation as a result of being under her father's tutelage. She thought these things over and over again, and within 3 minutes, she had taken her decision to have tremendous freedom for what she regarded as domestic pressures and hostility. She has to leave home. She wanted to taste what life really is outside the home. After all, she saw many ladies of her age and the way they do. They are certainly not closely being monitored the way it appears her father chose to police and restrict her movement. Persuade her, and no one can persuade her. She was desperate. Satisfactorily expressed his mind about his daughter. He was satisfied. Although Bisola's decision to cultivate the idea of party going, especially at her age, was still giving him a great concern. He couldn't imagine such to happen with the way he's been handling her. Nevertheless, all hope is not lost. He concluded within his mind strongly, having the feeling that the situation could be corrected as soon as possible. Ever since Chief Kunle Badmus finished showering words on his daughter, he had entered the bedroom to take his bath. He had an important appointment at the government house by 10 o'clock that morning. He wouldn't like to miss the appointment, so he was preparing early enough to ensure that he attended promptly. His failure to attend might end him up in losing a contract worth 20 million naira with the state government. While he was busy taking his bath, he called back many things to memory and was again disappointed. His concern and worry grew to the peak relative to the poor performance of his daughter, whom he had spent his life taking care of and cuddling. Her performance was far below expectation. Chief Kunle Badmus was troubled and did not even know where to start for Bisola again with the results she had. Suppose she had a fairly okay result with few deficiencies, it would have even been encouraged to seek various alternatives like registering her for the next senior school certificate examination or to try the remedial program leading to a full-time course in the university for her. Would this be counted as a wasted effort, energies, and resources, or what? Chief Kunle Badmus would always think. What actually prompted this thought was that Bisola, his favorite, was the only failure among the children. The other 4 boys, who are now on their own, were bundles of intellect. They all performed creditably okay in their first attempt at school, thereby got admission into the university immediately without a hitch. And for that, they did not give him any unnecessary headache. Bisola's own maiden attempt was surprisingly generating a shocking emotional uneasiness for him. Chief Kunle Badmus eventually thought of what could be done to summon. He then thought of seeing the principal of his daughter's former college and solicit for re-enrollment, believing she will perform better in her next attempt. He also thought of enrolling her for extramural classes after school hours. All these are what he thought would go a long way in influencing her academic potential. Bola's father spent roughly 10 minutes in the bedroom and actually went to the dining set for his breakfast, which was cold already and almost freezing. His eyeballs were slightly colored red. This was because he had the sleepless night while awaiting the arrival of his daughter over the night. His mind and emotion were already coming back to normal because it seems he had profound solutions to his plight. He wanted to take his breakfast quickly, have a little rest, rush down to the government house for his appointment that morning, and finally return pending issues. He believed that Bisola would welcome all his seemingly good ideas for her. Chief Adekunle Badmus was taken aback and completely caught unaware when he understood that Bisola, his daughter, was nowhere to be found immediately after his breakfast. However, it was like a joke to him, and hence did not believe it. He had not been careful enough to notice that Bisola had disappeared from home ever before his breakfast. But immediately he noticed this, he called on her repeatedly, but there was no response. He initially thought that his reprimanded daughter was still vexed and has decided not to respond. Perhaps she was troubled. But when he turned the knob of the door to Bisola's rooms and found the room empty, he was shocked. It was a big surprise for him, which in fact led him to searching the nooks and crannies of the entire house, but all effort in vain. Bisola was nowhere to be found. Bisola's father was thrown into confusion. He searched everywhere searchable but did not succeed. It was then he understood that Bisola had fled. Initially, he wanted to blame himself for stressing that Bisola should pack out of his house if she feels too big, but then did not. He felt that was the way a father was supposed to treat his child, in an attempt to let such a child realize the gravity of what he or she has done. Chief Kunle Badmus, in his search for his daughter, contacted the police station around Kaduna Metropolis to report his unprecedented dismay. But all efforts to locate her proved abortive, as she could not be traced out. He was therefore heartfelt and hence condemned the callous and incorrigible attitude of his daughter toward the administration of his report to her, despite all he did to coddle her throughout her infancy. He therefore vowed never to forgive his daughter for what she did, which caused him a great embarrassment. Chapter 3. Kolawole Williams could scarcely believe his eyes when Bisola landed at his place in Lagos. He was very surprised because he was not expecting Bisola in Lagos when she came around. And to him, there were two possibilities. It could either be that his seeing Bisola were merely an ordinary dream, or that it was not the real Bisola, rather a ghost. Kolawole Williams, who left the venue of the marriage, Kaduna, precisely on the wedding day, which was a Saturday, only saw Bisola last when he had given her his business card, where his location, address, and phone number could be found. Bisola had not in any time given him any information regarding her coming down to Lagos to see him. She did not even attempt phoning. Her departure from him was even unceremonial because she left without a word of any sort to give him enough signal that she will be paying him a visit. Kola would have stayed longer in Kaduna till Sunday, supposing Bisola had given him a green light. But because Bisola did not, he decided not to waste much time in Kaduna, more than necessary. In fact, that was why he left Kaduna on Saturday. He departed Kaduna with a team of friends who are 4 in number, and they were gentlemen all looking completely well fed. Kolawole was the driver of this team of friends along their way down to Lagos from Kaduna. He drove consistently on a very high speed, and the journey took them just 8 hours from Kaduna to Lagos. Already it was late in the night when they eventually got to Festac Town, where Kolawole stayed at Lagos. At 32, Kolawole Williams was still single, despite the fact that at his age, he had no financial constraint to maintain a family. His decision to remain single was personally made a preference. He thought that unnecessary anxieties, domestic attractions, and responsibility are definitely associated with a family man, which in turn could generate paralysis for his progressive ideas in connection with his business. He therefore preferred to remain single for a while, even though he keeps guest friend among the Lagos city girls. There was no doubt that Kolawole Williams was a successful businessman because his own trading was intercontinental. He was actually dealing with hard currency in a deregulated economy. Kolawole, as a gentleman, was handsome and light in complexion. Kolawole was mobile with Mercedes-Benz 230 series, which he hardly gave us to anyone to drive. In fact, that was why he chose to drive from Kaduna down to Lagos after the wedding. The journey from Kaduna down to Lagos was, however, tedious, as they entered the main city of Lagos around 11:30 p.m. in the night. The journey would have been quicker, but they had a few minutes stop over just in about a kilometer to Lagos at the police checkpoint. At the police checkpoint, there were 5 policemen, a sergeant officer, 2 corporal officers, and 2 constables with their guns and rifles by their sides. At the checkpoint, there was a traffic congestion already, hence a long queue of vehicles moving into the city of Lagos when Kolawole and his friend got there. High-speeding vehicles have to slow down until such vehicles are thoroughly scrutinized, freed, and passed on by the police gentlemen. Kola himself slowed down as well with his Mercedes-Benz 230 series, but to the surprise of everyone within his car, a corporal officer commanded him hoarsely, "Park your car, my friend," and he held up his rifle in position, as if he wanted to shoot one of the rear tires in case Kola refused to stop and park. Kola did not disobey the police, especially as it was late in the night. He snapped on the inner light in his car because of the darkness. Other 2 policemen soon joined the constable who was about interrogating Kola. And as the policemen approached Kola, one of the constables then queried him, "Where are you all coming from?" Initially, Kola did not answer him and was not prepared to answer him, as he put on a very strong look. He thought of responding with a dusty answer, but eventually decided to answer with an undertone of overconfidence. We are coming from the beloved country of ours," Kola responded. "Where is that your beloved country?" The sergeant officer among them interrupted with surliness. "Well, all the way from Kaduna," Kola eventually muttered. He was still feeling confident because he knew he had absolutely done nothing to warrant his arrest. And thank goodness, the particulars of his car are all with him intact. With the intervention of the sergeant officer, the constable in question became more courageous and hence wanted to be dutiful when he decided to demand Kola's particulars. "Where is your particulars?" the constable queried Kola again. He surmised from Kola's response that he could be one of the threatening police traitors. Hence, he wished he could go to any length with Kola. "No, hold on," the sergeant said to the constable, giving him a signal, perhaps after noticing the caliber of the gentleman in Kola's car. "Oga, I throw a salute. Una welcome." The sergeant greeted Kola and still asked for favor. "Oga, wetin you chop remain for us o." He eventually naked his feeling. "Chop? You mean you never chop?" Kola replied him questionably. "No be so, Oga. Na the thing wey we go use buy green bottles I dey talk." Kola, who had been suspecting that the threatening conduct of the constable was for a purpose, now understood that all they needed from him was money. He dipped his hand into his flowing garment and brought out 3 new notes of 50 naira notes and gave each of them one. "Rankadede, rankadede. Rankadede, rankadede," the sergeant officer repeated, instantly showing his appreciation, after which the other policemen chorused the same thing. Thereafter, Kola zoomed off. Kola and his friends started sharing their past experience with the Nigerian policemen and the way some of them take bribes from the public, especially the commercial drivers. They discussed and delved into some other matters until they got to their destination. They all kept the night at Kola's apartment till the following morning. It was a collective decision to stay over in Kola's apartment because they knew Lagos was dangerous, especially in late night. The following morning was Sunday, 8 a.m. after their breakfast and returned to bed. However, he took a cup of coffee before returning to bed so as to keep him well on bed. Over the past 3 days, it has been reveries in Kaduna where the marriage ceremony took place. For this reason, Kola had since been missing his sleep. But after returning to First Acton, where he stays in Lagos, he felt a feeling of relief as he had the time to sleep deeply as a way of compensating for the cumulative sleepless night. There was no doubt that he had a nice and unperturbed resting time. In fact, Kola was on his bed sprawling when his doorbell began to ring continuously. Somebody was outside by his front door, pressing the button. Who could that be? That was the first question that came to Kola's mind. He has just returned from marathon revelry and hence still needed a rest. So he won't want anyone to disturb his sleep. Unfortunately, his sleep of indemnity was punctuated as he was eventually roused by the ringing doorbell. Kolawole Williams eventually got out of bed, thinking and guessing whom his caller could be. His close friends left him some time ago, so he won't expect any one of them back so soon again. Or could it be that one of them forgot anything behind? That was another question that struck his mind. He was actually not sure. He only knew it is unusual of any of his friends, be it a man or woman, to press the button continuously like that. All of them have a characteristic way of pressing the button. He therefore suspected a stranger. Kola wanted to appease his curiosity as he got up from bed. He wanted to know who his caller was. He forced himself forward and staggered a bit before finally stabilizing his stepping. On his way to his door, he thought it could be one of his female friends around the city of Lagos, who must have called in his absence and now wishes to see him at all cost, knowing certainly that someone was indoor. Whatever the case was, he unlocked the front door and opened. But to his greater dismay, Bisola Badmus appeared to him. "Your ghost or your real life, Bisola?" Kola yelled, questioning with excitement. Bisola in return was tongue-tied, but flashed an inviting smile. Kola therefore moved quickly to her to cuddle her and gave her a rousing welcome. "You are cordially welcome," Kola yelled again as his breath came very fast. "By the way, how did you make your journey? I can't just believe you are here. You know, when did you take off from Kaduna? And by the way, how did you come?" "Please, darling, come in and feel comfortably," Kola offered. "Please sit down. Sit down anywhere and feel free with me, dear." That was Kola's last statement before he eventually disappeared into his inner rooms. It was exactly 12:35 p.m. on February 13 when Bisola entered Kola's apartment at Lagos. She sat down with 100% relief, forcing herself to forget the poignant memories of the past, especially her experience with her father the previous day before she finally left her father's house in Kaduna. She was undoubtedly enraptured. She was free now to take decisions on her own, without any form of intimidation from anybody. Bisola sat down conveniently, admiring everything within Kola's sitting room, as she raised her eyes from one object to the other. And with all she saw immediately, she felt safe and was comfortable and should be able to take good care of her, as he asserted at the party. Kola, who had disappeared into his inner rooms, returned with bottles of drinks of sorts ranging from soft to hard drinks to entertain Bisola. He was tending to please and welcome her by offering her various things available within his reach. It was certainly a memorable day in Bisola's life because she has never spent a full day outside home since she left the secondary school. The following day was to be the Valentine's Day. Bisola was expecting Kola to interpret her visit as a coded message for the Lovers' Day, the Valentine's Day. Kola was the one who proposed her as his vow on the wedding eve at Kaduna, so he shouldn't be so forgetful of the Valentine's Day, Bisola thought. Kola, on his own part, was carried away when he saw Bisola, so he did not come to realize the fact that the following day was to be the Valentine's Day. He was only thinking of how to please Bisola, who has just arrived. He therefore went back quickly into his room and busied himself getting some coffee and biscuits for her. Suddenly, as Kola was packing one thing or the other with which to entertain his guest, he got the message. He left his room immediately and quickly rushed down to his sitting room where Bisola was seated to give her a deep pecking. Bisola did not hesitate. She has been expecting something like that from him, so she felt contented and safe. There was no doubt that the that the thing had eaten deep into her soul. Kola recalled immediately Bisola's refusal to kiss him at the wedding eve. So he was happy at last that he had won her heart. Hence, he called back to memory one of the Bongos Ikwe album, Show Me a Virgin. Kola therefore sang tunefully and rhythmically as he stared Bisola naked, reached up and down. Thus, show me a virgin in a maternity ward. Show me sunrise that comes from the west. Show me a river that never flows. Show me a woman who had never fallen in love. The voice was soft and pleasant, and as he sang, repeating the simple verse over and over again, something moved Bisola, and she flung herself on Kola, who sat by her side on the sofa. It was not quite long after then, Kola dressed up quickly and decided to take Bisola out to see the goodies around the Lagos city. She was driving around the city. She was eventually taken to the Kingsway store where they went for shopping. Kola lavished money on Bisola at the Kingsway store to really prove to her that he needs her love. This impression giver therefore made her feel absolutely secure and did not even think of home again. They, however, returned home late. Bisola met her greatest surprise on their return from the Kingsway store that night. They met a girl outside who had been waiting for Kola. Kola could not deny knowing the strange girl, even though Bisola was there. The girl, whose name was Mary, was no doubt older than Bisola. She was, however, short and plumper than Bisola, darker in complexion with a very strong look on her face. She is beautiful, but with protruded eyeball. She glowed her lips and eyelid with various colors. It was 9:35 p.m. precisely when Bisola and Kola got home that night. So Mary, who was already waiting outside for Kola and wanted to put up a fight with Kola for coming home late, but for the fact that Mary saw Bisola in the same car with Kola, she put on an ugly and unaccommodating outlook. She knew immediately that something must be going on between them. Kola parked his car in his garage and came down from his car. He eyed Mary with a derisive smile, and immediately Mary grew annoyed. She spat into the air, and to show how jealous she was, she had come to see Kola, or now they will both spend the Valentine's Day, but met something else. It was a few days ago they have unceremoniously parted company because they parted with an unresolved disagreement. Kola was not pleased. Kola was not pleased that night seeing Mary, one of his girlfriends, around because he did not have a date with her, and also that he wouldn't like to experience anything whatever that would threaten his new relationship. Mary exploded and left with a threat to retaliate. Already, Bisola's attitude toward Kola was cold because she understood what was happening between Kola and Mary. Hence, was not cheering up. Of course, Kola knew Bisola would get the message. Hence, he wrapped his reassuring larger arms around Bisola as he promised her his absolute love. Please don't feel bad. Feel free with me, Bisola. Mary was just a friend and not a lover, he denied. The Valentine's Day was a very great day in Bisola's life. She had never experienced such. It was a day she would live to remember, even though her experience on the Valentine's Eve nearly thwarted her interest for Kola when Mary came around. As early as 4:30 a.m., the roosters have started crowing persistently. They crew strongly well, but it was as if the din was not strong enough to punctuate Kola and Bisola's sleep. They did discuss better into the night on the Valentine's Eve when Kola kept promising Bola heaven and earth. They lit the sack very late and hence woke up lately the following morning, which was the Valentine's Day. It was barely 2 hours after being awakened from sleep when Bisola could succeed in getting things done and ready for the park. The Apapa amusement park was their chosen Valentine picnic destination. The decision was made before they slept. On the Valentine's morning, they were ready for the picnic. The Apapa amusement park was already densely populated by the time they landed there. And for that day, the park was basically an assembly of couples of high social standing, people who are fine looking, neatly dressed, and completely well fed. It was as if couples had previously met somewhere someday and deliberated that all should coalesce at the park for picnic on the Valentine's Day. At the park, they met with old and new friends. Ever since Bisola came over to Lagos, considering the assuring impression Kola made her, she made up her mind to settle down with him. She had thought of him as somebody very caring, loving, and generous, that she had thought Kola would be able to shoulder her responsibility as a promising husband. Kolawole Williams, on his own part, had also thought of taking Bisola for a wife. He had also thought of settling down with a woman and terminate his flirtatious attitude toward ladies. He had met a woman of his choice. Chapter 4. 2 years had passed after Bisola left home. Bisola was still at First Acton, Lagos. She was still with Kola and did not communicate with her father at home. She had the addresses of her brother at home, but did not communicate with any one of them. She preferred the communication link between them cut off so as to be able to live her life independently the way she had wished. Throughout the 2 years stay of Bisola in Kola's apartment, she had appeared very helpful to Kola. She assumed the duty of a full-time housewife, even though they are not legally married. Even at all this, it was as if she was just drowsing her way through life with no particular aim in view. She has got nothing doing as a job, but because she was not interested or lazy, but because her dream has not materialized. She had wished to trade and often discussed this with Kola, who kept promising her a place in his trade as soon as he succeeded in his new business pursuit. One of his friends promising him a deal in legal drug trading, which of course is highly money-fetching. Hence, his own attention had been on drug pushing and had vehemently been pressing various buttons for it to succeed as soon as possible. It was into this type of venture he felt Bisola's tentacles of proposed trading would be extended. He thought well that Bisola as a woman would fit in well as an agent in the business. Over the past 2 years, when Bisola had been staying with Kola, there had been no time when she has complained of Kola's misconduct toward her. Kola has been doing well and they have both been living together happily. She was absolutely being catered and cared for. The love between them was like that of Romeo and Juliet. But the incident which brought complete separation between them was indeed one of the ironies of life. It was actually on the day when Bisola was marking her 21st birthday anniversary. In actual fact, Kola planned big for the celebration of the anniversary to serve as an indication of full commitment to Bisola. He had printed a number of invitation cards which had been sent out to friends and well-wishers. The publicity given the party, according to Kola, was, however, to serve as a discouragement to any other young bachelor and oppressive millionaire who could be aspiring to be Bisola's attention. He had got many goodies done to be enjoyed together at the party. Kola loved Bisola and hence wants it proved to her in all ramifications. He had once said to a friend, "I will surprise her in a big way. Bisola deserved my unquantifiable attention." Kola's friend, who had been helping him out in connection with the drug deal, promised to come for the birthday party and would certainly give him a gist of the latest development. He has been out of the country for some time, but must certainly come to the party. So, Kola had promised Bisola good news about her work, which would highly be of interest to her. The get-together party, which commemorated the 21st year anniversary of Bisola, came up in the early hours of a Saturday and lasted for many hours. It was a glorious celebration because different important people from all walks of life attended the party. People and friends who were invited all came around to grace the occasion. By 9:45 a.m. that Saturday, invited guests had gathered around the staff club, and by 10 a.m., the appointed master of ceremony, Wale Ogunwale, was already booming and blaring with the microphone within the hall. Guests were seated, and the whole show began. Bisola and Kola had never met Wale Ogunwale, the master of ceremony, before. The get-together party was the event that brought them in contact for the first time. This wouldn't have been so if Kola had not assigned one of his friends to look for a good comedian as the MC. The MC was a vocal young man of 28 and final year undergraduate student at the Premier University, University of Ibadan. University of Ibadan, Nigeria, was known to be the premier university for building itself not only a noble range of buildings, but also an academic dignity and reputation, which have given it a place of high importance at home and abroad. It was the first university to be established as an affiliate of London University. Wale Ogunwale, who was a finalist in the Department of Veterinary Medicine, addressed himself before the audience as a doctor in the making from the Premier University. So when people heard this, they respected him. He was a very handsome gentleman, dark in complexion and of about 6 feet tall. He was dressed in a brightly colored suit with a very nice wristwatch. He was highly commended for his beautiful performance. The audience loved his style of approaching issues as his face was rooted in. It won't be an overstatement, therefore, that Wale was linguistically endowed. He made the event thrilling and enjoyable, which Bisola wouldn't have thought of. She was indeed highly impressed, and no doubt it was a very big surprise package for her. Gifts of sorts rained upon Bisola at the reception hall where the party took place, and to her greater dismay in life, Kola presented her with a cherishable gift of the brand new Volvo car of model 244GL. She was thereafter promised a good position in his internationally connected trade. Still at the party, Bisola snuggled herself up to Kola as a mark of appreciation for the unexpected cherishable gift offered to her. She felt big and secured. She was happy and extremely affirmed never to let Kola down. It was around 5 p.m. when the conglomeration of the guests dispersed. Kola's friend, who shouldered the responsibility of whatever expenses incurred, hence order for more bottles of drinks as soon as the available ones are exhausted. All of a sudden, amidst the crowd of merrymakers, a young man of nearly 30 rose to his feet, staggered a bit because he was drunk already. He was dressed in the native attire of a well-embroidered white agbada. He was of nearly the same height with Kola, and his name was Tunde Johnson. He was really handsome but squint-eyed. Tunde Johnson was one of Kola's international business partners who were to give Kola the gist of the development about his new business pursuit. He was fortunately around for the party as he had promised, and hence felt that he should disclose the news of success at the party. Tunde Johnson, who had already risen from his seat, located Kola where he sat and hence moved towards him. Because he had not met Kola since he came back from overseas, he moved closer to him and they both hugged themselves happily. He congratulated Kola for the party and at the same time for something else. Kola adjusted on his seat immediately to create a space for Tunde Johnson because he had got the message that his purpose of coming down to him was to discuss one important thing or the other. Tunde Johnson helped himself with the seat and whispered to Kola's hearing, "Kola, a very big congratulations indeed." Guess what? He did not even allow Kola to cogitate when he continued again. "I came down yesterday as I promised to be here today. It is unfortunate I came behind schedule. Well, I must tell you that I succeeded. In fact, I got about 100 kilos each of those things. Just keep it a secret. The atmosphere is lively. I'm exceedingly happy and I must show you this. So receive my congratulations again." He concluded as he reached out his hand to shake Kola. "Are you serious, Tunde?" Kola asked him. "Just keep it secret. It is like that. Keep on enjoying." Tunde retorted with a lively smile. Tunde went back to his seat while Kola readjusted himself on his seat. He was exceedingly happy as this was shown on his face. He pondered over what he heard from Tunde for some time. If Tunde could succeed as he had just said, it means we are okay. In fact, I am happy, he concluded. Kola had earlier arranged a deal in the buying and selling of hemp, heroin, and cocaine. That was his new deal. New business pursuit that he kept promising Bisola. He had thought of it coming into reality earlier than that time, but for one thing or the other, it has not really manifested. Now the pursuit was successful. He became very happy and impressed. Kola, who had never drunk in his life, ordered for bottles of beer to be brought to him. Many of his friends who knew that he was never a drunkard were even surprised. He was not bothered because he was exceedingly happy for the news he has just heard from Tunde. He greeted those sitting very close to him as if they have just arrived and hence began to drink the beer in sips. Bisola herself, who had never tasted beer, saw Kola in action. And because she wanted her gratitude registered, she joined him. The time was almost 7:45 p.m. Kola and Bisola kept drinking and chatting along with friends and well-wishers while music was going on. It was not long, however, when Bisola stopped her own. She did not finish a bottle as she was beaming squiffy. Meanwhile, Kola had exhausted the content of 3 bottles and still forged ahead to contest for more. He was
becoming more and more loquacious and somehow erratic. Within a period of not more than 1 hour 30 minutes after they had started to drink, Kola burst. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," Kola said as he helped himself up from his seat gently. Bisola, who sat very close to Kola, was surprised. She was wondering what Kola had for the people. But because he had a good remark at the beginning of his talk, no one was mindful of whatever he can say. "Good evening once again," I said. Kola repeated his greetings, expecting response from the people. He was already standing on his feet that are planted apart. "You are welcome. Speak on," somebody said among the people. He was sizzled already. "Yes, I will speak on, whether you like me or not," Kola said again, after which some people among the merrymakers said, "We are all for you. By way of gratitude, I'm highly indebted to all of you. I mean all of you here. Today no be joke. No be joke at all," Kola emphasized. Kola, who was already on his feet, stretched out his left arm to gesticulate and drive home his point. He held the bottle of the beer he was drinking with the other hand. It was glaring that he was being intoxicated and his talk was becoming more of twaddle. And could still control herself very well, noticed immediately that Kola was already saturated with the alcohol. She noticed that the influence of the alcohol had started reflecting in his speech. Hence, she pulled the edge of his garment down a bit to interrupt him and possibly call him back to his senses. Alas. "Leave me alone, woman," he said to Bisola, then added immediately as he jerked and shrugged his shoulder. "Don't you know today is a day of joy? A friend has just told me of our goods. It has arrived successfully and we got about 300 kilos of the materials. It means you are lucky too, as your trade will soon begin. Your traveling documents are almost ready too, and as I have promised you, I'll finance the trade. So leave me alone and let the public bear me witness about my good news for you. Kola yelled in annoyance and faced his listeners again. Bisola was embarrassed, as well as Tunde Johnson, who stood up from his seat again and walked up to meet Kola to probably curb him. Unfortunately, Kola had become abnormally sizzled and was at bellicose as a caged, hungry lion. He unconsciously lunged at Tunde Johnson and boxed him on the nose, causing him to stagger back. He lurched where he stood, and those who sat beside him drew back immediately. Already, Johnson was bleeding in the nose and was on the floor, sprawling. The men of state security at the party had gotten enough information and evidences to make some arrests. Meanwhile, Bisola, who was not drunk, had noticed what was happening immediately, had already disappeared. She, with her new Volvo car and the little gifts in the car, the moment she saw the security men, not minding whatever happens to Kola. The MC, Wale, also sneaked out immediately, and as if it was a calculated attempt, he met Bisola at the car park, attempting to drive out of the venue. He quickly joined her and they immediately zoomed off. She did not bother to go to Fexter town immediately. She did not want to endanger her life in so doing, and because there was no document in Kola's apartment which could implicate her. She left together with the MC to an undecided place where she could find solace for a while. Meanwhile, Kola and some others have been arrested and driven out to the police station. Because Kola was drunk, he could not resist the arrest. Many who are drunk were arrested, while some people still made their way out of the venue without a hitch. Chapter 5. The dawn of the second day, which was a Sunday, met Bisola Badmus at Ibadan on the campus of the Premier University. She had never been to the campus of any university, so she did not know how a university campus looked like. Hence, her maiden visit to the campus of the prestigious university was an opportunity for her. Bisola Badmus did not sleep early enough on the night she landed on the campus of the University of Ibadan because the thought about Kola preoccupied her mind. Secondly, there are lots of side attractions within the campus, especially the common room. It was the first week after resumption when there was no serious academic work yet. What really gave her so much surprise that night was the way in which the ladies related with their male counterparts everywhere on campus, especially the students' common room where she was received. She did not know that there was as much freedom in the university as she had witnessed. It was quite unlike the secondary school where students' activities were closely policed. She immediately and for the first time in life felt the attraction for university education. She therefore concluded that it would be an added advantage for her to be rated among the elite traders if she could be admitted for a degree program in the university. She kept thinking over these things before she was finally drifted to sleep. Bisola eventually woke up around 5:30 a.m. that Sunday morning to find herself lying on a sofa. It was a wretched, uncushioned thing, which must have been there for more than a decade and a half. The sofa was placed at a corner where there was a bit of privacy within the students' common room, and for the fact that she kept the night at the students' common room, a place teemed with mosquitoes, her body was covered with scratches and streaks of blood from the mosquito bites. She would have loved to keep the night in a hotel within Lagos, but to her, it could be a risk driving into any hotel that night, considering what happened at the Atlantic joint. She was undoubtedly entertaining all sorts of fear. Hence, she thought she could be traced out and arrested. Many ideas and suggestions came to her mind that night, but when she eventually realized that Wale, who was with her in the car, was from the prestigious campus of Ibadan University, she did not give it a second thought before agreeing to his suggestion of driving down to Ibadan and pass the night on campus. Thus, she drove out of the city of Lagos to be solaced somewhere else. It was like a dream. Bisola could not believe the whole thing as she gently opened her eyes back to life from her sleep. She shut her eyes again and consoled herself by muttering, "It must be certainly be a horrible incubus. God forbid, it must not be a reality." Moments later, Bisola opened her eyes widely and got to know that the whole thing was like an irreversible reaction in chemistry. It could not be reversed. Kola has been arrested. Obviously, this was an extremely disturbing thought for her. She had aches and pains as she woke up low in energy and vitality, all because of a diseased emotional condition. She could not turn off the mass of disturbing thoughts that kept haunting her all the time ever since Kola was arrested. Early that morning, too, the first thought that came to her mind was the thought of Kola Wole Williams. She clearly recalled an attempt she made to curb Kola's excesses at the birthday party in order to forestall unfavorable unseen eventualities like that he must have been experiencing ever since he had been arrested. She had wanted to stop Kola from talking further when she noticed that he was abnormally drunk. But Kola would not listen because his ill-fated luck would not leave him alone. She thought of her relationship with Kola and how well he had been taking care of her. She had wanted not to be callous, make herself available to be arrested along with Kola since she was not involved in the trade already. It could be dangerous, she thought, and hence resolved to be praying very strongly for Kola to be acquitted of drug trafficking. It was not quite long after Bisola was up when Wole Ogunwole came around. He had kept the night in his own room and quickly rushed down to see the condition of his guest, Bisola. He pushed his way into the common room along with his girlfriend, Bolanle Ogunkoya, whom he had briefed everything about Bisola. Wale and his girlfriend entered the students' common room and saw Bisola already awaking with a disturbed frown clearly expressed on her face. Wale had earlier suggested to Bisola to keep the night with his girlfriend Bolanle, who was a Part 2 student on campus. Bolanle was comfortable and has an accommodation in the hostel. However, Bisola declined. Her declination was not only because squatting on a bed would not be comfortable for herself and her host, but also because she needed privacy, a secluded place where she would have enough and undisturbed concentration to think and grieve over Kola's arrest. Wale himself was disturbed when he got to the common room early that morning and saw Bisola's condition. As a man, he kept giving Bisola an encouragement so as to be able to wall off her disturbing thoughts. Bolanle was, however, Bisola's savior because, with her feminine undertone, she eventually mildly pacified and ushered Bisola to her room in the hostel for her bath. Thereafter, an arrangement was quickly made for her breakfast. The time was almost 10 o'clock that Sunday morning after Bisola's breakfast before she could reach a conclusion about going to Lagos with Wole and return to the campus as soon as possible. She wanted to see if possible what must have been happening to Kola since his arrest. She also wanted to know what must have been happening to Kola's place of abode since she left Lagos for Ibadan. At Lagos, the main gate of Kola's bungalow was barricaded by the law enforcement agents, and no one was even allowed to loiter within the vicinity of the building. In addition to this, the car which Kola drove to the party was neither at Kola's garage nor at the Atlantic joint where he was arrested. She guessed it would have been towed down to the police station where Kola was detained. Bisola was confused as she thought over the matter in her car. Even though Wale was together in the car with her, encouraging her about certain things, Bisola would not listen. She would not like to rush herself into any critical situation which might terminate her life abruptly. Otherwise, she would have loved to call at a suspected police station where Kola was detained, at least to know the situation of things with him. She did not yield to Wole's suggestion to wait at the police station and find out about Kola. Bisola and Wole returned to the campus barely 6 hours after they left the campus. The journey to Lagos was quite unfruitful and she returned with extreme cold feelings. They were only fortunate to have met the owner of the Atlantic joint, who explained to them that Kola was still in the police net under trial. Considering the gravity of what led to his arrest, the woman emphasized that there is hardly any way Kola could bail himself out at the moment one is caught. Such a person has to suffer the consequence. 1 week has passed after Kola had been arrested. Bisola was still on campus, but this time around had been squatting with Bolanle Ogunkoya. She has been managing to live with the little amounts left on her to survive on campus and has never drained her resources. She even had a mild malaria attack for some time and hence had exhausted almost all her money that could have been used for feeding on drugs. Now she needed money badly to keep her going on campus for the next 2 weeks when she surmised something tangible must have been done about Kola's case. But not until she goes to Lagos and withdraws some amount in her current account. There's no way she could get any money. Kola had opened a current account for her with 500,000 naira with a popular commercial bank in Lagos. That was where her hope lies, and not until she goes, things will be difficult for her. Bisola needed about 10,000 naira for her sustenance for that period of 2 weeks. She thought she has also made up her mind to visit Lagos and withdraw that money in her account. She did not want to go alone to Lagos. She has discussed this with Wole and it has been agreed upon that they will both go the following Monday morning when it was just a week and 2 days after Kola had been arrested. It was Monday morning. It was the day Bisola was to go to Lagos to withdraw some amounts in her account. Wole suggested to Bisola at breakfast that they should branch at the university main library to scan the dailies before pushing on. She agreed and so they did. Bisola, who had been squatting, was not convenient enough to listen to both radio and the television news about the decision of the court over the traffickers. But early that morning at the library, when it was precisely 7:20, 72 hours after Kola and others had been convicted, the news filtered to her. 3 drug pushers to die, others detained, was the front page caption in one of the most widely circulated newspapers in the country. The case of the drug pushers have been brought to finality. 3 of them were to die, while 7 other arrested persons were jailed. Bisola ran her eyes through quickly with fear, and unfortunately, Kola was to die. Kola's house has been thoroughly searched according to the news, and nothing less than 250 kilograms of hard drugs have been found in his possession. The properties of the accused persons have been confiscated, and no loitering was entertained within the vicinity of the convicted person's residence. Bisola sat herself down with a sigh of grief and was greatly astonished because Kola was in possession of up to that worth of drugs without her knowledge. Over the past 2 years, she had been staying with him. Bisola was not legally united with Kola, hence there was no legal justification for her to claim the ownership of any of Kola's property. Kola was to die at last. Bisola thought deeply. Her business with him was over, but her worries increased greatly. It was about something very important, something serious. She thought extensively over her retrospective togetherness with Kola, and more especially what it has yielded for them. Unbelievably, the relationship has yielded something unquantifiable. She was already an expectant mother carrying Kola's baby in her womb. The pregnancy was nearly 2 months old when this happened. It was surely an untimely death for Kola. The rate of Bisola's heartbeat increased that morning in the library. She became very weak and almost half of her body was paralyzed by fear. It was really a shocking news to her. Meanwhile, Wale, who was in the library, Bisola kept consoling her. Out of necessity, Bisola picked up courage and together with Wale, she left the library for Lagos. Along her way down to Lagos that morning, many things plagued her mind. Kola was to die while she was carrying his baby in her womb. That was the thought that kept haunting her. Be got rid of before it is late for her. She would often console herself, though with a heavy heart. She was rushing down to Lagos with her Volvo in an attempt to return to Ibadan early enough. Ever since Bisola arrived at the campus of the University of Ibadan, she has been visiting one restaurant after the other with a view to knowing the best of them or that serves the best meal to its customers. She had thought of being a regular patron to any of them who succeeds in meeting her taste rather than just going from one place to the other. And for the past 3 days, she has been frequenting herself in a particular restaurant, the Black Honey restaurant. She has got the taste she needed, and whosoever eats there once will definitely have a good story to tell about their delicious foods. And aside their aromatic dishes, the attendants there at the Black Honey restaurant were all good receptionists, except one of them who is their black sheep. There was no doubt that the Black Honey restaurant had a classical touch in catering services. That was why it became popular among the students. Life on campus was not as it was in days of yore, when students would go to the cafeteria for their meals. Nowadays, there's nothing like that again. Individual has to look for ways to livelihood on campus. The operation of cafeteria on campuses has been abolished. Cooking in hostels too are prohibited. Therefore, students are forced to patronize the accessible restaurants and canteens within and outside the campus. Even though Bisola was not a student, she lived as a student. Black Honey Restaurant was not situated on the main campus. It was somewhere outside the campus, which was not too distant from the main gate. And no day ever passed without the restaurant being flooded by the students from the campus of the University of Ibadan, except when students are on holidays. Not only these people from outside do patronize the restaurant. Meanwhile, Bisola's journey down to Lagos was snappy and fruitful. She got the money out from the bank successfully, and before long she came back to the campus. She eventually left the campus for her lunch at the Black Honey restaurant. Bisola was not long seated at the restaurant when a strange young man came into the dining hall of the restaurant to take his own seat too. The young man was Kola Wole Peters, who has for the past few days been looking for ways of meeting Bisola. He had been seeing Bisola on campus many times with a car, hence he had wanted to know more of her. Fortunately for Kola Wole Peters, that afternoon, when Bisola has just come back from Lagos, and while she was leaving the campus for Black Honey restaurant in her car, he was at the car park and watched her go. He immediately turned on his Jeep engine and pulled onto the road to pursue Bisola. Kola Wole Peters was a postgraduate student at the Premier University in the Department of Theatre Arts. He was on study leave for his master's degree and would soon complete his studies, thereby returning to the company where he works at Kano. Kola Wole Peters was not so much handsome, but the influence of his father, who was a king, mirrored on him as he looked well fed. There's no doubt that he enjoyed the wealth of his father. Kola was a complete Yoruba man of 30 who speaks in rich proverbs and metaphors. He is philosophical and witty. He believes in struggling and very much against folding of arms in idleness. That same afternoon, Kola Peters, who was in passionate pursuit of Bisola, entered the Black Honey dining hall. He pretended as if he wanted to eat lunch as others who are seated and eating already. He looked at his wristwatch and it was exactly 2 p.m. 1 hour after he had taken his normal lunch, he had furtive glance of those within the hall, and even though the hall was becoming packed up as at that time, he was fortunate. His effort to locate Bisola was not frustrated because he spotted her where she sat. She sat all alone on a table at the extreme angle of the hall. Bisola was requesting for food and was still giving the attendants certain specifications when Kola Peters came around. He saw this as an opportunity and hence moved quickly but innocently towards her direction. He got to the table and sat directly opposite to the unsuspicious lady, Bisola. Bisola, who saw the new entrant, Kola Peters, as ordinary black honey restaurant patron, had already started eating while he was taking his seat. But to her greatest surprise that afternoon, the young man who has just entered while demanding for himself a plate of rice and dodo from one of the attendants paid for her meal. Perhaps he had known her somewhere. She did not remember again. She was astonished, though very appreciative. Hence, she did express her gratitude while exchange of addresses ensued. Bisola, however, was no more taken aback when she got to know in the process that Kola Peters was from the campus of Ibadan University. He must have come across her on campus before. She concluded and left the restaurant after her meal. Meanwhile, Kolawole Williams had been executed. He was gibbeted for drug pushing along with other guilty offenders. Wale Ogunwole, who was the master of ceremony at Bisola's 21st birthday party, became her close friend and confidant on campus, and nothing was kept secret again from him. The relationship between them was, however, solidly platonic because Wale was already entangled in Bolanle's passionate affection. Bisola out her personal life with Wale in order to help her provide solutions to her various problems. Although the issue of her conception for the late scholar had been personally resolved, as she had contacted the clinic where it had been terminated, there was soon an inclination in Bisola's interest in academics. She had lived on campus for some days, purposely to find a solace, but as in the process developed a strong desire for university education. Many who are of her age, younger and even older, were highly devoted to the acquisition of knowledge on campus. So what else would stop her from undertaking such a venture? Now that she has lost her close person, the academic environment where she was could be an opportunity ground for meeting someone else. She cannot go back home, continue to drowse her way through life without any particular aim in view, or continue to stay on campus without anything tangible doing. She thought of using the money in her bank account at Lagos for business, but was not courageous about it. She thought of education, but her school certificate results might be her barrier for being admitted. But in case there is a way for her to be admitted, finance wouldn't be her problem in the course of her study. So she thought strongly and wanted admission by all means. Meanwhile, Bolanle Ogunkoya, who was Bisola's host, eventually became very jealous of Bisola. She was suspecting her boyfriend Wale for disloyalty and infidelity because she saw them too often together. She was therefore becoming more and more hostile to Bisola and even wanted her out of her room, even though this was not verbally expressed. With the passage of time, Bisola became more uncomfortable within the room and was, as a result, decided to vacate the room. She vigorously sought a better accommodation concurrently as she processed her admission for a remedial program in the university. And as luck would have it, somebody was in a position to assist. Prince Kola Peters, who has since he met Bisola at the restaurant, became her friend, heard of her plight over securing admission, and has since promised to assist her. He had paid Bisola's fleeting and romantic visits, and in the process has contested not giving him any encouraging answer. Nevertheless, as a way of impressing her, he promised to get her a place in the university. He was strongly puissant in the admission office because he had an uncle who worked there. Processing of admission has not been brought to an end, so Bisola own could be risked. And as nature would have it, matriculation has not taken place. The good news of Bisola's admission came to her precisely during the third week of her stay in campus. Bisola was in her car driving out of the campus in the company of Wale Ogunwole one afternoon when it was precisely 4 weeks after the university resumption. The weather was undoubtedly favorable as they all stood by the side of the road under a leafy tree to exchange greetings and shook hands. The greetings were, however, terminated with news of interest as Prince Kola reached out his hand to deliver Bisola's provincial admissions letter. She was absorbed for a remedial program. The program was leading to the award of LLB degree in law. Bisola was extremely joyous and excited as she could not tell how happy she was. A new and legal accommodation was soon provided for Bisola since she has become a student on campus. But throughout her remedial year, she did not contact either her father or any of her brothers. As the end of session holiday approaches soon, she has thought of visiting her village where her grandmother, who was an octogenarian, stays. It is certainly over a decade since she has visited the village last. Chapter 6. The academic year, which began in the month of March, was terminated in December. Christmas was fastly approaching, and the entire campus had been thrown into a festive mood. Students had been discussing in twos, threes, or in groups how each one had planned to spend the Christmas holiday. Bisola, who had just completed her remedial program, was not left out. She had eventually made up her mind to visit her village for the Christmas celebration. Akoko was the name of Bisola's hometown. It was the place she was born and bred until she reached age 2. Bisola's mother was up the spout when she left her husband's house in Kaduna because there was a little conflict between them. She left for their village precisely when it was 3 weeks to her delivery, and there she was until she delivered of the only girl in their family, Bisola. Her naming ceremony was done in the village. Bisola loved her hometown very well and was always proud of it. However, one great thing that has always been her concern about hometown was the lack of electricity. That notwithstanding, Akoko town is a lively community. It was a bolt in the blue for Bisola's grandmother when Bisola suddenly appeared to her in the village. She was never expecting to see Bisola at that moment, considering her father's previous concerted efforts to locate her following her unceremonious departure from home. It was almost 3 years ago when Bisola had left her father's house in Kaduna for an unknown destination. So when she appeared to her grandmother, the aged woman was shocked. "Bisola," her grandmother lamented. "Over these years, what have I done, my daughter?" And she burst into tears. Bisola moved quickly to embrace her granny. Her knees were already on the floor as she sobbed her heart out. "Please forgive me, Mama. I did not mean to hurt you. Please forgive me," she begged further. "Your father left the village about 3 weeks ago, still telling me that he has not seen you, and he said he will not be coming home for Christmas," the grandmother said. "So please tell me what the matter was before you left home." In order to please the aged woman, Bisola lied. "I have seen my father. In fact, he sent greetings across to you. We have settled the matter. Here is even the bread he sent across to you," she said, and handed over a big loaf of bread to her granny. So having heard that her father would not be coming home around that Christmas time, she was exceedingly happy and hence decided to lie to the old woman. She was also diplomatic not to have told her grandmother where she was and what she was doing there. Bisola's grandmother was not literate but was as intelligent as somebody who had undergone a certain level of formal education. She was a native of a neighboring village. She was a widow who lost her husband many years ago when Bisola's father, Chief Adekunle Badmus, was 5 years old. Her husband, who was a Paiwan tapper, lost his life some years back when he fell from a palm tree, and since the death of her husband, surviving son. She had had to fetch water from streams and sell as her means of livelihood. It's really a tough and sad experience for her for many things she had seen on her way to the streams in sunny afternoons. With the passage of each day, her only consolation rested on the only child she had, Adekunle. Meanwhile, students from campuses and various higher institutions kept flooding the town for the Christmas holiday 2 days after Bisola arrived home. It was 5 days to the Christmas, and she had settled down to enjoy her holiday. She had mixed and interacted with people of her age within the village and had met a girl, Adeola Adeyeye, who was also a student at the Premier University. It was a big surprise for her to have met Adeola Adeyeye, who was a Part 3 student of sociology at the Premier University in her hometown. They met often on campus, especially in social gatherings, but none of them was aware of each other's hometown, so it was a happy moment for both of them. Adeola Adeyeye was a beautiful young lady and was in the same age group with Bisola. She's completely light in complexion with a naturally black glittering long hair. Akoko Night was an annual event which used to bring all and sundry of Akoko together in a very atmosphere. It's a day when sons and daughters of Akoko come together to rejoice, give thanks to God, eat, drink and dance as an appreciation to God. Guests are normally invited from the neighboring towns and villages to celebrate with them. Bisola was devoted as the chairlady of the event. It was the first time in history when a woman would be chosen for such an assignment, perhaps because of her moral and financial support to the union. It was just 24 hours to the Akoko night, a full moonlit night in the village. Almost everybody in each household had taken their dinner. Bisola's grandmother too had dined, but her grandchild had not. She had not taken her dinner, not because she had no appetite, but precisely because of what she engaged herself in. So that same night, children have been converging somewhere very close to Bisola's house for the stories. Bisola, who had decided not to visit her friends that night, was outside under the starry winter sky and was not even expecting any visitor because of her mental engagement. She had already laid down supinely on a mat, propping up her head by putting a pillow behind it. Looking straight into the starry and moonlit sky, she sighed. Coupled with the thought of her admission was an important and burning issue which began to haunt her. It was about future home. Now that she is fully grown and was pursuing her degree program in the university, she had no stable and reliable marriage partner. It has been one man after the other following the demise of Kolawole. It had taken her a long time thinking over the issue. She knew, however, that she was not immediately ready for wedding, but she had thought of a situation whereby her exit from the campus would narrow down her accessibility to young lads of the standard she set for herself. She therefore considered herself the most unlucky person if she should graduate from the university without a fiancé. She considered her natural heftiness and was troubled again because she felt that her stature was even enough to scare away men from her. Came around her outside where she was lying down. Bisola had been so engrossed in her inner thoughts that she was caught unaware when the old woman got to her. Bisola, her grandmother, called her name. "This is the first time I have seen you troubled since you came. What is the matter, my daughter?" she asked. "Oh, nothing, Mama. There's absolutely nothing. I was just thinking of some things," her granny asked her again. "But you were talking out loud." "Was I, indeed, Mama?" Bisola asked her granny. "Yes, of course," her granny answered and added, "Why don't you come in and dine? Your meal is almost freezing. Or what is actually troubling you? My daughter, please tell me." "Oh, nothing, Mama." I said, "There's absolutely nothing. I was only trying to think about the future and what it holds for me. Nothing more than that, Mama," she concluded. "And is that all?" Her grandmother asked and added, "There's no problem about the future. You have a bright future. I can see that clearly. Please don't bother your mind. The spirit of my fathers will lead you. So please come on and dine," the old woman concluded. Bisola eventually went in to eat. The meal was cold already. It was pounded yam and egusi soup. As usual, she blessed the meal and began to eat. The winter harmattan was already prevalent, so the meal was getting solid already. Bisola was still rolling from one side of the bed to the other. She had not been drifted to sleep yet. She badly needed to sleep but has not succeeded, therefore, Her mind was still plagued with the thought of various things. Hence, she had enough time for herself to ruminate over the past happenings. Still on her bed, Bisola brought her mind back home and looked forward with hope, thereby believing that all things work for good. Her thought was diverted and carried her further. She thought extensively over her appointment as the master of ceremony in the forthcoming Akoko night. Deep rooted in her, she was happy, and she was in this mood when eventually she was drifted off to sleep. Bisola, who had spent the whole night thinking, eventually fall asleep around 3 a.m. Bisola woke up very late the following day. The sun was already coming up gradually, and it was few minutes to 9 o'clock in the morning. Ever before then, her grandmother had gone to her room on two specific occasions to find out what was happening to Bisola. It was quite unusual. There had been no time when Bisola woke up as late as that since she arrived the village for the Christmas holiday. But while the aged grandma got to her room, she met her in bed still sleeping. Suddenly a car was driven into their compound. In fact, that was the car whose sound got Bisola up from bed. The car brought students studying in different higher institutions outside their town back home for the Christmas holiday. Even though not all the passengers were from Bisola's compound, all of them came down from the vehicle because her father's house was very close to the car park. Bisola jumped up from bed and drew the curtains of her window in order to allow her to see the outside from within. Her eyes were blurry as she eventually succeeded in gaining her sight back early enough to eye the passengers who came down from the car before they disappeared. The driver of the car had already started the car engine back again and had taken off. Bisola was, however, not surprised to have seen youths trooping into the town, one set after the other. Bisola had been given enough good impressions about what their Akoko night would look like from the way youths kept flooding the town. So in her room, she soaked herself up again about how well she could moderate the program of events for the day. She was, however, busy integrating one idea with the other when a knock sounded on her door. Who could that be? She thought within herself and finally reacted. Please come in, she said. Oh, Mama, it's you. I was thinking the caller should be one of my friends now, she said, flashing a smile as her grandmother opened the door and stepped in. Am I not your friend too? Her grandmother said jokingly as she moved up to her. Of course you are, but on a different platform, she said. It's all right. A friend is always a friend, my daughter, she said and quickly asked, how is your preparation for the Akoko night? Bisola appreciated the concern of her grandmother. I have always been contemplating on what pair of shoes to wear out of these ones, she said as she pointed to her shoes. The following day was the Christmas Eve. It was the day set aside for the Akoko night, which marked the beginning of a new life in Bisola's life. It was the day she met Prince Scholar Peters again following their departure from the campus. He has since returned to Kano where he worked. Prince Scholar Peters, who came to Akoko town for the Akoko night, was a representative of his own town students' union. He came down in his jeep together with two other ladies and gentlemen from his own community on invitation to grace the occasion. Other guests from other nearby communities were also invited and were all present at the occasion. It was, however, a very great surprise for both Bisola and Kola to have seen each other at the occasion. None of them ever knew the other came from that territorial vicinity, so when they met again, it was a happy reunion. Kola, who has written a number of letters to Bisola on campus, both when he was on campus and when he had left, but got no reply to any of the letters, was exceedingly happy for the opportunity of coming across her again. He was completely taken aback to have understood that Bisola came from Akoko town, where best of his friends came from, and particularly when he saw her performing as the master of ceremony. Throughout his postgraduate life on campus, during which he was opportune to meet Bisola, he had never been patient enough to inquire from her where she came from. Bisola, who had unwillingly been leaving a man for another since Kola left the campus and had got no reasonable man to settle with, saw it as an opportunity coming across Kola again. Actually, she had an interest in him and would not mind being his wife, but who knows whether Kola would be reliable. Secondly, all she had again been avoiding regarding Kola not to see her consent as a gratification for the honor of admission done her. Prince Kola Wole Peters, who shared the same first name with Kola Wole Williams, Bisola's demised Lagos-based boyfriend, did not let go Bisola's thoughts in his mind throughout the sportive night. He was undoubtedly impressed by Bisola's performance at the occasion as the master of ceremony, and because he had not in any time been put off by Bisola's refusal to honor his proposal, he decided again to meet Bisola after the occasion. So as soon as the event came to an end, at the dawn of the following day, which was the Christmas day, Kola reapproached Bisola for love. They came together and discussed deeply over the matter. Bisola eventually agreed to enter into a relationship with Kola, but not just any relationship. She wanted a promising relationship which would certainly lead them to the altar. She had had enough from men of various characters and hence wishes to settle down with a man. She was desperate now to have a future partner, having tasted what it's like for a woman to exist without a promising companion. Since she was, however, very happy that at least Prince Kola was employed already and would be able to support her to complete her undergraduate studies as long as she has vowed never to return to her father until maybe when. Chapter 7. Bisola had, since she got to know Prince Kola Peters closely, been shuttling between Kano and the University of Ibadan, and more to this, she had regularly been spending her holidays in Kano since they have both agreed to get married and live together as husband and wife. Each time the university reopens for new semester, Kola will bring Bisola down in her Volvo car to the campus and return to Kano by air. And even though Kano was a faraway place from Ibadan, he did not stop visiting Bisola on campus often and often. It was at the moribund of Bisola's degree program in the university when power supply on the campus became erratic for the first time in the history of the university. 2 weeks to her final degree examination, the power supply was punctuated, and not until it was a week to the examinations the power was not restored. The campus has since been plunged into total darkness. As there was no light, many students who are not used to hurricane lanterns could not read in the night. Many were able to read, but not satisfactorily. Existence of life therefore became very tense on campus. Bisola, as a final year undergraduate, had an appointment with her project supervisor, which she had kept on postponing for the past few days because of her various commitments on campus. She was a strong member of the campus press club and some other strong organizations like that. Bisola, who has never contested for any office in the history of her faculty's election because she personally felt that involvement in campus politics would disturb her academic pursuit and would probably not allow her to hit her targets, became a popular figure during her faculty political era, through which she was elected as the president. She was highly respected for her diplomatic dispositions. She had certain peculiarities with which she was known, even ever before contesting for presidency in her faculty. On the eve of the election day, which was basically set aside for manifestos on campus, apparently all the students in the faculty of law and others were present. The chairman of the electoral committee in Bisola's faculty eventually came up to the stage to announce the order of presentation and proceedings. The program eventually commenced in earnest, and Bisola's two rivals came out on the hustling, one after the other, earlier than her. When Bisola later came up, the whole hall was turned into rowdiness, and her marks of success began that night, until the following morning, when the election came up and she was eventually voted in. She became the president of the Association of Law Students in her faculty just at the beginning of the session. The swearing-in ceremony and handing over formalities have since been observed. With Bisola's desk diary in her hand that Monday morning, when she was to see her project supervisor, she got to her faculty almost around the 8 hours of the day. She knew Professor Onile very well as a disciplinarian, and that an attempt for her to miss the appointment again would amount to, and for the fact that she was the president of the association in her faculty, she felt it to be a disgrace to her office to flaunt the Dawn's appointment. Unfortunately for her, Professor was unavailable. Her thoughts carried her further and therefore decided to go straight to Professor Brownwood's office. She got to the office and still found out that it was firmly sealed up. She later decided to leave the administrative block and await the professor somewhere at the car park. What must have happened, Bisola thought, as she rolled down the sleeve of her shirt. She uplifted her face only to see two able-bodied gentlemen approaching her direction from a distance. The two gentlemen were pacing quickly towards her. No one who saw them would believe that they are approaching her for a special purpose. It was quite some distance away, so Bisola could not recognize the two gentlemen coming towards her. She looked sideways whether she could see somebody towards whom she could suspect them approaching. There was nobody around, and as she changed her course, the two gentlemen changed their own direction as well, relative to hers. She eventually decided to wait and see what they have for her. Within a twinkling of an eye, the two gentlemen have approached a distance within her eye shot. "Oh, Mr. President," she said. "You are welcome. Hope there's nothing," she concluded. The iron lady that was the response from one of the two gentlemen. That was her cognomen, considering her various commitments on campus. The speaker was the president of the entire student body on campus, while the other one, who kept silent, was the president of the Association of Agricultural Students on the same campus. "You are highly respected," Bisola replied as the two gentlemen moved closer to her, still wondering what actually brought them down to her faculty early that morning. More to her amazement was that these gentlemen were with branches of leafy shrubs, which they raised up and shook as they both chorused "Aluta continua," as if it was planned. "Yes, all correct, Aluta continua," Bisola replied, showing her cooperation as they moved closer to exchange greetings and greetings. "We have been to your room this morning," the president of the student union government said, and quickly added, "Then we guessed you'll be in your faculty, and that's why we are here. I had an important meeting with my executives in the wee hour of this morning about the ultimatum we gave to the authority of this first sitting 2 weeks ago, and in the meeting we concluded that as long as the authority refused to yield to our demands over a period of 2 weeks given to them as the ultimatum, the students shall embark on boycotting of lectures as from this morning until our demands are met. We are here to solicit for your support and cooperation." 2 weeks ago, the student union government executive met over what would have turned the campus to a boiling point. It was all about the vice chancellor of the university, Professor Shola Bitrus, and his new plan to phase out the receipt examination on the campus. Students were sniffy and hence expressed their displeasure over the issue by staging a peaceful demonstration with placards on their hands. They have since given the authority the ultimatum to reverse the decision or relieve the vice chancellor of his post as an alternative. But for the past 2 weeks, the varsity authority has taken no steps as to reversing the decision or remove the vice chancellor from office. So early that morning, when the ultimatum lapsed, the student union's executive met and deliberated that all students should boycott classes until further notice. She entered one lecture room after the other, alerting the students about the deliberation of everyone on campus. As Bisola approached the venue of convergence, she heard the students chorusing the song repetitively. Thus, "Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, we shall always fight for our rights." Early that morning, some active students have gone to the main gate of the varsity, which was about 2 kilometers from the conference area, and have barricaded the entrance. All the security men at the gate have taken to their heels. Movement of vehicles was restricted and there was even no vehicle around. Students were setting tires ablaze and there was a heavy smoke. All the security men on campus, including the porter guards, had fled and no one was around except the dean of the student affairs, Professor Muyiwa Abodurin, who had unfortunately sneaked into the campus earlier that morning before the atmosphere became tense like that. He never knew students would riot. He wouldn't have entered. He was in his office for official assignment, which he thought he would complete before the midday. Professor Muyiwa was in his office and overheard the shouts of the students and came out to the office to see what was happening when he unfortunately fell into the student's trap. He was humiliated. Students deflated the tires of his car and he was held into ransom. Placards attacking the governance of the vice chancellor were carried by the demonstrators and there were cries of disagreement with his regime here and there. Within minutes, the news of the demonstration had filtered. Mobile policemen had been alerted and have arrived at the campus to keep things in order and curb the excesses of the students on. They eventually penetrated the campus to disperse the students' coalescence and restore peace. 24 hours later, the varsity was shut. Students were forcefully ejected out of the hostels and the college was closed down indefinitely. The Christmas holidays prematurely began and academic activities were punctuated. Bisola and other student leaders had no option too. They had to vacate the campus. She got her things together and left for Kano where Kola worked. Chapter 8. It was exactly 2 months, 2 weeks and 2 days after the forceful closure of the university when something encouraging about the institution was heard. It was all about the reopening of the institution. Students were called back to resume the normal academic activities on campus. The decision to recall back the students to the campus was made following the deliberation of the highest governing body of the university, the Senate. 2 weeks before the new resumption date was announced, the Senate met. The student union government was proscribed until further notice, and finally, that all students be surcharged relative to the extent of damages done to the school property. The amount to be realized was to be used for renovation and repair. Revision lectures began in earnest and students have been given the grace of 5 weeks before the commencement of the examinations. Even with his official card, Kola would have just drive in one weekend to see how she's faring, she thought. After several days of expectation, Bisola concluded that something must be wrong with Kola, who has decided not to send down any message from Kano. She was becoming more and more impatient. One afternoon, Bisola was in her room sleeping and had a dream. In the dream, she saw that Kola fought her mercilessly. It was a serious fight where Kola claimed that Bisola had once given birth to a baby for another man, which he had refused to tell him since he met her. Kola, as a result of this, wished to call it quits with the relationship. Bisola woke up immediately and in the real life became completely jittery. Thus, she made up her mind, even though her examination was roughly a week ahead, to see Kola by all means. Her decision was late, however, but that was the only alternative left for her. She wanted to travel down to Kano to see Kola so as to ease her mind of the persistent tension. And it was the following day that she left the campus for Kano. She would have preferred to travel down in a Volvo car, but could not afford to drive a long-distance journey like that. Therefore, she chose to board a commercial vehicle down to Kano. Bisola hit her feet against a stone and lost her recommended glasses in the process. Bisola was greatly embittered with the situation of things early that morning, knowing certainly that her pair of glasses had broken. What really gave her the grips was her left foot, which she hit against a stone. This, according to a proper belief in Yoruba land, was a sign of misfortunes. But even at that, she was not discouraged. She had already made up her mind to go. It's quite unusual of Kola to have left Bisola walled off of events. Bisola knew and was very sure that even if Kola was to be sick, he would have ventured to drop her a line. She trusted him for that. She thought whether Kola had got an accident along this way with his car somewhere where no one could trace him. Thoughts like that kept haunting her until she got to her destination. Bisola Badmus got to Kano very late. It was, however, a distressful and heart-rending marathon for Bisola when she got to Kola's place of abode and met everywhere tightly locked. It was initially like a joke to her until she found out that no amount of her knock could open the gate for her. There was even no evidence that one lives within except that the security lights were on. So for the few minutes, Bisola sat down on the background and was perspiring. What contributed more to her plight was her carelessness to have forgotten her bunch of keys where the keys to the front door of Kola's house was held. She took a bunch of keys along, but it wasn't the one containing the key to Kola's main door. She did not have the keys to the padlocks at the gate, but she would have climbed the fence and opened up the front door with her own duplicate of key to the front door. She thought of climbing the fence and force the front door open, but for security purpose, it was a foul game she played. She thought of where Kola could be at that time, but she could not make a precise guess. She was restless. Such thing has never happened to her in the history of her life before. This was because Kola had changed the entire lock and key of his front door as soon as Bisola left for her campus. He knew Bisola was holding one of the duplicate keys to the front door, hence he decided to change it in order to prevent her from gaining entrance whenever she calls while he's away. He had thought of calling it quits with Bisola for numerous reasons, but because he was confused on how to pass the message across to her, he kept on postponing his decision. Bisola, in a dejected state of mind, thought over so many things over the past 5 years that this relationship had got well entrenched. I do not think I've ever experienced a very degrading and humiliating circumstance like this. She was undoubtedly filled with multifarious thoughts, and as a result, she felt absolutely impatient. Where would I pass the night, my God? She thought and voiced out unconsciously as she dissolved in tears. Why has Kola decided to treat me like this? For God's sake, the only man I love, cherish and adore. Why, God? Why? Whether dead or alive, no one knew where Kola had gone. As it was a Friday evening, Bisola thought she would meet Kola at home so that she would spend the weekend with him and return to the campus on Monday morning, when it will be only 3 days to the commencement of exams. The time was almost 9 p.m. Bisola was tired of the whole event. It was late already. Bisola could not go to Kola's place of work to find out about his whereabouts. Whatever be the case, if Kola had gone on an official trip, he ought to have returned this Friday night. That was what she thought within herself. Another thought soon struck her mind, that Kola must have gone to a late night party. His garage was sealed up. Kola must have gone to a party. She thought this over. She therefore eventually decided to drop a note for Kola. It was becoming late in the night. She had to leave for wherever she could place her head to sleep. The first thing that came to Bisola's mind was the question of where to go and keep the night as she paced the main road towards the south. Along her way, her mind kept bombarding her with various questions about her relationship with Kola. In case Kola had gone out with other women, will he still think of her whenever he returns? Could that be a sign of calling it quits for her? What will thereafter be her own fate if Kola decides to forsake her? She was completely engrossed and absorbed in her thoughts. She considered lodging in a nearby hotel to pass the night. She had also thought of waiting around in the hotel for a day or two so as to be able to confirm the whereabouts of Kola at the place of work on Monday morning before going back to Ibadan. Bisola was thinking of this when a pickup van appeared far behind her. The van's headlights were intermittently flickered on her as the driver pressed the alarming horn to arrest her attention. She quickly looked back to see who was coming, but because the light rays got into her eyes, she could not immediately identify the type of the approaching vehicle. And as she was picking up her handbag from the ground, the vehicle slowly drove by and parked a few yards ahead of her. She lifted up her head only to see some policemen dropping from the van. They were the anti-robbery policemen on patrol. "Hey you, what's your problem and what are you doing there?" That was a question posted by one of the senior officers among the policemen. They were 6 in number, excluding the driver, but it was only 4 of them who approached her, perhaps after seeing her to be a lady where she stood. The policemen were young men of between 30s and 40s, except 2 constables among them who looked young. They say something in the middle 20s. They were all neatly dressed with their guns and rifles beside them. Bisola was tongue-tied initially and stood rooted to the spot for a while. "Good evening, sir," she eventually broke the silence. "Yes, good evening," one of the senior officers responded. "What's the problem and what can we do for you?" The officer asked further. Bisola was very sober, and in that mood, she disclosed her identity as a student. Thereafter, she narrated her ordeal. "Why you no tell your boyfriend say you go come?" one of the constables said in pidgin. "Come on, shut up," one of the officers ordered the constable. "Please, young woman," the officer pitied her, "come up with us and let us give you a ride to your proposed destination." Bisola initially doubted the integrity of those policemen, but since she had no option, she agreed to go with them. She was driven down to all-weather hotel, where she dined lately and kept the night till morning. Throughout the weekend, Bisola lodged at the hotel, and every attempt made to trace Kola down in his place of abode was in futility. He was nowhere to be found. Bisola decided to visit Kola's place of work and find out what has actually went wrong with him. But to her greatest dismay, Kola was said to have gone on leave. His leave commenced precisely a week ago and has since been away from office. Chapter 9. 2 letters from 2 different sources were already placed by Bisola's door before she could return from Kano. The letters were brought to the hostel from her department by one of her classmates in about 2 hours before her arrival. Out of the 2 envelopes brought to Bisola's door, one of them was carrying the address of Prince Kola's place of work. The other was just a fold of a white official typing sheet, properly stapled and addressed to her, but not enclosed in an envelope. When Bisola eventually came around, she was happy, knowing that one of the letters she met by her doors was from Prince Kola. She was eager to see the contents because it has really taken long since she read from Prince Kola. Out of excitement, she tore the envelope open to see what Kola has for her. Bisola has not even had time for herself when she quickly ran her eyes through the unusual 1-page letter from Kola. Bisola could not trust her eyes and thus did not believe what she saw in Kola's letter. There had been no fight or serious conflict between them recently, which could have instigated Prince Kola to write such a letter to her. The only incident she recollected immediately was an issue which has always been a controversy between herself and Prince Kola. The letter was almost falling off her hand. The content read thus: "I fear this letter will come to you as a surprise, but I trust my feelings will excuse me in your eyes. I am surely going to hide nothing from you since we have been good lovers for a long time now. I have been much worried of how to put this across to you, but I feel this is my best and last chance to inform you and wish you the best of luck in the years ahead. Bisola spending one's life to deride another is absurd. Therefore, I have no reason to deceive you. One fact remains that the basic secrets whose vibrations and lifestyles respond positively to one's own. As long as you remain inflexible over this matter, you know it. At this stage of our relationship, I wonder what it will become of you to the moment we tie the knot, when actually it will be dangerous. Please forgive me if you have been hurt. I did not mean to do so. Thus, I seriously beg to retire, as I wish you to honorably excuse me from the relationship, as from this moment onward, when destiny does not permit the cohabitation of two people, it will be stupid to persist. Do think less of me, and be informed that your unceremonious intrusion on my privacy will surely not be entertained. Prince Kola had earlier confronted Bisola about her unethical manners of publicly addressing him by name. He emphasized that culture has to be protected and not bastardized in the name of civilization. And to him, over this matter, Bisola's attitude remained unchanged. Kola, who was born in a purple, stressed that in case he becomes a king, it would be a complete embarrassment for him and his authority to be addressed by name. He needed somebody who would always give the husband the deserved respect as the head of the family, and not a woman who would surely sully his reputation before men, thus dragging his credibility in the mud. It is part of the cultural practices, but Bisola would not see anything wrong with it, hence would not attach any importance to the matter. She felt civilization has come to change so many things in our society and would be unsocial for anyone to insist on the antiquated culture. Thus, she would not at all compromise her feelings. Kola's paroxysm about his issue gave Bisola a very serious concern. Kola, who was brought up in an environment where culture and norms are appreciated, he looted the roots of indigenous culture in an attempt to welcome imported culture. He personally felt that courtesy goes along with love. He has retrospectively been gearing efforts towards calling Bisola to order over this matter. But each time, she would scout Kola's view and would not listen. It has even become an argument because there's always a limit to human endurance. Kola was pushed to the wall and was declining his interest for Bisola. He has been paying her sedulous attentions until he met another lady whose attention and understanding have made for all the romantic frustrations of the past. That was when he consequently picked up his pen to write to Bisola on her campus. Life absolutely became a very bad place for Bisola to live when she got and read Kola's letter. She was completely aggrieved and would not believe that Kola could be so decisive. She encouraged herself and was not pessimistic about winning back Kola's heart. Kola used to be weaker when it comes to sex matter, hence she guessed he could easily be mollified by luring him to bed. With these her seemingly good ideas, she summoned courage and picked the other letter to read. Bisola, who was all alone in the room, ran into the greatest emotional problem where she unfolded the stapled letter and a cursory glance. It was a letter of expulsion from the university. The letter came as a result of her activities and roles during the last student unrest experienced on the campus. The letter was duly stamped and signed by the Senate chairman. Many students, especially the student leaders, were involved, and all of them have been served their letters. Some students were rusticated, ranging from a year to 2, depending on the gravity of their offense. Not more than 3 weeks before Bisola got her expulsion letter, many students were invited and seriously interrogated by the disciplinary committee. Bisola as well was invited along with some other student leaders, but as luck would have it, she became a victim of expulsion. Her predicament became double-yoked. Considering the letter she had earlier read from Kola, Bisola became confused and cheated because she has never seduced any student into vandalization. She did not take part in any destructive acts during the protest. It was only certain lunatic fringe who took advantage of the unrest to vandalize and loot away valuable properties. She regretted contesting at all for the presidency in her faculty, knowing certainly that her popularity wouldn't have fetched her a letter of expulsion from the university authority, supposing she had not partaken in the political affairs of her faculty. She had been looking forward to some success and not backwardness or failure, as she found herself being trapped within the searing ember of predicament. Bisola was also in her final year, was sunk in agony and tears. Life became relatively bitter for her. She did not even hear when someone was tapping her door from outside. It was Wole Ogunwole, who was by then pursuing his doctorate degree. He had come to check whether she has returned from her journey, but left when no one answered him. He felt no one was inside. Throughout this period, Bisola was all alone in her room. No one was even around to assist her, considering her general weakness. She became unreasonably hopeless, and her head began to ache worse than ever. Bisola has been sitting helplessly on her bed for some time when suddenly someone knocked the door again. Her room was a self-contained apartment given her in honor of her status as a student leader. It is customary every student leader on campus, be it male or female leader, was given a self-contained room like that. So now that the knock came again, she was alerted. Wale entered Bisola's room and was shocked. She had totally lost her jauntiness and looked relatively tired. Wale moved closer to Bisola and did his best to bring her back to life. He saw the two letters carelessly flung on the carpet. Hence bent down, got hold of the letters and perused. He sighed and he could understand. He was disturbed too, but as a man, he summoned courage. Wale felt sorry for Bisola, for he knew all her hope and aspiration has been lost. So Wale did his best to make sure that he encouraged Bisola. After a short while, Wale left and Bisola remained lonely inside. The thought of Kola, which she had all along kept resolutely out of mind, haunted her again and was weeping. She realized after much thought that Kola had certainly taken a binding decision and hardly would there be any change of mind for him again. She knew him for that. Nevertheless, she was still going to see him and iron things out together. As Bisola lay down on the carpet, an idea came into her mind. Since the university decision had been taken, there would be no remedy. It was just a complete bad luck for falling victim of circumstances. She had no option than to vacate the campus within the stipulated time. All that happened could turn out to be blessings in disguise, she concluded. Bisola had already drained her savings account at the bank and had been depending on Prince Kola Peters for her finance over the past few months. Although her car was in good order, there's no money for her to fuel it, let alone maintain it. She built up a level of courage and managed to take a cup of coffee, and thereafter began to gather her things together. Already the news of her expulsion had spread throughout the campus, and people kept coming one after the other to her room to show her their concern. Miss Ola did not have more time for herself to gather her belongings, as she kept attending to her friends that have almost choked up the pokey room with their breath. Perhaps she had thought of the limit of time stipulated in her letter of expulsion within which to pack and vacate the campus. Bisola squeezed her time and quickly rushed other things done within 24 hours. Therefore, she had submitted her beddings at the porter's lodge and was ready for the outside world, basically to an undecided destination. Many ideas and thoughts began to battle in Bisola's mind as she drove out of the campus. Along her way, she thought of heading to the Black Honey restaurant, where she had already been known as a regular patron. She did not even bother to have a second thought over it when it came to her mind. She agreed within her mind to table her problem before the hotelier, Mrs. Ngozi Akinwumi, who was almost becoming her friend at that time. Thus, she concluded that she would request for whatever assistance she could offer her. Mrs. Ngozi Akinwumi was the managing director of the Black Honey restaurant. She was an Igbo woman by tribe, though married to a Yoruba man. She has been so nice to Bisola since she got to know her. Bisola had also made up her mind to dispose of her car before it becomes a liability. She thought that with the little amount to be realized, she could start a business, secure a room, and be able to feed herself conveniently for a reasonable length of time, within which whatever business she embarks on must have been yielding for her. She had thought of going down to Kano and see Kola, but the news had filtered to her early that morning that Kola had traveled out of the country for further studies and would not be back until after a year. She felt Kola was callous. She regretted going into a relationship at all with him. It was not too long when Bisola drove into the Black Honey Yard, and as a regular customer, the attendant welcomed her and requested for her needs. Obviously, that morning she was not there for food, rather for an important issue which has been troubling and aching her mind, and which would certainly determine her future. The attendants were initially shocked, and even though that may be, they had offended Bisola the last time she patronized them. This was because when she just stepped into the restaurant balcony, she demanded to see the proprietress. "I want to see Madame," she frankly said with an expression of displeasure clearly shown on her face. It's quite unusual. It wasn't Bisola's usual way to appear to them without cracking a joke. It has never happened. Bisola used to be cheerful and accommodating, and not as hostile as she was that morning. One of them even guessed whether that was the reason why for the past 2 days Bisola had not been patronizing them. "Auntie, hope nothing," one of the attendants allayed the fears of others as she demanded. "Not at all, I just want to see Madame," Bisola responded in a very soft voice. Bisola eventually went straight to Mrs. Ngozi Akinwumi, who fortunately was in. She told her story. Mrs. Ngozi also had been getting a bit anxious at Bisola not calling when she learned that she had not been on campus for 2 days. The discussion between Bisola and Mrs. Ngozi lasted for more than 3 hours, and not until then Bisola could not come out from Mrs. Ngozi's small office. The quixotic Mrs. Ngozi got a vacant room in her residence, where Bisola could manage for some time before a better accommodation she desired. She was a widow who lived in a 4-bedroom flat at Agodi, and hence was all alone in her house except with her last child, who was almost 8. Her 2 other children were boarders in different colleges within the city of Ibadan. An arrangement had been made to sell Bisola's Volvo. There was a man who was Mr. Ngozi's customer as well, who had recently discussed buying a second-hand car with her. He was to be contacted concerning Bisola's car. It was 5 days after Bisola had arrived at Mrs. Ngozi's apartment. She was becoming more and more obsequious to her host for the honor done her. She was forcing herself to forget the poignant memories of the past. She had been thinking relatively to the nature of work or business she could do for her lifetime after being bundled out of the academic environment. Of course, she could not begin to look for an undergraduate admission at that age again. To her, it was already late. She only needed a good job to survive. In fact, that was why she eventually made up her mind to end up selling cosmetics and accessories. One other important and burning issue that kept troubling Bisola's mind again was the issue of her future home. As old as she was, Bisola had no stable and reliable marriage partner. However, she knew that she was not immediately ready for wedding, but she had thought of a situation whereby no reasonable man would be like kept considering herself as the most unlucky person if at that her age she was still a spinster. It was a Wednesday morning. Bisola, who had decided to sell her car, was handed a check of 250,000 naira by the buyer, an allergy in exchange for the Volvo car. Bisola, who had been patiently waiting for the check, did not waste more time to cash it. However, it was unfortunate for Bisola as she was stepping out of the bank, which was just about 10 yards away from the main road. After she had successfully cashed the check, 4 men from different directions all pounced on her. They were strongly armed. They squeezed her, snatched her bag, and made away with the amount she had just cashed. They later bundled her into the roadside drainage and jumped into a car, which must have been snatched somewhere else, and drove off. The whole show happened within a minute, and even policemen had been in the bank premises. They wouldn't have been aware of it. Few pedestrians who witnessed the incident with sympathy rushed down to Bisola, by which time the men of the underworld have disappeared. Bisola was lifted up and taken to a nearby hospital for treatment. Chapter 10. Bisola woke up around 9:30 p.m. to find herself lying on the hospital bed. Back to life, Bisola could not believe what led her to her present state. She must have been in a trance, or what could have brought her to such a lonely place. Even though she was conscious, she could not comprehend. After a while, she heard footsteps outside. The knob of the door was turned and two people entered. Carefully banging the door from inside, a man went up to her on her bed, and he was the doctor. The other one was a woman and a staff nurse carrying a tray, which she took up to the table at a corner in the room. Its cup, a steaming beverage, cutlery, and slices of bread with fried eggs. Bisola, who was already famishing for food, quickly got up from bed. Because she thought that her being there was probably as a result of the 2 letters she got before leaving the campus, she encouraged herself to eat what was brought before her, and it was really satisfying. She was very much sure now that it was a clinic environment, apart from the smell of embrocation which covered the whole place. What she saw gave her the clue. It seems she has gotten the message clearly. Nevertheless, she appeased her curiosity as she vehemently demanded from the man suspected to be doctor, who was attending very close to her on the bed. "What brought me here, doctor, or are you not a doctor?" she demanded from the man. "Of course I am a doctor," the man answered her as she drew a little to her on the bed, and thus muttered a courteous greetings, which she answered. He had at least been detailed by the sympathizers who brought Bisola into the clinic. But then he pretended as if he knew nothing about how she was brought in. "Are you okay, miss?" the doctor asked her. "Why not? Of course I'm okay," Bisola answered huskily, and was trying to recall the last thing she knew before she was forced into what seemed to be a trance. "Where is my money and my bag?" she demanded from the doctor, almost ferociously. "Well," the doctor said in a gentle voice, "I'm sure the police are investigating seriously into the matter." He guessed Bisola had got the message. "Do not be impatient," the doctor went further. "Just believe God for everything. He is able and can do all things." "Do what?" Bisola interrupted the doctor and went ahead. "Do you understand what I am saying at all?" She nodded. She added to her question, by which time she was standing. "I'm talking about the 250,000 naira which I cashed from the bank." Bisola paused a bit and then recalled that the doctor mentioned police investigating into the matter. "Which matter?" "No, it can't be so." "Police investigating into what?" "It must be a joke," she remarked. The following day was a Thursday. Bisola was discharged from the hospital and given a ride by the doctor to where it was very easy for her to get a straight vehicle to the Black Honey restaurant. She got to Mrs. Ngozi, who felt sorry for Bisola over the ugly incident. She was shocked to hear that Bisola had lost the money to the men of the underworld. Throughout the previous day, Mrs. Ngozi and her little boy kept expecting Bisola back home until late in the night, return home again. That was when they decided to lock up their door. Mrs. Ngozi, who was at her restaurant when Bisola returned from the hospital, was in her office. One important thing that kept bothering her mind strongly at that time was what she would do for a living and how she would get the initial capital to start. She did not want to become an unnecessary burden and liability for Mrs. Ngozi, who was just being considerate. So she became troubled again and was completely looking very haggard. Bisola knew quite well that the snatched bag containing her money would not be recovered. Then what would be her fate? Seating herself again with a cry of grief, she lamented and wished she could get away and out of her torment. She was confused, thinking about her dismissal from campus, loneliness, and the loss of her money to men of the underworld. She was no doubt becoming for. She remembered that the doctor who attended to her at the hospital and at the time brought her down to where she got very quickly down to the restaurant, gave her a roll of paper just before he departed from her. Yes, she clearly remembered and wanted to appease her curiosity. What could that be? She thought within herself. Could it be some amount to be managed for a while? Her thoughts carried her further. She had not even remembered to open and unroll it since she came back from the hospital. It was none other than her state of mind, which was resolutely in sordid emotion. While she was unrolling it, Mrs. Ngozi herself was curious. Alas, the park was full of religious tracts, together with an invitation to a crusade. The doctor who gave her the invitation was a Christian, a devoted Christian for that matter. He decided to invite Bisola to a crusade, which he himself was to attend. He understood that Bisola had various emotional problems which plagued her mind, and which, not until there is a divine intervention, no amount of humor or any human effort could cause or initiate a permanent good change. By birth, Bisola was a Christian, but has never willingly stepped into a church since she has grown up. The number of times she attended Sunday services on campus could be counted, so when she saw the invitation, she did not regard it as anything worthy honoring. Without any good intention, Bisola shuffled the religious tracts and came across one of them, which was printed by the Bob Jones Ministries. Bob Jones was the name that gave her the initial attraction. The name Bob Jones were similar to the names of one of her lecturers while she was very much on campus. She got the shock and decided to study it more closely, to know who is who. Bob Jones, whom she knew on campus, used to be naturally sensuous and troublesome to ladies. She wanted to know whether it was the same lecturer who had started the ministry. However, after close examination of the tract, it was not the lecturer she knew. It was somebody else, an American-based pastor. He was a renowned, powerful evangelist. The invitation given to Bisola was to a 3-day revival program and had just entered the second day. Bisola refused to attend the first day when the revival started, but to preoccupy herself with something to while away the time, she decided to attend on the second day. Mrs. Ngozi would have loved to attend the revival, but because she has left for Onitsha on a business trip, she could not make it. It was a different story at the revival center, when at the end of the day's program, Bisola was seen among those answering the altar call, following the preacher's touching sermon. The sermon hammered on fornication and abortion. Bisola had aborted uncountably number of pregnancies for different men. Hence, she felt guilty when the preacher hammered, if you have that old kind of thought pattern, nestle down in your mind, open up your mind. There isn't anything you and I can't do with our lives if we really accept the attitude that God is working for us, in us and with us. She thereafter repented and was cancelled. As a follow-up, Bisola was present at the revival center on the following day, which was the last day of the revival, and she has since made up her mind to attend both the weekly activities and the Sunday services of the religious group. Bisola returned home very late on the day when the revival came to an end to meet the shocking, sad story. It was really a gory news. She was involved in a fatal accident along Benin Ore Expressway. That very day, she left Ibadan for Onitsha. But no one could trace her address down home until after 4 days. There were dining crises and teeth gnashing all over to mourn the deceased. It was terribly sympathetic because Mrs. Ngozi was still very young when she she met her death. It was all frustrating. She has never been successful in her various endeavors. Even though she was part of the revival program, mysterious misfortunes never ceased coming her way. It has been one thing after the other. It was even during that period of revival when her most cherished mentor, Mrs. Ngozi, departed her. Thus, she ran into an additional problem of helplessness. As luck would have it, Bisola, who eventually approached the pastor of her new church as regards her accommodation problem, secured his favor. Accommodation was provided for her by the church. She consented to learning fashion design, became the responsibility of the church. She became actively involved in barely all the church activities. She was highly committed. 2 years had passed now that Bisola joined the church. She had been known to quite a very large number of congregations. She was known for her activeness in every church program. She was even a member of the choir. Bisola, who was still a spinster at 29, gradually became infatuated with a brother George Ojo, who was also a member. He was a devoted member who belongs to the prayer band group. He was even their band leader and was very active indeed. Brother George was married with a boy. Bisola and Brother George often met at prayer meetings and combined Bible study classes. They soon began to do things in common because Brother George was known to be religious. No one was mindful of his attitude when he started paying Bisola visits in her house. They soon began to share ideas and views together. It was 5:15 p.m. on Tuesday. Brother John left home for the church to attend a Bible class, which was to begin at 5:30 p.m. Along his way that evening, he called at Bisola's house to confirm whether she had left for the church or not. Bisola, who had just returned from work, was inside her room sprawling on her bed that evening. She had not left for the Bible class when suddenly she heard the knock of Brother John on her door. She had not even responded when the door had been slightly opened from outside. It was Brother George. Her incursions upon her leisure time were a pleasure to her. He entered the room and saw, but stayed glued to the spot. Bisola was almost naked with her two light complexion thighs exposed. Bisola's salacious positioning of herself sent an immediate impulse through Brother George's nervous system. He then moved closer to her. "Good evening, Sister B," he said to Bisola, who was motionless still on the bed. And because there was no response from her, he was encouraged to move closer to her and sat by the side of the bed. He reached out his hand to feel Bisola's temperature. There was no verbal response from Bisola except that just then she smiled. Brother George was tempted further and held Bisola by her hand. Lifting it up a bit, he repeated his question, but this time around, Bisola responded. 3 weeks later, Bisola missed her menstrual cycle. She knew it has happened, but this time around, she did not want it terminated. Brother George was responsible. However, Brother George, who was the biological father of the expected baby, denied responsibility for the pregnancy for the fear of embarrassment. He had earlier suggested abortion to Bisola, but when Bisola refused to yield to his suggestion, he denied responsibility for it. The denial was as a result of the fear of being disciplined for its unlawful sensual desires. It was a Sunday morning. The news of Bisola's pregnancy had already filtered to the highest authority of the church that undertook the responsibility to sponsor her. Bisola, who had gone through her adolescent years searching for true happiness, has not really experienced it because she has been looking in the wrong places. She had been invoked when she left home unceremoniously. Her father vowed never to forgive her for her heartlessness and the imprecation of her kiss of death. Bisola was given a quit notice out of her present place of abode, and her membership of the church was repudiated. In the same vein, Brother George was chased out of the ministry for his insincerity, and they both became wanderers. Bisola became dejected and trouble-minded. She sat herself down under a leafy tree and raised back her mind to the event, which led to her unceremonious departure from home. She remembered clearly all those statements made by her father and her eventual decision to leave home. She thought very well and saw clearly that the whole edifice of her dreams and hope was destroyed. She regretted her decision to jettison her father's good wish for her. She decided to go back and beg for forgiveness. It's a pity, however, that Bisola's father gave up the ghost a couple of hours just before her arrival. The post-mortem examination revealed that he died of hypertension. Bisola knew she was the architect of her misfortunes. She thought of how she had struggled with fear, failure, and futility since she left her father. Everything she tried turned out badly. She was not really bemoaning the demise of her father, rather that she was unable to revoke the imprecation placed on her by her father, which made her life to be marked by vicissitudes. The end. Reborn by M.O. Adeleye. Chapter 1. Oturabebi's background. Oturabebi was born in a big town near a river called Akoja. His father, Francis, and his mother, Dorcas, were poor small-scale traders. Dorcas' father was a fairly wealthy man, but did not plan to send his female children to school. He did not have money to spend on educating his children, but Francis tried hard to be able to read and write. Sunday, Oturabebi's younger brother, was born posthumous. Oturabebi's father died before he was 3 years old, while his own brother died at the age of 1 year, leaving him alone. Dorcas remarried when her only child was 5 years old. Her wise and intelligent child never followed her to her new matrimonial home. That was why Oturabebi became everybody's child in their street. He became a child to be cared for by relatives of his paternal and maternal parents. He became a rolling stone which gathers no moss. The surviving child of Francis grew up with difficulties and hardship. He was used to hard life. Many times he would have neither good food to eat nor decent clothes to wear. He did not enjoy the parental care and happy moments of one's parents. He had little or no dress to wear. His poor dresses were of calico and hard-moving cotton. His food was of a poor stuff made of cassava items, plantain varieties, and poor yam of various species, gleaned from well-wishers' yam bands and yam plots. He used to eat many types of food. He was given the type he desired. He has no choice on the type of clothes to use. He accepted happily any used dresses passed to him by his well-wishers or sympathizers. That was why most of his dresses were oversized. As a child, he moved from hand to hand, from one parental care to another. He began his hard life of staying with relatives at the tender age of 4. Oturabebi never enjoyed the good companion of his parents. He never yearned to see them since he did not grow to know them. Although the mother was alive, he did not know her until he was about 12 years old. Nature was kind to him. He never took ill one day till he became 12 years old. He would walk and walk in the rains and under high rays of the sun without much biting effect of them on him. He was lucky to be loved by both old and young, among whom he lived. He was a child and friend to many people. His real name was Oturabebi. The name was given to him by people who knew when he was a child. The effect of this new name of appellation overshadowed Aderemi, his real name. The elders of his immediate family and people around renamed him, having watched his deeds and general way of life. He was known to be child of much patience and endurance in all things. He was active, agile, obedient, and painstaking in whatever he did as a child. He was known and noted for his special high aims as from his childhood. As a child, he received little or no formal training. Aderemi was a self-trained child who struggled hard to attain success and importance in life before finally remarrying. Nevertheless, the boy remained in his father's house to be cared for by well-wishers and the poor paternal grandmother and Aduke, her last child. They too hardly had means of taking the 3 square meal in comfort. The old grandmother had no relatives in the town since she was married from another town across the hills. She had no helpers. Her husband died before the death of her firstborn child, Francis. The other 2 males were grown-ups and had left home for a distant town where they were clothes sellers and apprentices. Chapter 2. Otunra Baby's Adventure. Immediately after the death of Aderemi's father, the responsibility of caring falls on the shoulder of his grandmother. The old woman decided to leave her matrimonial home for her hometown, which was about 32 kilometers away. Means of transport was not only expensive at that time, it was very scarce too. Passengers could wait for a whole week for a commercial vehicle that would not come. They decided to make their journey on foot. They woke up early in the morning on a Sunday at the first cock crow. Since they trekked, they could not get to their destination until sunset. It was a tiresome journey. The road was rugged, marshy, and rough. It was not easy for the little Aderemi to ascend the hills, and Aduke, the last-born of the old woman who followed them, was also too young for any reasonable succor. She was only a little older than Aderemi. Many times, Aderemi would have to sit down to regain his strength before they could continue with their journey. The old man carried all their belongings, while Aduke carried a little sack. It was also difficult to carry the big boy on her back. The woman became weak and tired. Her limbs became feeble. They were hungry and thirsty. They had consumed the boiled plantain, which they carried in the old woman's raffia bag. Suddenly, the little child fell at the foot of a hill, crying for food and water. The old woman looked up, down, and all around her. There was neither food nor water. She weakly put down her loads from her head. Her neck was aching at the time her grandson fell down crying. She began to sob and murmur. As she was doing that, she too sat down weakly near her grandson. Aduke was too young to advise their mother. Tears rolled down the old woman's cheeks. She murmured out some prayers as she was weeping. Ah, oh my God, save this little boy. Even if I die, let him live. To raise his father's name, Aduke said amen to her mother's prayer. At that very moment, a hunter who had been watching them from the top of a tree where he hid himself waiting for games, jumped down suddenly and said, "Neither you nor your child will die." He then opened his bag, made from a deer's skin. He gave them 3 pieces of big and long boiled plantain and 3 pieces of roasted yam, which were his leftover food. The old woman received the gift with thanks. She knelt down to show her appreciation. While she was on her knees, she began to weep profusely. The kind hunter waved to her to stop sobbing and weeping. The old woman wiped her tears away with her palm and used her old scarf to wipe her grandson's face. Although Aduke was older than Aderemi, she could not render much assistance. They all gulped the boiled plantain and scoffed the roasted yam. The swallowing of the roasted yam was with difficulty. They began to have hiccups. In a swift movement, the hunter stood up from the big stone on which he sat and held the little boy by hand. He told the old man and her daughter to follow him down the hills. In a few seconds, they were by the side of a stream. They began to drink water using their palms as cups. They drank and became satisfied. The young boy turned to the grandmother and said, "Mama, I am now all right." The grandmother replied, "We thank God, and you?" The hunter for saving our lives. Aduke asked of the hunter's name, but the hunter told her not to worry. The old woman concluded that the hunter was a spirit sent by their dead ancestors for divine assistance. Really, in a moment, the hunter disappeared. From there, they returned to the bush path. They ascended and descended the hills with new vigor. Shortly, they arrived at their destination. They were welcomed with mixed reactions. The old woman returned home after being away for many years with the sad news of the death of her only promising son. This was a great pain to them in the neighborhood. More than this, the old woman was not expected to return to their hometown. She was to live, grow, and die in her matrimonial home. However, their hope was on Aderemi. Everybody prayed sincerely that the little fatherless child would grow to become greater and more famous than the dead father Francis. Chapter 3. The fatherless boy became a peasant farmer. Soon the old woman Aduke and Aderemi settled down with a child, an old man who was her blood relation. The chief accepted them warmly in the family. The second day was Monday. Their usual practice in the town was to spend the weekend at home and go back to their farm on Monday. The chief took Aderemi along with his own children to the farm. As a child, he soon got used to all their practices, sleeping on the backs or hocks of trees as their mats and sleeping near the fire from firewood to keep them warm when the weather is cold. Since they were peasants, it was their usual practice to take up and go to their farms as their daily duties. Aderemi would join them with his small cutlass to take part in bush clearance, packing, and burning. As small as he was, he tried as much as possible to move abreast his mates as they began to heap the soil for planting. His versatility was demonstrated when it was time for weeding. He soon became used to the hard work of a peasant farmer. He was never tired. He was fearless and active within his own limits. He was bold and could remain alone weeding in the farm, over 10,000 heaps, without any other persons around. Only monkeys on the thick and dark forest around him were his accomplices as they chattered. The agile monkeys would jump from one barn to the other. Times, many of the monkeys would come down to the farm where Aderemi was working. They would begin to pluck the corn cobs on the heaps of the soil near him. He would remain unruffled and dauntless as they yelled around in the yam and maize farm. When it was noon, he would roast either small pieces of yam or fresh maize for his lunch. He would use either his palms or cocoyam leaves as his vessel to drink water from the brook in the valley near their farm. Since he was in the farm almost naked with only a calico apron round his waist, various insects hit his body as he continued to work on the farm. Scratching his body and face with the moldy fingers, he would become dirty and rough with the wet earth. At the end of the day's work, he would carry down to their hut a bundle of firewood, ripe pepper, bitter garden eggs, and okra for the evening soup. Since he was the youngest of the chief's children, it was his duty to wash all the kitchen utensils. The fatherless and ever happy boy, Aderemi, would do all the duties with pleasure and delight without complaints and like others. By Saturday afternoon, they were prepared to return to town for the weekend. Aderemi was allowed to carry many yams and plantain and other food items as he could carry. One day he woke up very late in the night, complaining of head and neck aches. Quickly his grandmother stood up and brought out some quantity of shea butter from a pot jar and rubbed his neck down to his back. She later mixed oil with the shea butter and put it on his temple. Aderemi fell back again and slept deeply without any supper. Aduke too did not take her supper because it was her practice to take her meals together with her nephew. Chapter 4. Hope of a brighter future. That was the general condition of life of the poor and innocent fatherless boy with a distant mother. It was a common and usual practice to follow his adopted father to his farmland when he would be ganged in difficult, rough, and times dangerous duties. The most difficult and perilous was to leave him alone in a very large farmland which was surrounded by thick forests. There lived wild animals and poisonous reptiles. His food friend were the chatterers, the birds. He admired very well for the music-like of their noise. The boy has become used to the difficult and hard way of life. Despite the hardship, he was healthy and strong. He grew fast. There was no sign of ill treatment or lack of parental care on him, except his dresses, which were stale and oversized because they were gifts from generous sympathizers who had feelings for him. Many of them were older than him. These type of dresses he accepted with thanks. Although his late father was a Christian, he could not go to church because they were living with a chief who was an adherent of the traditional religions and a priest of the goddess of the river. God and nature plus good luck were on Aderemi's side. He believed in God. He always told his paternal grandmother that God would provide for them and prayed that they would not die as paupers. He told his grandmother optimistically that one day their future would be bright. The grandmother was amazed at that statement. She forced to ask from the little boy what he meant by the future. The boy laughed and repeated the statement. It surprised her, and the old woman became more worried. This made her to tell her relations, the chief and the priest of goddess. The man told him to hold her lips closed and not to tell any other person because the boy's future would be bright as he claimed. He was satisfied and felt contented in his heart with what life was to him. He would sing along with all other happy and well-fed children. He would run ups and downs the streets among the pleasant children whose parents lived among them. Aderemi was known in the streets as errand boy because any person would send him on errands anytime they did not go to the farm. He would do all odd jobs happily, diligently and delightedly and diligently. He was known and loved by old and young as a very good boy. As usual, he went to the farm with his foster father and other children one day in the month of December. He was on the farm near the brook, tilling the ground where vegetables, okra, pepper, and garden eggs were planted. As he buried himself in green leaves, trying to hold the weeds, he heard a call of his name. He recognized the voice of the caller to be one of the children's children. The boy told him that his attention was needed in the village by some visitors. At a little distance from their hut in the village, he could recognize his paternal grandmother's voice. On sighting his grandmother, he hastened his movement and ran into the waiting arms of the loving and caring old woman. His uncle burst into tears when he saw the typical village boy and suffering child of his beloved late brother, Francis, half naked with his body full of scars of fly and others of their sorts. Aderemi hung his small hoe on his left arm shoulder and held his cutlass in his right hand. Before Aderemi was brought from the vegetable farm, the two visitors, Biodun, the immediate younger brother to late Francis, and Jide, a younger brother to Biodun, had told the chief that they came to take Aderemi, Aduke, and their mother back to their hometown. While their mother was happy that an end had come to their sufferings, Aderemi did not know the difference. He just followed them. He was only happy because his beloved and caring aunt was also present. Immediately they left the village. Biodu, who loved Aderemi since his birth, carried him on his shoulder, since they had very little loads to carry. Their walking was faster since Aderemi, who could delay them, was not allowed to walk at all. The two brothers exchanged him from one person's shoulder to the other. The journey was not as rough as when Aduke, Aderemi, and his grandmother traveled to her hometown. Before sunset, they arrived at their destination. As usual, the common practice among the people is to love and care for deceased offspring. Housewives, relatives, old and young people in their large compound trooped out to welcome Aduke, Aderemi, and his grandmother back home. Aderemi was baited with soap and sponge instead of the leaves used in the chief's village. They gave him new dress of his size, which was very beautiful and attractive. He was very happy for the difference in his lifestyle. Aderemi's uncle had come from distant town where they were trading in clothes, purposely to take Aderemi. The little Aderemi was happy when he heard that he would learn the act of selling clothes and become a clothes seller like his uncle. Chapter 5. First journey in a moving vehicle. 2 weeks after the New Year's celebration, his uncle prepared to go back to his place of work. Aderemi's aunt woke up as early as 4 o'clock in the morning, baited his nephew, and prepared a hot meal for him. It was done as the cock crowed. They moved to the public motor park of the town. His older uncle Biodun was to go back with a wife, the arrangement for which he had made in a low-key wedding program before going to pick Aderemi from the farm. Aderemi was to be of assistance to him and his new wife when they get to the town. They boarded a 36-seater Bedford lorry with 6 long planks across inside it for the passenger. Aderemi was not only excited, he was also thrilled to be traveling in a moving vehicle for the first time in his life. The jerky movement of the vehicle on the rough road, which was full of many potholes and gullies, had no meaning to the little boy, who was on the first journey in a moving vehicle. The journey, which the others in the lorry considered to be very uncomfortable, uneasy, and tiresome, was thought to be a pleasant trip, like a pleasure car by Aderemi. In a moment, he slept off. He was woken when the driver stopped the vehicle for all the passengers to have their lunch at a roadside restaurant. Before noon, they were in the beautiful town. They were warmly and heartily welcomed by other clothes sellers and neighbors alike, all because of the newly wedded wife of Biodun. The love and enthusiasm were to show the entire people's interest in Biodun because he was a man of the people. In recognition of his good disposition, a party was organized for the bride and bridegroom. It was an event not easily forgotten in the town because it attracted friends, customers, and well-wishers from within and outside the town. Nobody could sleep throughout the night in the neighborhood. The little boy Aderemi could not avoid dancing also to the rhythms of the local drums. Chapter 6. A clothes-selling apprentice. 3 days after their arrival, work started in earnest early in the morning of Friday.
Uncle Biodun walked up gently with his nephew, their faces and feet. They soon settled down with parcel of cold eba with hot okra soup. They finished eating before 4:30 a.m. and some few minutes after 5 a.m. they were on their way. Biodun carried the bigger load of the assorted clothes, while Aderemi carried this smaller one. They trailed the bushy part to the center of the known customers. Biodun greeted them in his usual way of jokes and happiness. Happy New Year from the happy customers who trooped out in their large numbers, as if they had been waiting for him to bring their ordered clothes. The larger percentage of them were women. Watch very well, we measure in yards, Biodun said to Aderemi. He helped his uncle to hold the piece to be cut from the other end. You see the way the whole piece was held and cut. It must be very straight before you cut off any piece or yard, emphasized by Biodun to his new and young apprentice. From there, they moved to their next place of call. They sold many yards of various types of their assorted clothes. They later went far into the interior side. They did not feel much of the trekking because they were headed off from the biting and scorching rays of the sun. The shades and canopies naturally formed by the gigantic trees of the thick forests of the riverside of Oshun. A chief so kind in one of the villages entertained the masters and apprentices with a bowl of gari and fried pieces of snail, a creature that was common in the area. They soaked a large quantity of gari because they were not only tasty, they were really hungry. The young apprentice swallowed gari too voraciously to the extent that he became heavy to get up properly on his feet. However, he became lighter again after trekking some kilometers. They passed through other towns where they sold only few yards of clothes. From there, they returned to their base. For complete 2 or 3 weeks, they were out in the same form and manner to sell all their clothes to their old and new customers in different villages and neighboring towns. As they went, the young apprentice was taught how to measure, cut clothes, and how to price and bargain properly. Within a month or two, the young apprentice was told to go out on his own to sell clothes to both new and old customers. He performed the duty appropriately. He was praised for the work well done. After 2 months, they went out to collect money from their debtors since clothes were sold to them on a 3-month credit term. They were sold to the buyers and with cheerfulness and jokes. Collection of debt was in a very different mood. More friends among the other cloth sellers were employed to assist in collecting debt by force. There was a caution. Every debt collector had a trade name different from their real names. On many occasions, charms and curses were freely and copiously used by debtors. At Jewale, a young apprentice was mostly ordered to climb up and stop women and men and spit on their faces. Basins of food were forcefully removed from many debtors. As expected, such attitudes annoyed them. On many occasions, fighting ensued. Curses were rained on the sellers or collectors using their names. Ajewale, the daredevil, money collector, was mostly cursed since he did a lot of annoying things. This was the practice of 2 complete years. At times, Ajewale alone would be sent to collect money from many debtors in distant towns or villages, of which, in most cases, he would cross the rivers, trekking across without money on him, to pay only 1 kobo to a wooden boat paddler who carry him across the river. He goes alone through the dark forest where various dangerous creatures were very apparent. This was the general appalling condition of 10 years old fatherless boy who became a cloth seller apprentice at a very tender age of about 8 years. He would go to errands to collect debt, ensure, and enter in the rain or in the scorching, biting sun. He was dauntless. He could travel alone in the dark night or in the stillness of the night if he was forced out by wicked and difficult debtors who would like the boy to keep the night in their houses. He was used to all those treatments and took them with joy and endurance. As he thought that he would become a cloth seller, he found time to learn a little of the Yoruba alphabet and a few numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, so as to be able to record names of buyers and how much they hold. They went round to collect all their monies from their debtors. This time, they did not collect with all their effort and energy because they wanted to leave Ijebu division for another greener pasture. Cherished place are somewhere in Lagos area. At the beginning of another year, they packed their luggages and moved to a village called Abule Iya Asuna in Alimosho area. On the way to Ayobo, the place was a few kilometers away from Agege town. It was another center of the cloth seller during the period. They were heartily welcomed by another member of their family, Aro, who had been there for many years as a cloth seller. He was very kind and also sincere in all dealings. He showed a special interest and love in Aderemi. He was older than the other two uncles of the boy. Although he was not very rich, he did the little he could do to his brother's satisfaction. The initial accommodation was provided for them before they could secure a house on the way to Ayobo Market. He enlightened them on how to go about their trade in the new environment. Chapter 7. Aderemi escaped journey back home. Settling down to their cloth business, both Jide and Biodun rented houses where they lived. Their places of abode were near to each other as two close brothers. Jide was a bachelor and lived alone with Biodun, while Biodun lived with his new wife, Shade, and his nephew, whom he called his first son, Aderemi. After his return from Lagos, from where he went to buy new clothes, he began the sales immediately. As usual, he woke up very early in the morning with his young apprentice, and they moved out for business. They began sales in the village around their place of abode. After a week of combing the surrounding villages, they moved out and its environs, which included Ijebu, Iju, Afami, Alagbado, Abule Igbira, among other places. They later went to Ikeja and its surroundings. Particularly, they sold most of their clothes to Nigerian Airways workers. When the airport was mostly at construction stage, people rushed there to seek appointment as laborers. Many of the laborers became the cloth seller's customer. The sales term was on monthly basis, unlike the 3-month term of their previous place of sale. For a whole month, they went round to sell their cloths. In most of the towns and villages, the young apprentice did most of the sales, cutting of the cloths, pricing and bargaining. By the beginning of the following month, collection of debt began. In the usual manner, the apprentice and his master could go together to demand for the payment of the debt. Difficult debtors who did not pay on time faced a lot of embarrassment from the apprentices who were left behind to collect their money from them. On many occasions, the apprentice would have to go alone trekking to Abule Awori, Oniwaya, Alagbado, or Ijuafami respectively, despite the availability of commercial vehicles plying Agege to Ikeja at that period. Ajewale would have to trek to demand payment of the debt from their customers. Although the uncle's affection for Aderemi was very much, the condition of their business entailed much hardship, as ill treatment at all. He used to take off as early as 4:30 a.m., prepared fire with firewoods, warm the okra soup, and adjust the cold eba into size. After all preparations and arrangements, their wife would come to serve him soup with which to complement the eba before proceeding on his journey to retrieve debts from their customers. As it happened, in their former place of business, Aderemi travels the distant places alone, although there are thick forests or rivers to cross, but the road desolate at times. He would go alone under the shady trees of kola-nut. On many occasions, he slept with a debtor who refused to pay off his or her debts. In case he or she paid off the debt late in the night, he would have to return home in the darkness of the night, where terrible and fearful sacrifices of burnt offering and slaughtered animals at junctions or at the bases of big trees were common. On many occasions, his breakfast would be his only meal for the day. That was if he remained with ungenerous and ungracious debtors, who would not even show neither kindness nor give the boy water to drink, let alone food. He could even be beaten by hostile debtors. Water to Gary mixed with water were poured on him times without numbers by very cruel debtors. His master could not do more than to fume and curse such debtors. The boy's bathing period was once a week, which was usually on Sundays when they stayed at home. It was his uncle's wife who used to bathe him. His clothes and dresses were seldomly washed, while his hair was periodically scraped clean with a special penknife meant for scraping. His head would then be rubbed with oil. Both rain and sun were never barriers to him. He used to trekking. He could walk many kilometers in a day, and he would neither be tired nor wanting in his work. He was ever happy, cheerful, joyful, and jubilant all the time. Neither pressure from work nor hunger could make him unhappy. He woke up one day in the month of December and appeared gloomy and refused to talk to anybody. In his mind, he was thinking of his late father, that he did not know, which is unusual for him. He was also with much passion for education, which he cherished. Later on, he began to sob and weep. He did not tell anybody the cause of his grief. He refused to eat and went on his usual duty. He collected some money and slept in the home of a debtor who refused to pay his debt at once. Unfortunately, some thieves broke into the house on that very night. The thieves made away with some materials belonging to the occupant of the house. The following morning, people gathered round to sympathize with the occupants for their losses. From among the people, one woman came out and fastened her eyes on the young apprentice. "Who is this strange boy?" she exclaimed. The crowd was to bounce on him with sticks and pestles when the debtor with whom he slept raised an alarm and ran up to the people to save the boy. "He is my creditor's apprentice. He is here to collect his master's money from me. He spent the night in our house," said the debtor. "Ah, he would have been killed," expressed another woman from the crowd. Such comments, his yearning for education and his grief from home forced the boy on an action to take in order to save his life. The immediate thought that came to his mind was to escape and return to their hometown. From there, he moved to the motor park and traveled down home. The journey was an overnight one. He slept in the vehicle. When they reached their hometown, the fear that his paternal grandmother would send him back to his uncle prevented him from going to his father's house. Nature was believed to have taught him to go to his maternal grandfather's house in the same town, but in another street. Chapter 8, Passion for Education. He was warmly accepted at his maternal grandfather's and grandmother's house. The entire people in the house ran out when his aunt, Olayiminu, raised her voice to call the boy's common name, Ola. "Where did you see him?" was the maternal grandmother's question. Everybody present was surprised because it was almost 6 years ago that they saw him last, and he was now 12 years and some months old. He stayed away on cloth business for 4 years and as a peasant boy for 2 years before he traveled with his uncle. He was bathed properly by his aunt, after which he was taken to the salon. The boy was surprised at the cutting of his hair, and that it was neither scrapped nor badly shaped as it was done when he was a cloth seller apprentice. After a very delicious breakfast, a message was sent to his mother in her husband's house of her child's return to her parents' house. She did not believe her ears. She rushed down to see her first child after many years of separation. Neither Ola, and as he was called, nor his mother recognized one another. As a mother, Tayo jumped for joy and wept profusely, and began to recite the child's paternal and maternal family name as a child of 12 years old sat on her thighs. Various dresses she had been keeping for the boy were given to him. He shook his head and had an unpleasant smile. "This is the answer," he said. "Ah, my head." "What is the answer?" exclaimed the mother. "I want to go to school," he replied. The mother was happy at his reply because she had wished him to go to school since he was very young, but the boy preferred staying with his paternal grandmother because he did not know or recognize her as his mother. The maternal grandfather returned from his cocoa store later in the evening. The child was taken to him. He too was happy that the boy returned at last instead of roaming about the streets. After listening to him, the paternal grandfather asked him what he wanted to do. He told him promptly that he wished to go to school. As a wise man, the wealthy produce buyer sent for the paternal grandmother. After a series of arguments, sobbing and weeping, the old woman calmed down. The maternal grandfather told the old woman that their child had opted for schooling. Happily, the woman agreed and prayed for the child as follows: "Ola, my head will be with you. Your father's head and your spirit will guide you. My departed husband, you are here today. How is your grandson? Let this child reap bountifully from this line of education that he had chosen." The old woman and her senior wife in their husband's house and a host of others present said, "Amen, amen, amen," in a very loud voice of unison. Early January, when the school reopened, the grandfather took the boy to his father's mission school, handed him to the headmaster, and told him that the boy was his son and wanted him in school. As a result of the man's influence, the master took the child from him without any further questions. he too handed him over to the teacher in charge of infant primary 1 class. The boy's name was written along with his maternal grandfather's name as his real surname. Ola, who had started to learn how to read and write the Yoruba alphabet, plus writing and recognition of numbers up to 100, spent few days in the class before he was promoted to infant 1B class. Media examination as much weight at that time. Ola came first in June examination and was promoted to infant. At the end of the year, he also came first and he was promoted to primary 2. In all, he spent 2 years in the infant classes instead of the normal 4 years. During that period, he, with others who were pupils from other schools, lived together and studied together under the tutelage of his brother, Ayo, who was in secondary school. If his brother did not sleep by 2 a.m., they would not sleep. They would continue to read, write, and work mental sum, that is arithmetic, as it was called. This system aided Ola, who was already schooling and was eager to learn. His interest in learning, the conducive atmosphere, and his age worked favorably for him on each side. Any assistance given to him in school were done promptly. Before taking his lunch, right from the time he was in the infant primary 2 class, he had been known by his mates and teachers as being very brilliant and voracious reader. Ola excelled in his academic performance. He was chosen as the class captain and the senior boy for the infant primary 2 class. The same thing happened when he got to standard 1 and standard 2. He was the school prefect for junior school classes, primary 1 to standard 2 class. As he proceeded, he became more brilliant. If he was eating, walking on the road, walking in the garden, he was noted to be recalling what he learned in the class or tried to remember what he studied from books on his own from standard 3 to 4. He was always on top of the class. He was known throughout to be a very promising, intelligent, and brilliant pupil. His academic performance brought him out as a star throughout his primary school days. He was the senior primary school timekeeper and gatekeeper of his school when he was in standard 6. After his primary education, he worked briefly as a clerk with an European firm in the town on a monthly salary of 20 naira, 50 kobo. As he was working, he was as well doing some private studies on his own. It was this that one of his old teachers saw and contacted those at the mission school to allow him attempt teacher's proficiency examination with other students. He came second when the result was released. However, on the influence of Ola's mother, who was a member of the mission, he was given teaching appointment and posted to a village of about 16 miles from the town. As a pupil teacher, he did not rest on his horse. He continued to read on his own in preparation for the teachers' college examination. Ola was lucky to be among the 28 students selected finally. He continued to show his methods in his studies and his brilliancy in the college. At the end of the 2 years course, he was one of the 10 students who completed the course successfully. He was posted to a very distant place because he is a child of a staunch member of the mission. He continued to prepare for the teacher's grade 2 examination as he was in his place of work. He was lucky to be among the 33 candidates chosen from more than 1,000 that took the entrance examination. He began to shine in his studies. He became popular and famous among his mates and teachers as one of the best students in class. He passed brilliantly all his chosen subjects. He was transferred to a nearby village as a headmaster of very close to his town. As usual, he continued with his private studies because his life goal was to achieve a university education. The practice then was to obtain tuition from on various subjects from Rapid Results College, London, to study on private basis. He obtained examination form for General Certificate of Education, Ordinary Level, GCE-OL, with the intention to go to university. A disaster befell him. All his certificate got burned along with his properties. Through the advice of his bosom friend, Soji, and classmates who knew his zeal for education, he registered him for the GCE examinations. His work, his good luck, and dint of hard work worked together for him wonderfully. He passed 6 O-level subjects and 3 A-level subjects at a time. With these results, he was qualified for a direct admission into the university. Chapter 9. He was studious. Ola gained admission into the country's premier university on the advice of his cousin, who was a lecturer in the school. He began as an indigent student, and he began his course of studies to a department where he could obtain financial assistance. Both the course was considered difficult. Many students ran away from the course to other departments. Ola was lucky things worked out well for him in the department. As usual, with him, he took his studies with all seriousness. His head of the department, a white man, recognized him and has interest in his outstanding performance and general behavior. The head of the department began to help him from his personal purse. This again propelled Ola to be more studious. He was even known in the department for his brilliant performance and was among the 3 students of the department who were recommended for a year exchange program in a foreign country. Like his usual manner, he showed his brilliancy and interest to such an extent that he won himself a glaring popularity, fame, and honor among his lecturers and those in the government circle. At the end of his course, he came out with a good grade as a teacher to the corps. He refused any other appointment but teaching as a profession. He made himself known through his discipline when he got to where he was posted. Within 2 months of stay in the school, many students became interested in his subject because of his ways of teaching and discipline. He was known not only in his own school, but among all other schools in the division as well. He went further to publish the first questions and answer book on his discipline within the first 2 years of his graduation. He was recognized throughout the country because of the beautiful book, which contained likely examination questions. Any student who used the book judiciously was sure of passing the subject with distinction. This again shows his brilliancy and put him on top of all his mates and colleagues at that time. As a result of his desire for higher qualifications, he registered for a master's degree in another famous federal university. He also performed very well and passed his examination and was awarded his MA degree in second year. As another Oliver Twist, he went back to the premier university for a PhD degree in his subject. Since the result he brought from the other universities was very good, he was admitted directly for his PhD, while others were asked to undergo philosophy program before enrolled for the PhD. Due to the nature of his work and for the thoroughness, he did not complete the program until the end of the 10th semester. As an erudite and prolific writer, running postgraduate program did not stop him from writing articles in some recognized journals all over the world. At the end of his 7th year in the university as a lecturer, he has reached the peak of his career in the institution because he already had more than enough papers needed to qualify him for promotion. He was specially noted for presenting evoking seminar papers in the department or school. His colleagues and students yearned to listen to him when presenting papers or lecturing, respectively. His brilliance was known everywhere, in clubs, societies, or family meetings or associations, etc. Chapter 10. A boy with many names became an achiever. Aderemi Ajewale, the daredevil debt collector, and Ola among his many names, an appellation, has attained his life ambition academically by passing his PhD examinations in flying colors. He was happy and full of joy. He thanked God, his creator, in prayer together with his good advisors, helpers, loving wife and children who gave him a conducive atmosphere when he was busy writing and collating his thesis. His joy has no limit. He prepared and traveled to the awarding university on the school day. He was full of joy and radiant in his car with his wife, Bosse, who helped him much in collating, cutting, and pasting of the writings before the final typing of the thesis. They were at the graduation venue 30 minutes before the scheduled time. At the end of the graduation ceremony, he returned to his house for a graduation party with his loving, understanding, and cooperative wife, Bosse, who helped him much in life. Friends and colleagues from his place of work, well-wishers and relatives who knew the erudite scholar and orator came to the party. The 1,500 chairs provided for the party were filled with people. Prior to the commencement of the party, he took permission to go and deliver a lecture he had been invited a month earlier. There was roaring voices for the doctor, as the new PhD graduate entered. As usual, he delivered the lecture to the satisfaction and expectation of the association of the old student of his alma mater. He delivered a very impressive lecture quickly and returned to his own organized party. On the dot of 4 p.m., the program started. With the chairman occupying his seat, the celebrant, his wife, and his mother sat near the chairman, while his children and other relatives were at the other side. The chairman gave the opening speech, after the opening prayer. His close and bosom friend, Soji, gave the toast, telling his life history, achievements, likes and dislikes, best food, among many other things. At the end of his toast, Soji highlighted a very crucial point about the erudite and brilliant celebrant. He said that his name was written along with his maternal grandfather's and his son's name when he started schooling. But because of his intelligence, understanding, and wisdom, he changed it to his father's name, which he found on his father's hymn book. That was why he did not bear the family name, but his father's personal name. Many people among the paternal relatives nodded a consent. Immediately after, he responded to the toast. The chairman of the party, Brother Emma, a family member, rose to give his closing remark before eating and drinking started. His remark were as follows: Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all success in your endeavors. We shall do this type of ceremony for our children. Amen, amen, amen. Of the people rented the hair, we are here today to share a testimony of joy with once a young peasant farmer who is now a proud PhD certificate holder. As we have all heard from his toast, and as I know him as my first cousin, Ola is a self-reborn. He was dauntless. He walked and walked through the darkness of his life before coming to limelight. Let us help ourselves so that God can help us. Thank you, thank you, thank you, as he ended his speech. The day after the lecture was Sunday. The doctor, his relative, friends, loved ones, and colleagues went to church for Thanksgiving service. Everybody present sang and danced happily in the church, including the apostles, pastors, elders, deacons, and deaconesses. The preacher referred to many biblical passages and gave a very good heartfelt sermon. His illustrations were imparting. He referred to a slave who was indigent and struggled to achieve success and redeemed his father's name. At least he became great, an important person in the society who later ate with the silver spoon. He then narrated the story of a great king's son who was lazy and indolent, who later became a criminal and dragged the family name to the mud. Himself and his father died not only as paupers, but as prisoners. He concluded that to work hard is a good motto. Self-effort is never a shame. It is indolence, which is not only a sin, but a crime. The beautiful life of a self-reborn is what we have seen today. Let us copy that good and what is good. He concluded. The end. The Blind Money by Kayode Adeyemo. Chapter 1. Bright High School, BHS, was one of the modest schools in the city. Its large compound was well planned with every footpath marked out and beautiful flowers and ornament trees planted on both sides of the drives. The road network within the school compound was one thing that made BHS stand unique among other schools in the city. The roads to the different departments such as sciences, arts, social science, and other educational buildings and places like the auditorium, library, computer rooms, technical workshops, school farms, and beyond, fingered out from the main roundabout standing in front of the principal's office. The construction of the boulevard was important because of the long distance of these buildings to one another. An illuminated signpost showing the map of the school was erected at the school's main gate for the guidance of the visitors. The school also had a principal's lodge and staff quarters for any members of staff who cared to live in the school. There were also facilities for recreation such as playgrounds and swimming pools. However, despite the architectural beauty of the school, it was the most notorious in the metropolis. All forms of indisciplines ranging from thuggery and examination malpractices to hooliganism reigned supreme in the school. The school had, on several occasions, been temporarily closed down for alleged indiscipline of all sorts. The last time it was closed down, it was on the order of the State Commissioner for Education. The punishment was for molesting the student of the neighboring school that defeated BHS in a football contest. As a result of the bad name which the school had earned itself recently, parents and guardians were reluctant to send their children and wards to the school. No parent or guardian wanted his child to get mixed up with the delinquents and now abandoned in the school. The staff meeting, which marked the end of the school season and where the school activities for the whole year would be reviewed, had just commenced. The meeting, which had all the members of staff in attendance, would also look into the promotion exercise